throughout the entire day. Yeah, we'll need Clone Junior, Clone Senior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. The Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Lead Micromax drivers, you are pre-grid. Once again, please be sure to have your cart registered before you do take it out on the speedway. Also, tech is available. That is behind the grid area. Yeah, and the guys are down there at the tech shed, so you need to have your cart tech, please stop down by the tech area. Also, please be sure to have numbers on both side pods, front and back of your carts as you do take it out on the speedway. And as always, here at the Ocala Grand Prix, no scooters, skateboards, bicycles allowed in the grid area or pit area during race time. We ask you please leave them in your trailer until we have concluded our race for the day. We'll need Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Need Mini Rock, Mini Max. I need you to make your way to the grid. You will be now pre-grid. That'll be Mini Max, Mini Rock. We'll need you to the grid. Clone Junior, Clone Senior, you're up next. As our Kit Kart drivers wrapping up their first round of practice. Once again, Mini Rock, Mini Max. Again, we'll need you to the grid. And just one kart for recovery. We'll get you set, Clone Senior, Clone Junior. We'll get ready for our Clone Senior group, Clone Junior. And please be sure to pick up a race day schedule. Practice schedules currently available in the showroom area. So stop in, pick up one, and follow along throughout practice. And then race schedules for race day will be available. And we'll let you know those. You pick them up in the showroom area. So again, just one kart for recovery, and we'll get your Clone Junior, Clone Senior drivers on the track for their first of 2 rounds of practice. Need Micromax, you're now on grid. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're pre-grid. Once again, it'll be Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're pre-grid. Need you on the grid. So up now is your box stock, junior and senior. Seen a couple different winners in the senior group. Rick Smith, a winner in race weekend number 1. And Junior Downs, race winner back earlier this month. Has 2 races here this month. Rick Smith in that 105. Junior Downs in the number 3. So pretty competitive. Not a ton of karts out there, but again, a very competitive group in your box stock senior. Gus Blanco on a new chassis. Talked to Gus last time out and trying to get that baby dialed in. Keep an eye on Gus Blanco. Gus in the number 12. And he was on the podium earlier in the month of September in race weekend number 1. And Gus Blanco in the number 12. And this group out for their first 2 practices. Box stock senior and junior. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're pre-grid. Once again, we get into that second round. We'll have all your timing and scoring ready to roll. Get you up on race monitor in that second round, and we'll start feeding you some of the lap times as we move into that second round. Again, please be sure to have your kart registered in tech before you do take it out on the speedway. Registration located right there in the showroom. And of course, tech right behind the grid area. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock and Mini Max, you're pre-grid. And don't forget, we'll have mandatory drivers meeting once we do conclude all practice sessions. That will take place in the grid area. This is a mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Again, we'll have a mandatory drivers meeting once we do wrap up all practice a little bit later on this morning. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're pre-grid. And we'll need Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Minimax, your pre-grid. Winding down the last couple laps for our box stock senior. So once again, it'll be Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Minimax, your pre-grid. And Micromax, you're up next. Mini Rock, Minimax, your pre-grid. Just one cart to be picked up here in our box stock senior. Unfortunately, the 12 of Gus Blanco. Hopefully nothing too serious. And we'll get that cart taken off. We'll get ready for Micromax, you're up next. Mini Rock, Minimax, your pre-grid.
Track hot. All right, lots of those.
Need Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. That'll be Mini Rock and Mini Max. Rotex Senior Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Need to bring them up. That'll be Rotex Senior Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Once again, it'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Rotex Senior Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Again, your Micromax drivers on the track. And man, did we see one heck of a battle earlier this month out of this group. And again, Bryce Haynes has been right there knocking on the door. Current points leader, Bryce Haynes in the 21. Evan Hanberg sitting second in the point standings. Jeremy Fletcher third. Wilson Martins and Alex Jackie your top five in the point standings. Again, so far in the first two events, two different winners. Again, Jeremy Fletcher getting his first ever win earlier in September. And then race weekend number 2 earlier this month, Chase Hefter, very solid. And had a great battle, mixing it up with about 4 or 5 drivers as he comes home with a win. So 2 different winners so far after the first 2 events. And looking forward here, this is a great group of racers right here in your Micromax as they work on their first round of practice. And absolutely nice, clear blue skies here at the Ocala Grand Prix and beautiful temperatures. Great day to go racing as we work our way through race weekend number 3 in the Fall-Winter Series here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Again, we'll start getting you some practice times here in just a couple of minutes, getting a timing and scoring all set up. And we'll start getting you some practice times here in just a couple minutes. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Rotex Senior Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Need you to the grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're now on grid. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, your pre-grid. And that'll be Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Again, don't forget, stop down by the concession stand. Gourmet Affairs serving breakfast throughout the morning. Also, grab yourself a hot cup of coffee located by the tech area. We'll stop down and check them out. Of course, fuel is available throughout the entire day, no problem. Maybe need a fuel a little bit later on throughout the day. Stop down there by the front of the entrance of the showroom area, and that's where the fuel area is located. Also, if you're looking for any parts, got you all hooked up, stop in the showroom, and we'll take care of any parts you're looking for throughout the day. Once again, on grid, Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Rotex Senior and Tag Senior, your pre-grid. So winding down the last couple laps as we work on first round practice in your Micromax. Nikita Johnson in number 5. Nikita coming up from the Kid Karts. Thought the Nikita earlier this morning, big Formula One fan, Nikita Johnson. We chat a little bit about some open wheel racing. Really into the Formula One scene. Good little driver there in that number 5, Nikita Johnson. Also another driver, Daniel Kajewski in the 101. Was Daniel kind of hanging out with the boys this morning and talking Formula One with him. And Anderson Leonard at number 24, another big Formula One fan. And I was talking to Anderson, and both of those young men, big Ferrari fans, by the way, and really into it. Nikita Johnson, Daniel Kajewski. Of course, Daniel sporting that Ferrari hat this morning, and good to talk to the young man and really learning a lot about racing and learning all about it, watching Formula One. And boy, you got some future stars right there in that Micromax group as they're out there shaking them down, getting ready for their busy day here this afternoon. Mini Rock, you're on grid. Mini Max, your pre-grid. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Need them up there, Mini Max, Mini Rock. So Micromax drivers will wrap up their first of 2 practice. They'll head into the pits. They'll get ready for their second round. And we'll get ready. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior. Again, you are pre-grid. Mini Max, Mini Rock, you're up next. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're now on grid. That'll be Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're on grid. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. Mini Rock going to make their way out. along with Minimax, another competitive class. Again, back-to-back wins for Zachary Hollinshead. Zachary's been very solid early on here in the Fall-Winter Series. Zachary in the 456 Mini Rock driver. Dylan DeNiro coming in this weekend, second in the point standings. Dylan's been right there knocking on the door. Jordan Hefner to 113. Jordan made a start in race weekend number 2 earlier this month. Jordan coming home in the second place position. Ryan Rackley finishing in the third spot in race weekend number 2. Solid run for Ryan Rackley. And you talk about all those drivers, Joseph Lamberth, Ryan Rackley, Jordan, Dylan, Zachary, all mixed it up. And again, any of those drivers could have won it last month. But again, 2 in a row for Zachary Hollinshead. And it's been a solid start for Zachary, coming off the Spring-Summer Series as your points winner. Picked up the championship and looking for back-to-back championships here in the 2014 season. And they got a lot of competition as we move up to about the halfway point of the Fall-Winter Series here at the Ocala Grand Prix. But again, yet another very competitive class, your Mini Rock, with Zachary Hollinshead coming in this weekend as your points leader. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're on grid. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. Once again, Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're on grid. Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. And Jake Neprin at 195. Jake making his second start with us this season. Raced with us here earlier this month, and he'll make his second start here today. Jake in at 195. Yeah, this is a one-stack field here. You look at this Mini Rock, boy, top to bottom. Any of these drivers can win it. So again, working on your first round of practice. Here is your Mini Rock. We'll need Rotex Senior, Tag Senior on grid, Rotex Junior. And Tag Junior, your pre-grid. Working on race weekend number 3. Look at that freight train of traffic coming off that tree turn. And again, that's exactly what we're going to see all day long. Very competitive group of drivers right here as they come down that front stretch. And Jake Neprin at 195. Stacked top to bottom. Very competitive in that Mini Rock. So winding out the last couple laps, your Micromax. They're done. Mini Rock finishing up theirs. Again, we'll move on to Rotex Senior, Tag Senior. You're on grid. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. So again, working through the groups pretty quick. Kid Kart's done in round one. Clone Senior, Micromax, and finish it up here with Minimax. And we'll move on to Rotex Senior, Tag Senior. You're up next, and it'll be Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. So Brian will show them the checker flag, round one in the books for your Mini Rock and Minimax. Good looking field, boy. That's one group you do not want to miss here racing. Very competitive. Again, today we'll be using that chicane off of turn number one. Of course, the hairpin turn. It's always seen some good passing through there. They got to slow down as they get to the top of that hairpin turn. Makes it very interesting. And of course, they'll make their way around to the top of the oval, then the long straightaway. So pretty exciting watching them come through that chicane and get up to that hairpin turn. Obviously, the famous tree turn. Always exciting. Good racing here as we're working on race weekend number 3 here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Rolling up next, it'll be Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, as they get their first shot at the track here this morning. And in the Rotex Senior, Bobby Ross comes in this weekend as your points leader. In the Rotex Senior, Bobby Ross, a winner in race weekend number 1 back in September. Kevin Mendez in the number 6, second in the point standings. Morgan Healy sits third in the Rotex Senior point standings. Your second different winner. Picked up the win earlier in the month of October. Morgan in the 316. And your Rotex Senior drivers. Need Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, you're now on grid. Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, Masters drivers, you're now pre-grid. Once again, it'll be Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, you're on grid. Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, you're pre-grid. Again, we'll need Tag Masters drivers on grid. Got it, thanks. Seeing good looking field of drivers working their way around. Again, Rotex Senior mixed with some Tag Senior drivers in there. Again, race monitor is up and running now. You want to tune in there and check it out. Able to follow on throughout the entire day, get some times, and we'll be able to pass you along some times here as they work our way through practice round number 1. I'll throw you some times here as the drivers make their way around and see where they're at, where they need to get a little better at. And race monitor is up and running. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, you're on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. That'll be Masters, your pre-grid. You'll be followed by Club Karts. So once again, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, you're up next. You're followed by Tag Masters, Rotex Masters. It'll be Club Kart drivers. Need you to make your way to the grid. And Rock Senior class, Jonathan Kodak. Jonathan, your top spot tied with Oliver Askew. Both of those drivers wins this season. Oliver winning in race weekend number 1. Jonathan winning earlier this month. So a deadlock for the top spot in the point standings. Austin Garrison sitting 3rd in the point standings. Austin back-to-back 3rd place finishes this season. Right now in the Rock Senior, Morgan Healy, quick time 37.713. Kyle Kirkwood 37.823. Austin Garrison 37.906. Alex Sullivan with a 38.052. Mayo Livingston 38.092 for Mayo Livingston. Rotex senior driver Bobby Ross 38.919. Mendez with a 41.456. So lap number 4, Austin Garrison now quick time with a 37.124 for Austin. He's about 2/10 ahead of Kyle Kirkwood. Kyle with a 37.403. So they'll work their way around your Rock Senior, Rotex Senior. And you can check it out on Race Monitor. Just have the times throughout the entire day. You want to follow along, see where your driver's sitting. And Austin Garrison 3rd in the point standings coming into this weekend. And again, Austin with back-to-back 2nd place finishes. And I know Austin's been right there in the mix of things. Again, another stat clash. You look at these drivers. Any of these drivers, top to bottom, could get to that top spot. You see them mixing it up. You think they're actually out there racing right now. A little side-by-side battle as they work through the tree turn. Just a taste what we'll see a little bit later on out of this group. And again, your Rock Senior, Tag Senior. And look at some more practice times. Austin Garrison, 37.124 for Austin. Morgan Healy, 37.377. Kyle Kirkwood, 37.403. Mayo Livingston, 37.548. Alex Sullivan, 37.662. Rock Senior drivers. Rotex Senior driver Bobby Ross, 38.809. And now Bobby picks it up a little bit with a 38.617. Mendez with a 39.663 for Kevin Mendez in the number 6. So Kevin with a pretty good lap time, 39.663. He's obviously picked it up a little bit in that Rotex senior group. Right now running down Austin Garrison in that number 38. How about Austin? He just pulls off now again. Morgan Healy moving up a little bit there. Morgan with a 37.377 for Morgan right now in that second spot. Mayo Livingston 37.471. A couple drivers actually picked it up here in this last lap. Mayo Livingston 37.471. Sullivan 37.604. So they'll get him in there, get him ready for round number 2. On up next, Rotex Junior and Tag Junior drivers going to make their way out. Yeah, they've been running down the number 99 of Dobbin Holmes. Dobbin back-to-back wins so far in the first 2 events. Dobbin in the number 99. John Perry Hilton been right there in contention. John coming in this weekend second in the point standings. Jake Nepper sits third. Jake bouncing off a good run in race weekend number 2, finishing second earlier this month. Jake sitting third in the point standings, making his second start of the season. In your Tag Junior, Matthew Shane, Matthew to 272. Michael Stevens in the number 19, scheduled out in that number 19. There's Michael going to cross the line. You need Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, Rock Masters. We'll need you drivers to the grid. Again, Masters drivers, you're now on grid. Rotex, Club Karts, your pre-grid. Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid. Yeah, we'll need all Club Kart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Club Kart drivers, we'll need you to the grid. You'll be fouled up behind them. Will be shifter drivers. You'll be in behind Club Kart drivers. So working on Rotex Junior, Tag Junior drivers as they make their way around for their first of 2 practices. And yet another very competitive group of drivers. Seen a great battle earlier this month among these guys. And Rotex Junior, Jake Nepper. Jake with the quick time, 40.302. John Perry Hilton, 40.567. Dobbin Holmes with a 41.201. A Tag Junior driver, Michael Stevens with a 38.787. Matthew Shane with a 42.770 for Matthew Shane. Obviously seeing some pretty quick times this morning. A little bit cooler on the track, and we'll see temperatures right around 71 degrees about noontime, and by the time we peak it out, should be around 80 degrees a little bit later on this afternoon. So picture perfect day for racing under beautiful blue skies here at the Ocala Grand Prix. As we work on race weekend number 3, Ocala Grand Prix, your fall winter series, race weekend number 3. And over hit stop down by the great folks over there at Gourmet Affair, serving breakfast throughout the morning. Of course, hot coffee, whatever your needs are. They'll take care of you at lunchtime. Serving cold drinks, whatever your needs are. Located right by the tech shed area. Gourmet Affair doing a great job here. We really appreciate all the help they do here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Again, stop down there for lunch a little bit later on, and they'll get you taken care of. So last few laps to go here in your Rotex Junior Tag Junior. Tag Junior driver Michael Stevens, 38.261. Tag Junior driver Matthew Shane with a 42.770 for Matthew Shane. Right now, Rotex Junior Jake Nepper, quick time 39.745 for Jake. John Perry Hilton with a 39.948. Dobbin Holmes, your points leader, 40.133. So Dobbin need to kick it up a little bit and get that cart dialed in before they get set for qualifying. And they still got one more round of practice to go for these drivers. They'll finish it up here in just a couple more laps. Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, Rock Masters. You're on grid, Club Karts, your pre-grid, and you're followed by shifters. So a couple drivers ready headed into the pits as they get set for their second round. But overall quick time, Tag Junior Michael Stevens, 38.110. Jake Nepper, Rotex Junior, 39.741. And he just did that here in lap number 7. So Jake got to be liking what he sees continue to get quicker as the laps go by. And Jake making his second start here this fall winter series. A couple more laps to get ready to move on into our Masters group. They're next. Another good-looking field of Masters drivers, and always some good competition on those drivers. And they're about ready to go. They're on grid. Masters on grid as we get ready to see the checker flag here in another minute. But Michael Stevens, Tag Junior driver, 37.932. That's overall quick time in the entire group. Of course, Tag Junior driver Jake Nepper, Jake in the 295 with a 39.741. Dobbin Holmes right there with a 39.829. John Perry Hilton with a 39.899. There's your points leader, Dobbin Holmes. Boy, Dobbin just rolled a pretty good lap time, 39.570. For Dobbin Holmes, boy, all of a sudden jumps to the quick time here in this first round of practice. So Dobbin Holmes, 39.570. Just a tad quicker, about just under 2/10 of a second quicker than Jake. Jake with a 39.741. And Brian will show him checker flag. That'll wrap it up for your Tag Junior Rotex Junior drivers. Some pretty good lap times here in round number 1. We'll get set for our Masters drivers. They'll make their way out. Masters, Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, Rock Masters. Need Club Kart drivers. We'll need you on grid. You're up next. You'll be behind Masters, and then we'll need shifter drivers. So coming up next, it'll be Masters, it'll be Club Karts, and shifters. Once again, we'll need our Club Kart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. And they are stacked in the Masters here today. A lot of good drivers, great competition out of these drivers. And they'll make their way out for their first of 2 practices. There's your Masters drivers coming out. And take a look at your Rotex Masters. Ramsey Potts in that 07. Back-to-back winners. That's the one they've been chasing. Ramsey Potts in the 07. Back-to-back wins for Ramsey. Ramsey, your points leader, Rotex Masters. Danny Robertson sitting second. Dan Pinkston sits third in the point standings. Daniel Gray, Matthew McCabe, your top 5 in your Rotex Masters point standings. And again, the one they've been running after is Ramsey Potts, and he had his hands full earlier this month in race weekend number 2, but was able to withstand some heavy pressure, and he picks up his second win earlier this month in your Rotex Masters.
So that you put your transponders on for the practice.
Again, we'll need Club Kart drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Once again, this reminder, please be sure to have your transponder on during practice, as they have them on throughout the entire day. So again, we can get you some practice times, also be able to see it on race monitor. So once again, I ask you, please be sure to have your transponders on your carts as you get in your practice round. So again, double check, make sure your transponder is on your cart for practice. Club Karts, you're up next. That'll be Club Karts, you're up next. You'll be followed by shifters. Again, shifter drivers, your pre-grid. And in your Tag Masters, Miguel Grunzel, your points leader. And 2 different winners so far in the Tag Masters. Derek Mays, your other winner. Derek picks up race weekend number 2 in your Tag Masters. And Rotex Masters, Pete Fritsch right now, overall quick time. Pete with a 39.165, 39.165 for your Rotex Masters driver, Pete Fritsch. Matthew McCabe is second, 39.375. Daniel Gray third. So Daniel Gray staying right there with the top drivers. Daniel with a 39.387. Ramsey Potts 39.418 in the Rotex Masters group. Tag Masters, Michael Sachs, 39.855 for Michael Sachs. So how about that, Michael Sachs? Your quick time so far in practice. Ryan Smith is second, 39.882 for Ryan Smith. So Ryan putting up some pretty good times right now, second in the Tag Masters. Once again, double check. Please be sure to have your transponders on your carts for practice. Of course, the entire day, double check. Make sure your transponders are on. So again, we can pick up those times. And Miguel Grunzel turning quick lap with a 38.911. Tag Masters driver, points leader. 38.911 for Miguel Grunzel. And that is your Tag Masters driver. So Miguel off to a pretty good start. Got to be liking what he sees. Ryan Smith, Tag Masters, 39.286. Jeff Schmidt, 43.302. Tag Masters driver, Jeff Schmidt. Joshua Smith, Rotex Masters, 41.619. Joshua a little ways down. And again, Miguel Grunzel, your Tag Masters, overall quick time 38.882 as they continue to work their way around for practice number 1. Club carts, you're up next. That'll be club carts, you're up next. Shifters, your pre-grid. Heavy field of Masters drivers making their way around, getting set for their racing throughout the day. And Pete Fritsch, Rotex Masters, 38.939. That is quick time in the Rotex Masters. Tag Masters, again, it is Miguel Grunzel, 38.630. 38.630 for Miguel Grunzel. This is yet another competitive class. Boy, these guys really battled it out in race weekend number 1. They're back at it here again as they shake them down, get ready for their qualifying a little bit later on. Right now, Miguel Grunzel, 38.630 overall quick time in the Tag Masters. Pete Fritsch, 38.939 in your Rotex Masters. So Pete Fritsch off to a very good start. Now Ryan Smith will jump to the leaderboard in the Tag Masters with a 38.533. So just a couple more laps as these drivers get ready for their second round and as they get them dialed in for qualifying. And obviously very good conditions here this morning. Nice and cool temperatures. And it's definitely reflected on some speeds. We're seeing some very good practice times early on. And again, as we see pretty much laying down, these drivers get faster as the time goes by. But again, seeing some very warm temperatures and earlier in this month and of course late in September, but definitely cooler. Going to see quicker times here on the track. So they're winding it down. Just a couple more laps to go in your Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, first of 2 practices. Right now, Ryan Smith, Tag Masters, 38.470. Ramsey Potts now 38.815. He'll be quick time now in your Rotex Masters. Yeah, Ryan Smith, your Tag Masters, again making his first start with us this season. Good to see Ryan joining us. An awfully quick time for Ryan Smith. So he may be a contender here today as he gets dialed in practice number 1. Ryan Smith 38.470. Miguel Grunzel, 38.600, your 2 Tag Masters drivers. Right now, Daniel Gray, Rotex Masters, 38.753. He's got quick time. As Brian will hang out the checker as they come by for the final time. So very quick times here in practice number 1. A lot of these drivers coming out very well prepared. And we'll pick up the checker, so we'll see him a little bit later on. Tag Masters, Rotex Masters. But again, Ryan Smith, Tag Masters. Overall quick time, 38.378. Ramsey Potts in your Rotex Masters, 38.709. Those are the 2 quick times. They'll be running them down in the Masters. So Club Kart's going to come up next. You're followed by Shifters. As Club Kart drivers now on grid, you're up next. Shifters, your pre-grid. That'll be Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Need shifter drivers, you're now on grid. Kid Karts, round 2. Need to bring them up. Kid Karts, your pre-grid for round number 2. That'll be round number 2 for Kid Karts, your pre-grid. So we'll see Kid Karts to the grid, your pre-grid. So Club Kart drivers going to make their way out. They'll get ready for a little bit of racing later on today. Sean Sullivan, that's the one they've been running down. Sean Sullivan, your current points leader with back-to-back wins. Eric Duff in the 106. Eric's been right there making his second start. Solid run in race weekend number 2. Eric Duff with a 3rd place finish. Greg Savage will be in the 103. Greg sitting 3rd in the point standings. Okay, great way to get your feet wet in the world of racing. You maybe don't want to get involved in a deep investment, but boy, you could just arrive and drive right here at the Ocala Grand Prix and get the feel of the track, be able to see if you really want to get into racing. Great way to do it. Just show up and go racing. Couldn't get any easier. Go to the website, Ocala Grand Prix, get more information, or stop in, see Megan in the office right there at the showroom and get you all the information you want. Go out there and have some fun, and pretty competitive. You've seen some very good racing. Race weekend number 1 came out, and these drivers got on the rain tires. And then the last, earlier this month, seen some great racing between these drivers. But again, if you want to come out sometime and have a little fun, OcalaGrandPrix.com, and come out and check it out. You want to have a little party, get together with some friends, come on out and do a little racing, something different, and maybe have a little birthday party or get together, come on out here to the Ocala Grand Prix, and a lot of fun on these karts. And I'll tell you, I was talking to a couple of the drivers, they are very impressed on the speeds of these karts. And they get around very well, handle very well. And again, you too could be out there with these drivers, with the Club Kart drivers. Get out there and have some fun, and very competitive. Right now, Greg Savage, 47.819. Greg in that 103. Just turned to 47.426. So, boy, Greg really picked it up here in lap number 3. Shifter drivers, you're on grid. Kid Karts, your pre-grid. You'll be set for your second round. Don't forget, we'll have mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. That will take place once we conclude with our shifter drivers. Once again, it'll be mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. And again, we'll have roll call. We'll get rolling for our qualifying here today as we move into race weekend number 3 in the Fall Winter Series. Glad you're joining us. Just a picture-perfect day here, and moving in the month of November coming up right around the corner. Get a little break there from all that heat. Again, shifters, you're on grid. Kid carts, your pre-grid for round number 2. And don't forget, if you need fuel, it is available. Located right there at the entrance of the showroom area. That'll be available throughout the entire day. Again, you hung up, need some parts, stop in the showroom. See Megan in that showroom, take care of you. And whatever parts you may need, be looking for. They got you all set up there in the showroom area. As always, no scooters, skateboards, bicycles in the pit area or grid area. We ask you please keep them in the trailers until after racing has concluded. So again, we want to make sure you please keep your bicycles, scooters, skateboards in your trailer until racing has concluded for the day. And we'll need shifter drivers. You're up next. Shifters, you're next. Kid carts, your pre-grid for round number 2. And race day schedules are now available in the showroom. So again, you are encouraged to pick one up in the showroom area and be able to follow along throughout the day. So we're out to show him the checker flag. Greg Savage overall quick time here in round number 1. 45.622. Eric Duff with a 47.445. Sean Sullivan got a couple laps in, 47.995 for Sean. So shifters will make their way out next. We'll need kit carts, your pre-grid kit carts. We'll need you to the grid. Need kit carts, you're on grid. That'll be kit carts, you're on grid. Box stock senior, box stock junior, your pre-grid. Once again, it'll be box stock junior, box stock senior, your pre-grid. Kit carts, you're up next, kit carts. Again, don't forget to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. And you're highly encouraged to pick up one, be able to follow along throughout the entire day. And be sure to make sure you'll have your transponders on for practice. Of course, throughout the entire day for qualifying, pre-final, and finals. And your shifter driver is going to make their way out for their first of two practices. Kit carts, you're on grid. Clone junior, clone senior, your pre-grid. And stock moto driver CJ Dickerson in at number 10. Masters driver Jerry Brown in the 14. Phil had that Masters driver in the 54. Alex Sullivan, stock moto driver in the 419. Once again, please be sure to have transponders on your carts. The entire day. Able to get you some times here in practice. Kid carts, you're up next. Box stock senior, box stock junior, your pre-grid. Need kid carts, you're on grid. Clone senior, clone junior, your pre-grid. Need kid carts, you're on grid. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're pre-grid. And stock moto driver Alex Sullivan, best lap time 36.396. CJ Dickerson 38.228. Jerry Brown, Masters driver 37.848. Jerry Brown 37.848. Phil Haddad with a 40.480. Phil, your Masters driver. So Alex Sullivan, overall quick time stock moto 36.396. Masters driver Jerry Brown 37.848 for Jerry Brown. And kid carts, you're up next for round number 2. And we'll have a mandatory drivers meeting that will take place once we do conclude all practice. There will be roll call. We'll need all drivers for our drivers meeting once we do wrap up with our final round of practice. And there will be roll call that will take place in the grid area. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. So wrapping up round number 1 with your shifters. Just a couple more laps to go. And Alex Sullivan in the stock moto 36.396. Jerry Brown Masters 37.848. So Jerry Brown will come by for the last time. And he'll take a 37.848 to the pits with him in round number 1. So stock moto Alex Sullivan 36.396. Need kid carts, you're up next. That'll be kid carts, you're next. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're pre-grid. There's Jerry Brown going to head into the pits. Get ready for his second round. Yeah, we'll need kid carts. You're up next. That'll be kid carts. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, your pre-grid. That'll be Clone Senior, Clone Junior, your pre-grid. Need Micromax drivers. That'll be Micromax. We'll need you to make your way to the grid. Micromax. So one cart for pickup. We'll get ready to go. Round number 2. Kid Karts, you're up next. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, your pre-grid. And take some time, stop down by the great folks over there. Gourmet Affair, serving breakfast this morning. Hot cup of coffee, stop over there. Of course, they'll have lunch throughout the entire day. So again, check them out for lunchtime, cold drinks, whatever your needs are. Again, they'll be serving lunch throughout the entire day. Again, fuel is available, located right there at the entrance of the showroom. That will be available throughout the entire day. And of course, if you need any parts, any extra help there, stop in the showroom and we'll take care of you as we get set for our second round of practice with your Kid Karts. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, your pre-grid. We'll need Micromax. We'll need you to the grid. Micromax. We'll need you to the grid. So Kid Kart's going to make their way out, second round. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Frank will get the Kid Kart drivers come along the front stretch. And Brian will look them over as they'll pick up the green flag. And Kid Karts will pick up the green. They'll go around for their second round of practice. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Galen Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. And Samuel in the number 8, Leandro Martins in the number 4, Dean in the number 9, Ricky Case in the 75. Once again, yes, please be sure to have transponders on your carts for your practice round. Also, throughout the rest of the day, qualifying. Pre-final and final. Again, we ask you please be sure to have your transponders on for practice. So we'll be able to get you some practice times. And Ricky Case in that number 75. Samuel in the number 8. Dean in the number 9. Lindro Martin scheduled out in the number 4. Looks like Samuel with a transponder and ant cart, 1 minute, .670. And Clone, Senior, Clone, Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Need to bring them up. Micromax, round number 2. Clone, Senior, Clone, Junior, we need you on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So winding down the laps for your kid carts as they'll cycle around for the final time. Good looking field of drivers. And Ricky Case in the number 75. Samuel in the number 8. Dean in the number 9. Lindro Martins in the number 4. 3 of those 4 drivers on the track. They'll come down the front stretch. They'll pick up the checker. So Ryan will show them the checker flag. Final time before they get ready for their qualifying. Couple good practice rounds for the kid kart drivers. And we'll move on to Clone Senior, Clone Junior. You're up next. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So your kid kart drivers will head into the pits, get ready for their qualifying. Once again, Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Micromax. Need Mini Rock, Mini Max. We'll need you to make your way to the grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max. Again, don't forget, race day schedules are available in the showroom. Again, you're highly encouraged to pick one up, follow along throughout the entire day. They are available in the showroom. So Clone Senior, Clone Junior drivers going to make their way out. They get set for their second round of practice. Good looking field of drivers. Junior Downs in that number 3. Michael Grenzel in the 4. Rick Smith in the 105. And Michael Polly in the 14. Mike Rockman in the number 72. Good looking field of drivers. Again, your Clone Senior, Clone Junior drivers. And they'll make their way around, get them adjusted, see what they can get out of these carts as they get prepared for their qualifying a little bit later on this morning. Kurt Folsom in the 11. Good to see Kurt out there. Get a little seat time here this morning in the Clone Senior group. So working through our second round of practice. Need Micromax, you're up next. You're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. And we'll see these drivers a little bit later on for their qualifying, of course, pre-final and final. And Michael Polly with a 44.243. That is your Clone Junior driver. Hunter Fox, 45.159. Don't expect to see that time stay too long. Hunter very quick here in that Clone Junior class. Rick Smith, Box Stock Senior, 44.904. That's quick time in your senior class. Michael Grunzel, 45.826. Junior Downs, 46.221. Kurt Folsom with a 47.793. Thanks to Rockman with a 49.108. Mike in the 72. Once again, double check. Please be sure to have transponders on your carts for practice, qualifying, pre-finals all day long. And Micromax, we need you on grid. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. Once again, pre-grid, it'll be Mini Rock and Mini Max. Micro, you're on grid. Hunter Fox, as I said that time earlier, wasn't going to last. Hunter, a 43.185. That is quick time in the junior class. Box Stock Senior, Michael Grunzel, 44.407. Rick Smith with a 44.904. Junior Downs 45.767. So Junior Downs going to have to kick it up a notch here. They get ready for qualifying. Kurt Folsom 46.746. Kurt's picked it up a little bit. But Hunter Fox 43.185 in your junior class. Hunter just turned a 42.752. Micromax, you're up next. Mini Rock and Mini Max, your pre-grid. So Hunter Fox continued to pick up the pace, 42.423. Alan Polly with a 42.6. Allen with a 42.587 just came across the line and picked it up. So both Hunter Fox and Allen picked it up. Hunter with a 42.294. Allen with a 42.587. Mock Stock Senior Mike Polly with a 43.629. Michael Grunzel 44.183. Junior Downs 44.687. Rick Smith with a 44.904. Kurt Folsom 45.807. Mike Sarakum with a 46.218. So they'll pick up the checker flag, get them dialed in, get ready for qualifying a little bit later on. And don't forget, we'll have mandatory drivers meeting once we do conclude our last round of practice. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. There will be roll call. Again, all drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Again, that will take place in the grid area. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior. I need you to bring them up to the grid. That'll be Rotex Senior, Rock Senior. So big look at field of drivers, your Rotex Micromax. And very competitive field of drivers. Man, this is what you want to see again. They have been really putting on a great show as we move on to race weekend number 3 here in your fall-winter series. They're stacked top to bottom. And they'll get set for their second round of practice. Need Mini Rock, Mini Max will need you to the grid. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior need you to make your way to the grid. So one cart for pickup. We'll get set to go with your Micromax. And your final practice for Micromax. Again, Rotex Micromax. Again, 14 drivers have been signed in. It's been exciting out of this class so far. And again, Bryce Haynes in at 21 comes in the weekend right there on the top spot for your point standings. And a lot of these drivers coming up through the kid karts, now moving up into the Rotex Micromax. So again, your Rotex Micromax will get their way out for their second round of practice. Need Mini Rock, Mini Max. You're now on grid. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, your pre-grid. Rock Senior, Rotex Senior, your pre-grid. And don't forget, Race Monitor is up and running. You'd like to follow along throughout the day and check your driver speeds. Race Monitor is up and running. And be sure to pick up your race day schedule available in the showroom. And be able to follow along throughout the day, your race day schedule. So final practice, Micromax, they'll make their way out and cycle around. Again, a very competitive bunch of drivers, and it has been very exciting in the first two events. Need Mini Max, Mini Rock, you're on grid. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, your pre-grid. Now, driver's going to cycle around for the second time. And right now, Anderson Leonard on top of the leaderboard, 43.957. Winner earlier here this season, Jeremy Fletcher, 44.046, currently second. Daniel Krajewski sits third, 44.129. Bryce Haynes fourth. Bryce with a 44.315. Wilson Martins Jr. 47.270. They'll make their way around for their third lap. Anderson Leonard now moves up ahead on the top position, 43.478. Again, 43.478 for Anderson Leonard. Jeremy Fletcher, 43.716 for Fletcher. And Jeremy, a winner this season. Daniel Kajewski, 44.061. That is third quick as they come by for the fourth time. Very competitive. Top to bottom, going to be a very exciting bunch of drivers. Gabriel Cialino in that 59. Good to see Gabriel joining us now in the Rotex Micromax. A lot of experience in the Kid Kart group, and good to see him now joining us. Good little driver there, Gabriel the 59. Another driver coming up, Lawson Pohill. Lawson with a 47.242. As is Wilson Martins Jr. 46.077 for Wilson Martins Jr. Alex Jackie in the number 9, currently sixth with a 45.096. Nikita Johnson, 45.556. Nikita's seventh quick time here in round number 2. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, your pre-grid. So definitely seeing some pretty quick times. Track still pretty cool this morning. Should see right around 71 degrees about noontime. About 3 o'clock should be right around 81. So there, see the temperatures continue to climb throughout the day. Beautiful day here at the Ocala Grand Prix. So we come into you race weekend number 3 for our fall winter series. Working in our second round of practice. All right, now Rotex Micromax making their way around. Anderson Leonard right now with quick time 43.283 for Anderson. Again, Jeremy Fletcher's been solid, 43.394 for Jeremy Fletcher. And as I said, Jeremy picking up a win this season. Evan Hagberg in that 114. Evan with a pretty good lap time, 43.589. That's got Evan third quick time. Good run for Evan. Daniel Krajewski's been very consistent, 43.999. Daniel sitting about in the 5th position. Bryce Haynes picking up a little speed, 43.708, currently 4th. So a couple more laps to go, and they're going to be very entertaining out of this group. Boy, they are stacked top to bottom. A lot of great competition. Again, your Rotex Micromax. Madison Folsom in the 11, 47.951. Trent in that number 15 with a 45.815. Trent currently 9th quick time. Wilson in the 88, currently 8th. Wilson with a 45.801. Nikita Johnson in the 7th position, 45.176. Right above him, Alex Jackie in the number 9. Alex with a 44.648. Right there in mid-pack for Alex Jackie in the number 9. But right now, Anderson Leonard pretty well dialed in, 43.241. And that's overall quick time. With just a couple more laps to go. And just as I said, that 43.191 for Anderson Leonard. Fletcher second. Jeremy with a 43.394. Once again, we do conclude all of our practice rounds. We'll have a mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. That will take place in the grid area. So again, we'll have mandatory drivers meeting once we do wrap up all of our practice. And then we'll move on into our pre-finals. That's right about 11:50 for qualifying. So, Brian, I'll hang out the checker flag. That'll wrap it up. Round number 2, Micromax. And Anderson Leonard will head into the pits with overall quick time. We'll see how that's going to transpire into qualifying as Anderson with a 43.191. Jeremy Fletcher, 43.394. Bryce Haynes, third. No big surprise there. Good practice time for Bryce Haynes, 43.394. Boy, Daniel Krajewski, very solid here in a couple of rounds of practice. Fourth, 43.473. Evan Hagberg in the 114. Evan with a 43.589. Alex Jackie, 44.648. Alex currently 6th in the practice round, so that'll take them into the pits, and they'll get ready for their qualifying. Very exciting bunch of drivers in your Micromax. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're up next. You'll be followed by Rotex Senior, Rock Senior. We'll need Rotex and Tag Junior drivers will do to make your way to the grid. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, you're now on grid. Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, you're pre-grid. So again, your Mini Rock drivers, Jake Neppert at 195, Ryan Rackley in the 30. Zachary Hollinshead back-to-back wins this season in that 456. Dylan DeNiro in the 18, Gabby Ramirez in the 51. Anthony Zapponi in the number 270. That'll be your Mini Max driver. Anthony in the 270. So Zachary Hollinshead, 40.897 in lap number 2. Ryan Rackley, 41.025. Dylan with a 41.221. And Gabby Ramirez, 41.401. Jake Nepper with a 41.492. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, you're now on grid. Junior, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, you're pre-grid. So working our way through our second round of practice. And right now, Mini Rock driver Zachary Hollinshead, 40.395. And currently he's about 0.3 of a second quicker than Ryan Rackley. They'll come around for the fourth time. Well, straight across the board, all 5 drivers of the mini rack just got quicker. With Howland said with a 40.322 for Zachary. Ryan Rackley 40.143. Dylan with a 40.755. Unbelievable times. Gabby Ramirez 40.821. Jake Nepper 40.992. All 5 mini rock drivers in that 40-second bracket. Wow. And they geared up for their qualifying a little bit later on. So good practice laps right now out of mini rock. Ryan Rackley 40.379. Gabby Ramirez 40.444 for Gabby. Dylan with a 40.691. Jake with a 40.992. Anthony, your Minimax driver, 44.529. For Anthony, that's your Minimax driver. Again, it goes to show you these drivers very close in practice times. And again, they'll transfer that over into qualifying. And they have been competitive pretty much the first 2 events as we go into race weekend number 3. So again, expecting to see some very close and competitive racing out of your mini rock drivers. Yeah, the one they're running down, though, that's the 456. And again, coming in very well prepared. Zachary Holland said, again, that Kart comes to the track ready to roll. And he's fired up again, points leader, looking for his 2nd straight championship here in 2014. Right here at your local series, the Ocala Grand Prix, your winner earlier this season. Wrapped up the championship, Zachary Holland said at 456. Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, you're on grid. Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. So Zachary Holland said overall quick lap time 40.322. Ryan Rackley 40.379. Man, you couldn't get any closer on that one. Gabby Ramirez 40.444. Dylan De Niro 40.517. Jake Nepper with a 40.752. And then they'll get a couple more laps to shake them down as they'll get ready for qualifying. Your Mini Rock, along with Anthony in the Mini Max. Anthony with a 44.043 Mini Max driver. The field will make their way around. Again, 9 laps seat time here in round number 2 for your Mini Rock. So Brian getting ready to wave that checker flag, and it'll wrap it up for your Mini Rock with Zachary Hollands at 40.322. So Brian to show him checker flag. Ryan Rackley with a 40.379. Gabby Ramirez 40.444. Dylan De Niro with a 40.517. Jake Nepper 40.752. Anthony, the 270 Minimax driver. Anthony with a 43.919. So Anthony's picked up the pace in the last couple laps in that number 270. So yeah, we'll get set for Rock Senior, Rotex Senior, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. You are pre-grid. Need to bring them up there. We'll need Masters drivers. You want to start to make your way to the grid. Masters drivers to make your way to the grid. So here come your senior drivers. Good look and feel. The drivers will make their way out. In round one, Austin Garrison had set fast time with a 37.026. Rock Senior driver. Bobby Ross, Rotex Senior driver, with a 38.617 for Bobby Ross. So they'll get him ready, gear him up. And Austin Garrison looking for his first win here in the Fall-Winter Series. Garrison in the 229. And Morgan Healy's been very good here so far in the first couple events, as they make their way around. Rock Senior, Rotex Senior. Need Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. We need you on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. Masters drivers, you are pre-grid. Again, Austin Garrison, after that first round of practice, dominated. We'll see he can continue to keep that going. He'll cycle around. Garrison into 229. Again, Austin, best lap time. He did that in round number one with a 37.026. For Austin Garrison, Kirkwood, 37.177. Mayo Livingston, 37.309. Morgan Healy, 37.377. Alex Sullivan with a 37.604. Jonathan with a 37.676. And Bobby Ross, Rotex Senior driver, 38.617. Kevin Mendez with a 39.592 Rotex Senior driver. And they'll get these carts dialed in, get them ready for their qualifying. Again, it has been very competitive out of this bunch of drivers. There's Bobby Ross, the Rotex Senior driver. Again, back in that first round of practice, Austin Garrison with a 37.026 for Austin. And right now, that is overall quick time. Kirkwood's been very consistent with a 37.177 for Kirkwood. So really nobody has really picked up the much of a change here in this second round. Outside of Alex Sullivan back here in lap number 17, a 37.475 for Alex Sullivan. So he's the only driver that's actually been able to get a little more speed out of that kart. Sullivan right now 6th quick time. Overall quick time, Austin Garrison 37.026. And Garrison into 2:29. Still cannot squeeze any more out of that machine. 37.026 for Garrison. So we saw in that first round has not changed. The only driver that really picked it up a little bit is Alex Sullivan. Mendez, your Rotex senior driver, had a 38.983. He's picked it up just a notch here in this second round. And again, you know, we've seen that, follow that trend as the drivers continue to build and make laps. They get quicker, and it's pretty much been the way it is, but not here in this second round of practice. Jonathan 37.219 for Jonathan. That's a quick time from first round of practice. Morgan Healy 37.377. That's from her first round of practice. And again, you go top to bottom, 6 drivers, all in the 37-second bracket. But you talk about close competition. With Austin Garrison 38.437 for Garrison. Now we'll pick it up a little bit. Garrison 37.026. Kirkwood 37.177. Jonathan 37.219. Mayo Livingston 37.309. Morgan with a 37.377. Alex Sullivan 37.457. Bobby Ross, again, Bobby Ross, back-to-back wins in the Rotex senior class, 38.617 for Bobby Ross. We'll be able to get a couple more practice laps for these drivers. They'll get them ready for qualifying. Again, don't forget, we'll have a mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. And that will take place once we conclude with our final round of practice, which will be shifters. And then we'll get set for qualifying at 11:50 with your kid karts. Each qualifying session will be 5 laps. And you are encouraged to pick up a race day schedule available in the showroom. So stop down by the showroom and pick up your race day schedule. And Brian will hang out the checker flag in your Rock Senior, Rotex Senior group. And Austin Garrison was able to squeeze a little more out of that machine. Turns a 36.851 for Austin Garrison. Boy, there's a little bit of momentum going into qualifying. Another driver picked it up a little bit. Mayo Livingston, 37.231. Alex Sullivan, 37.269. And Morgan Healy with a 37.370. Need Masters drivers. You will now be on grid. Masters drivers. We'll need Club Kart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Club Kart drivers will need you to the grid as your Rotex and Tag Junior drivers going to make their way out for their final run. Dobbin Holmes in the 99, Rotex Junior points leader, 39.556 in round number 1. John Perry Hilton, Rotex Junior driver, 39.863. John doing that in his first round as they make their way out. Tag Junior driver Michael Stevens, his best lap time out of that first round, 37.932. Matthew Shane with a 41-132. 41-132 for your Tag Junior driver, Matthew Shane. Need Masters drivers, you're on grid. Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. Rotex Club Karts, you're pre-grid. Need all Masters drivers. We need you to the grid. Masters drivers to the grid. Rotex Club Karts. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. So 4 groups to finish out our practice. Again, we'll have a mandatory drivers meeting. And again, qualifying at 11:50 with your kid carts. 11:50 kid carts will get set for qualifying. And Michael Stevens at 19. That is your Tag Junior driver. Michael, overall quick time, 37.932 for Michael Stevens. Rotex Junior, Jake Nepper, 39.433 for Jake as he'll come around. Matthew Shane, Tag Junior, 40.269. Boy, Michael Stevens, Tag Junior driver, 37.807. That's overall quick time among the 2 classes. There's Michael going to cross the line. Dobbin Holmes turning to 39.549 as he just crossed the line. John Perry Hilton picked it up a little bit, 39.744 for John Perry Hilton. So getting them dialed in, ready for qualifying a little bit later on for this group, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. That's the great part about these classes, very close as far as time-wise, very close in competition. They'll make their way around. Again, Masters drivers, you're on grid. Rotex Club Karts, your pre-grid. So a couple more laps. Your Tag Junior and Rotex Junior. Tag Junior driver Michael Stevens, 37.618, his overall quick time. Jake Nepper on top of the leaderboard, Rotex Junior with a 39.240. John Perry Hilton, 39.530. Dobbin Holmes, 39.549. Tag driver Matthew Shane with a 40.269 for Matthew Shane. We'll see a couple more laps. Get ready to wrap up their practice round. The Masters, you're on grid. Club Karts, you're pre-grid. Masters drivers, you're on grid. Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. So Brian will hang out the checker. That'll wrap it up. Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. So Michael Stevens, 37.618 quick time Tag Junior. Jake Nepper with a 39.240. Jake in your Rotex Junior class. So Masters drivers get them ready to roll out for their final practice. They get set for their qualifying a little bit later on. Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid will need shifter drivers. All shifter drivers will need you to the grid for your final practice. Once again, shifter drivers. And boy, we are stacked in the Masters class. Tag Masters, Rotex Masters. Ryan Smith, Tag Masters driver, 38.378. That was quick time from round number one. Rotex Masters, Ramsey Potts, 38.709. We'll see if they can pick it up here in round number two. "24 drivers in the field. Tag Masters, Rotex Masters." Boy, you got some talented drivers top to bottom. Boy, this is a stacked group here. Need Club Kart drivers. We need you on grid. Rotex Club Karts. Those drivers now on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Once again, we'll have mandatory drivers meeting that will take place once we do conclude with our shifters. And all drivers must attend the drivers meeting. There will be roll call. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. And Ryan Smith, Tag Masters. Overall quick time with a 38.378 for Ryan Smith. Ramsey Potts, Rotex Masters, 38.709. We'll see if they can pick it up a little bit here in the second round of practice. Pete Fritsch has been pretty good, 38.816 for Pete Fritsch. He's been pretty solid. Pete in the Rotex Masters group number 23. Michael Sachs, 39.117 for Michael Sachs. Michael Sachs, Tag Masters. So really not seeing too much movement here in this second round of practice. Got your top three Tag Masters drivers, overall top three drivers. Ryan Smith, Miguel Grunzel, Mark Thomas. Those are your top three in the Tag Masters. Still Ramsey Potts, Daniel Gray, Pete Fritsch, top three in the Masters. That's pretty much the way it's been staying. Again, Ryan Smith, Tag Masters, 38.274. So Ryan's able to squeeze a little more speed out of that machine. So Ryan Smith, 38.274. Tell you, your top three in Tag Masters very close. In behind Ryan Smith, Miguel Grunzel, Mark Thomas. Mark Thomas, 38.442, sits third in the Tag Masters. Jason Nelson, 38.655. That is Rotex Masters quick time. So the 4J's starting to make some noise. Jason Nelson, Ramsey Potts, Daniel Gray, top three in the Masters. Rotex Masters driver, those three. So again, your top three Rotex Masters, Daniel Gray, Nelson Potts. Fritsch is now fourth in the Rotex Masters. So Pete Fritsch, fourth in the Rotex Masters. Michael Sachs currently fourth in the Tag Masters. Michael Sachs, 38.816 for Michael Sachs. Tag Masters, Smith, Grunzel, and Thomas, your top three. With Ryan Smith, 38.274 for Ryan Smith. And we'll have mandatory drivers meeting that will take place once we conclude with our shifters practice. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. It will take place in the grid area. And again, there will be roll call. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. So pretty much what we saw in round number one. We're seeing just a little bit of an increase. A couple drivers gotten a little bit quicker. One of those drivers, Ryan Smith, with a 38.274. That is your Tag Masters driver. Daniel Gray, Rotex Masters. Daniel Gray, your overall quick time in the Rotex Masters. He's got Jason Nelson, Ramsey Potts, Pete Fritsch behind him. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're now on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. So Brian going to show him that checker flag. So Ryan Smith will head into qualifying. Tag Masters driver 38.274. Grunzel, Mark Thomas, your top three in your Tag Masters. In Rotex Masters, it is Daniel Gray, Nelson Potts, and Fritz, your top four in your Rotex Masters group. So, and some practice. Need Rotex Club Karts, you're up next. Shifters, your pre-grid. Need shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Again, don't forget to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. And you are encouraged to pick one up, follow along throughout the entire day. But we are gearing up for some exciting racing again. Race weekend number 3 with your fall and winter series here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Hard to believe we're already in race weekend number 3 with a couple more right around the bend, but looking for some exciting racing here this afternoon. Picture perfect day here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Blue skies, just beautiful out, no winds, and looking for some great weather here today. And again, it should be right there in the low 80s by the time we get to mid-afternoon. But a beautiful day at the Ocala Grand Prix. Again, I want to thank all those drivers for spending your Saturday with us. And of course, don't forget OcalaGrandPrix.com if you have family members around the state, around the country, or even around the world. And go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. And we've got the live feed going all day long. You'll be able to follow along and watch the racing. So again, if you have family members, friends, want to watch your racing throughout the day, go to Ocala Grand Prix, click on the live feed, and you'll be able to see the qualifying pre-final and final as we come to you from the Ocala Grand Prix. But again, a great way and really neat to watch the racing. Just go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, and have your family members click on the live link, and they'll be able to follow along and see your racing through the entire day and, of course, all season long. And a lot of neat things here at the Ocala Grand Prix going on, so check it out, OcalaGrandPrix.com. So Club Kart drivers going to make their way out their final run. Need all shifter drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, you're on grid. Again, Greg Savage in that first round with quick time, 45.622 for Greg Savage. Eric Duff with a 47.445. Sean Sullivan, 47.995. Sean, a little mechanical problem with that kart. Did get himself 3 laps in. Again, if you want to get involved in racing, this is a great opportunity to come on out here and get involved in the club racing. Arrive and drive, and that don't get any easier. Check it out, have some fun, and once you get in there and you get the old bug starts to bite you, the racing bug, you'll stay in it and be able to get you all hooked up at a great opportunity. Even if you want to come out on non-race days and get your buddies together, maybe a little party, come on out, arrive and drive. And again, talking to some of these drivers, I mentioned it earlier, they really love these karts. They handle well, they're quick and a lot of fun. Again, a great way to get your feet wet, and these are our club karts right here. And again, points races, they're doing the whole thing, but all you need to do is just arrive and drive, and we'll take care of you and get the feel of the karts and really have an opportunity to go racing. And for more information, go into the showroom. And Megan will take care of you and get you all hooked up on that one. Need Daniel Gray to the showroom. Daniel Gray to the showroom. So winding down with our second round of practice. Again, our club kart drivers. Shifters, you're up next. You're on grid. Shifters, you're on grid. Be some exciting racing out of the shifter drivers. Again, once we do conclude all practice, we'll have our mandatory drivers meeting. Again, that'll take place in the grid area. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Again, there will be roll call. Again, if you do not attend the drivers meeting, you will start in the back of the field in your pre-final. So once again, if you do not make the drivers meeting, you could plan on starting the back of the field for the pre-final. So Greg Savage keeping pace, 45.622. Did that in his first round. Sean Sullivan, 46.331. Eric Duff for the 47.445. All shifter drivers will need you to the grid. Shifter drivers. And drivers meeting, we'll get you set at about 11:15. It'll be mandatory drivers meeting, 11:15. And once we conclude all of our practice, have a couple of minutes, 11:15 mandatory drivers meeting. As that always will take place in the grid area. So Greg Savage with fast time, 45.622. Greg in the 103, Sean Sullivan in the 120, Eric Duff in the 106. So a couple more laps to go. Rotex Club Karts. Greg Savage, the one they'll be running after, 45.622 for Greg. Sean Sullivan won in that 120, turned to 46.268. Eric Duff, 46.648 for Eric Duff. And shifter drivers, you're on grid. Shifter drivers, you're on grid. But a couple more laps to go. We'll get set for your last group, shifters. Again, mandatory drivers meeting, 11:15. 11:15, all drivers must attend the drivers meeting. That'll be 11:15 in the grid area. Again, as always, no scooters, skateboards, bicycles in the pit area or grid area. We ask you please keep them in your trailer until we have concluded with our racing for the day. So Greg Savage, overall quick time, 45.622 here in your second round. And we'll move on to qualifying. All qualifying sessions, 5 minutes. Again, it'll be qualifying sessions are 5 minutes. And again, we will start qualifying at 11:50 with the kid carts, 11:50 with kid carts. And then once we do wrap up our qualifying, again, we'll move on into our lunch break. And then pre-finals scheduled for 1:40. 1:40 will be pre-finals. Again, you have schedules. They are available in the showroom, so you are encouraged to stop by the showroom and pick up your schedule for today. So Brian to show him checker flag this time by. Final trip around, and we'll get ready to go to shifters. So your club cart drivers finishing up their second round. We'll see shifter drivers making it out for their final run, and they'll get set for their qualifying a little bit later on and make those final adjustments. Again, mandatory drivers meeting 11:15 in the grid area. Alex Sullivan, stock moto driver, in that 4:19. Alex's overall quick time in round number 1, 36.396. Jerry Brown, quick in the Masters class. Jerry, 37.848 for Jerry Brown. CJ Dickerson, stock moto, 38.101. Phil Haddad, your Masters driver, 40.480. Again, Rob Mayer, stock moto driver. Rob in the number 29. Did not run in that first round. He turns at 37. 7.65 for Rob Mayer. Right now, that'll put Rob Mayer second in the stock moto class. Mayer continue to find some little extra speed there. 36.448 for Rob Mayer. Still a little bit behind Alex Sullivan. Alex with a 36.396. Rob Mayer 36.448. Phil Haddad, your Masters leader, 37.775. Jerry Brown 37.848. CJ Dickerson 38.101 for CJ. CJ, your stock moto driver. Again, we'll have our mandatory drivers meeting 11:15. Mandatory drivers meeting 11:15. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. This will take place in the grid area. Again, there will be roll call. Those drivers who do miss roll call, you will start in the back of the field in your pre-final. So again, be sure to be there for roll call for our drivers meeting. So how about Rob Mayer, 36.270, slowly but surely built up that speed. And he jumps on top of the leaderboard, 36.270, stock moto. Masters, quick time, Phil Haddad with a 37.384. Jerry Brown, 37.848 for Jerry Brown. So Rob Mayer got a couple laps. He finishes it out with a 36.270. Rob Mayer needed 6 laps. So it's time to get that quick one. 36.270 for Rob Mayer. Alex Sullivan, 36.389. Phil Haddad, Masters driver, 37.384 for Phil. Jerry Brown, 37.848. CJ Dickerson, 38.108. So just a lap or more to go. We'll get set to wrap it up for our final round of practice. We've seen some very impressive lap times and are going to transfer over to qualifying and in that pre-final and into the final. And that'll wrap it up. So practice in the books as your quick time, Rob Mayer, 36.270 stock moto, and Phil Haddad in the Masters, 37.384. So I give it about 15 minutes. We'll have our mandatory drivers meeting. There will be roll call. Once again, there'll be mandatory drivers meeting. There will be roll call. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. As always, if you are not there for roll call, again, you will start in the back of the field for your pre-final. So again, be sure to make it out for your drivers meeting. Once again, we'll have our drivers meeting 11:15. Mandatory drivers meeting 11:15. Yeah, we'll need all drivers for drivers meeting at 11:15. That'll take place at the grid area. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. 11:50 will be qualifying. That'll be 11:50 with kit carts, 11:50. So once again, mandatory drivers meeting. You have 10 minutes. There will be roll call. Again, we'll have all drivers to the grid area. Again, 11:15 will be mandatory drivers meeting. Need all drivers to the grid area. 11:15 will be roll call. Yeah, we'll need kid kart drivers, 11:50. Green flag will drop for your qualifying. You have 10 minutes. Micromax, we'll correct that. It'll be kid karts, clone senior, clone junior, your pre-grid. Once again, it'll be kid karts, 11:50. We'll need you on the grid. Green flag, 11:50. Clone senior, clone junior, you will be pre-grid. All qualifying sessions will be 5 minutes. All classes, you'll have 5 minutes qualifying. Again, throughout the qualifying sessions, I'll be able to pass your times along and be able to do them throughout the day. Again, don't forget to go to our website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, and be able to follow along throughout the entire day with live timing and scoring. Of course, all the audio and video. If you do have family members around the state, around the country, or even around the world, very simple. Just go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. On the right side, you'll see OGP Live. Click it on there, and you'll be able to follow along with all the audio, the video throughout the entire afternoon. That'll include our qualifying, pre-final, and final. So once again, if you have people around the country, around the state, around the world, they'll be able to follow along throughout the entire race day. And that really neat feature here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Great video, great coverage of the races. And, of course, the audio throughout the entire day. So, again, go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. Click on the right side, OGP Live, and it'll have you hooked up for the entire day. Again, all pre-finals, qualifying, pre-finals, and finals will be broadcast live right here from the Ocala Grand Prix. Again, you'll be able to listen into the live feed here at the track and, of course, on the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. Again, take a little time, stop down by the great folks over at Gourmet Affair. That is located by the tech area. Grab yourself some lunch, cold drinks throughout the entire day. Folks will be there throughout the rest of the afternoon. Also, if you need fuel, that is available, located at the entrance to the showroom. That'll be available throughout the day. Again, you get hung up, need some parts, whatever you can do to assist you, stop down by the showroom. And again, we will take care of you whatever way we can help you out here today and make your day a little bit better. But if you do need some parts, they are available in the showroom. We'll be able to take care of you. Again, we'll go through qualifying. Once we do conclude with our qualifying, with our shifters, we will take our lunch break scheduled approximately 12:40. And we will take our lunch break. Good time to chill out a little bit. Enjoy some great food over there from the Gourmet Affair. Again, looking at the weather right now, we're closing in right about 71 degrees, getting a little bit of breeze now from the north to the south. We're expecting temperatures right around 80 degrees by mid-afternoon. Picture perfect blue skies, a perfect afternoon for racing. So again, as we want to welcome you to the Fall Winter Series here, local series at the Ocala Grand Prix. My name's Tony Monica. I'll be able to help you tell you what, where, and how it all happens throughout the entire day, and looking for some great racing as we gear up for race weekend number 3. Once again, kid kart drivers, you have about 5 minutes. Green flag 11:50. Green flag 11:50. We'll need you on the grid. Pre-grid, it'll be clone senior, clone junior, your pre-grid. Again, as always, 5-minute qualifying sessions for qualifying. As we look ahead to our pre-finals, kid karts, you'll go 8 laps in your pre-finals. In your finals, kid karts, 10 laps. Clone senior, clone junior, your pre-finals will be 14 laps. Your finals will be 16 laps. Micromax, 10 laps in your pre-final, 12 laps in your final. Mini Rock, Mini Max, 12-lap pre-final. You will go 14 laps in your final. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, 14-lap pre-final, along with Rotex and Tag Junior, Rotex Tag Masters, all 14 laps, along with Club Karts. Shifters, your pre-final will be 15 laps. 16-lap finals for all shifters, Club Karts, Masters, Tag Senior, and Tag Junior. So again, we are about ready to go. Kid Karts, you have 5 minutes. Green flag at 11:50 for qualifying. Again, once we do conclude with all qualifying, those times will be posted at the entrance to the showroom area. So again, we will post all times at the entrance to the showroom once we do conclude with all qualifying. So we are ready to go. Good luck to all the drivers as we see our workers getting ready for positions and set to go For first group up will be our kid karts. And again, very interesting track. They'll come down that front stretch. They'll get into turn number 1, head up through the chicane, make their way around into that hairpin turn, onto the tree turn, to the top of the oval, then the long straightaway. And a lot of great areas to see some passing. And, of course, the famous tree turn. See a lot of passing up there. And I enjoy the hairpin turn. Things really get heavy up in that hairpin turn. They kind of slow down. And then they get it going off that hairpin turn. So a lot of exciting racing, just about ready to go with our kid karts as they're set to come out for their qualifying. The number 8, Ricky Case in the 75. Lindro in the number 4. Dean in the number 9. So underway, you're qualifying for your kid karts. And Ricky Case in that number 75. Back-to-back wins for Ricky Case in the 75. Current points leader is Ricky Case. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. Lindro currently second in the point standings. Back-to-back second place finishes. Samuel sits third, and Dean, making his second start, sits back fourth in the point standings. So we're underway qualifying kid karts. Very talented youngsters here as they cycle around again. 5-minute qualifying effort as they'll make their way around. So field making their way around your kid karts. And Lindro Martins in that number 4. So they'll cross the line. Right now, Lindro Martins with quick time, 56.841. For Lindro Martins right now on top of the leaderboard. Samuel currently second, 59.107. Dean will be third with a 59.766. Ricky Case, 105.002 for Ricky Case. And I got the feeling it may not be up to par on that car. We usually see in Ricky a very good qualifier. As we close in on about the 2.5 minute to go, just under 2.5 to go. So Lindro Martins overall quick time, 56.841. And Leroy Martin's going to hang on to that top position, 56.841. Did that 2 laps ago. Samuel currently second, 59.107. Dean sitting back third. Dean with a 59.766. Ricky Case going to cross the line. 105.002 for Ricky Case. So closing in on 1 minute remaining. 1 minute to go. Working on our first group to qualify. This is your kid karts.
Brian, 30 seconds.
Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So next time by, we'll pick up the checker flag as your kit kart drivers getting ready to wrap up their qualifying. And right now, Leandro Martin showing the way as they'll come around for the final time. So Brian will show it to them. They'll cross the line. And Leandro Martin's an overall quick time, 56.841. Samuel currently second. Samuel with a 58.687. Dean across the line, 59.766. And Ricky Case will be fourth, 105.002. So Leandro Martins will pick up the pole position with a 56.841. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, your pre-grid. So rolling up next, it'll be our Clone Senior, Clone Junior, Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. Clone Junior driver, Alan Pauly in the number 14. Hunter Fox into number 3. Box Stock Senior, Mike Polly in the number 42. Junior Downs into number 3. Michael Grunzel in the 4. Mike Sirakam in the number 72. Kurt Folsom in the 11. Gus Blanco in the 12. Rick Smith in the 105. Joshua Smith in the 125 as they pick up lap number 1 as they come by. So underway qualifying. Box Stock Senior, Box Stock Junior. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Max and Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Good looking field of drivers. A combined group, box stock senior, box stock junior. And the 42, Mike Polly, coming in this weekend as your points leader. A winner so far this season, the 105, Rick Smith, won in race weekend number 1. And Junior Downs winning earlier this month, Junior. Did not start in race weekend number 1, so Junior Downs making his second start of the season. And right now, in the junior class, Hunter Fox, fast time, 42.847. Alan Polly with a 43.086. Box stock senior, Mike Polly, quick time, 43.399. Junior Downs second, 43.489. Michael Grunzel is now third, 44.247. Fourth, it'll be Kurt Folsom, 45.749. Rockman is in the 72. Mike with a 46.276. Again, very competitive box stock senior class. Mike Polly, your points leader. Rick Smith second in the point standings. Rick coming in this weekend, 10 points out of the top spot. So keep an eye on those two drivers. Rick in the 105, Mike in the 42. Gus Blanco third in the point standings. Michael Grunzel fourth. Junior Downs fifth in the point standings. So just about 2 minutes to go. Hunter Fox on the leaderboard in your clone junior, 42.345. Mike Polly, your senior leader, 43.394. And now we'll see it flip-flop in the junior class. Alan Polly just crossed the line with a 42.153. And we got a new leader in the junior class. Alan Polly, now your leader, 42.153. Hunter Fox, 42.345, currently second in the junior class. In the senior class, new leader, Junior Downs, turns a 43.294, and that's your new leader. Mike Polly second, Grunzel third, Kurt Folsom fourth. So how about Junior Downs coming off a win earlier this month? Now your leader in the senior class, 43.294. About 0.2 of a second ahead of Mike Polly. 1 minute to go. Working on your clone junior, box stock senior. Again, Hunter Fox, a very good qualifier, but right now has got himself in that second spot in the junior class. And he's very close, knocking on the door. So under a minute to go. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock and Minimax, your pre-grid. So Hunter Fox will move up to the top spot. He just turned a 41.941. So your junior leader, Hunter Fox, 41.941. In your box stock senior, Junior Downs, 43.165. Right now, he's got on top of the leaderboard for Junior Downs. Mike Polly second, Grunzel third, Kurt Folsom in that fourth position. Kurt Folsom with a 44.952. And they'll pick up the checker flag as they come by for the final time. We'll see if Hunter Fox can pick it up. Currently your leader in the junior class, Hunter Fox. There's Hunter across the line, and he'll hold on to the top position, 41.941. That puts Hunter Fox on the pole position. And Michael Polly second. In your box stock senior, Junior Downs picks up the pole, 43.162. Mike Polly second, Grunzel third. Kurt Folsom will be fourth, fifth. Mike Rackman in the number 72. Mike will be fifth in the box stock senior. Need Mini Rock and Minimax. You're now on grid. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, your pre-grid, as we'll get set for Micromax. Good looking field of drivers, and they are stacked once again this weekend. In the 308, Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy, a winner in race weekend number 1. In the number 5, Nikita Johnson. Evan Hagberg in the number 114. Daniel Kajewski in the 101. Lawson Polehill in the 99. Wilson Martins Jr. in the 88. Gabriel Cialino in the 59. Trent DeGaulis in the 15. Madison Folsom in the 11. Monty Cherry in the number 24. Trevor Oakman in the 62. Bryce Haynes in the 21. Alex Jackie in the number 9. As your Rotex Micromax drivers make their way onto the track as they're set to qualify. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, your pre-grid. Looking at the Micromax point standings, the 21 of Bryce Haynes, your points leader. Evan Hagberg currently second. Jeremy Fletcher third. Wilson Martins fourth. Alex Jackie top 5 in the point standings. Winners this season so far in the first 2 events, Chase Hefner winning earlier this month. Jeremy Fletcher opened up the season with a win. Right now it's Trevor Oakman, quick time 43.577. Bryce Haynes second, 43.819. As they'll cycle around. Daniel Krajewski having a good lap, number 3. Daniel now quick time 43.134. That'll put Bryce Haynes second, Trevor Oakman third, Fletcher fourth, Jackie fifth, Folsom sixth, Martin seventh, Monty Cherry eighth, Poolhill ninth, Johnson 10th, Hagberg 11th, Cialino 12th, DeGaulis 13th, Anderson Leonard 1 lap complete and takes it into the pit. So problem with Anderson Leonard. Again, Anderson Leonard coming in this weekend, 6th in the point standings. Good little competitor. So a problem with the 7 of Anderson Leonard. Boy, another good qualifying effort for Daniel Kajewski, currently second, 43.134. Trevor Oakman, your leader, 42.965. See, Jeremy Fletcher will work his way around. Jeremy, a winner, race weekend number 1. Trevor Oakman now on top of the leaderboard, making his second start of the season. And we got a minute 30 to go, working through qualifying Rotex Micromax. And Trevor Oakman on top of the leaderboard, 42.965. Daniel Krajewski second, Haynes third, Fletcher fourth. Hagberg now in the 5th spot. Good lap there for Evan in the 114, 43.681 for Evan. Jumps up about 5 positions. So Evan now in the top 5. Alex Jackie 6th. Madison Folsom 7th. Wilson Martins is now 8th. Nikita Johnson 9th. Monty Cherry 10th. As they're under 1 minute to go, Trevor Oakman, very good. Lap number 5, 42.965 for Trevor Oakman. We'll close it in on 30 seconds to go. They'll see if they get a little bit more out of it. Can they bring something to Trevor Oakman? Trevor Oakman, 42.965, did that 2 laps ago. We'll see if that's good enough. Daniel Krajewski, Fletcher, all working their way around. So O'Brien will hang out the checker flag as they come to conclusion here in your Rotex Micromax. As Trevor Oakman hanging on that top position. Boy, talk about two quick times. Trevor Oakman, 42.719. Krajewski, 42.982. Daniel currently second. Madison Folsom across the line, currently in the 7th position for Madison. So it looks like Trevor Oakman well prepared, had some good practice laps, and he saved it here. Trevor Oakman will pick up the pole, 42.719. Krajewski second, Haynes third, Fletcher fourth, Hamburg now fifth, Jackie sixth, Folsom seventh, Johnson eighth, Martins ninth, Monticelli 10th, Lawson Bullhill will be 11th, Cialino will be in the 12th spot, Trent Douglas will be 13th, and Anderson Leonard 14th. So Trevor Oakman picks up the pole position. Good run for Trevor, and he had some good practice laps earlier and brought it to the table. Solid qualifying effort for Trevor Oakman. And Trevor making his second start here. Did not start race weekend number 1. Was on the podium in race weekend number 2. So off to a good start, Trevor Oakman. Mini Rock going to make their way out. And your Minimax. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you are now on grid. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. Very competitive class rolling out now. Your Mini Rock, Zachary Hollins, and that's the one with the target on his back. They're trying to bring him in. Back-to-back wins, your spring-summer champion in the 456, Zachary Hollins had. And he's got 2 wins right out of the gate here so far. And he'll be in that 256. Dylan De Niro coming in this weekend, second in the point standings. Dylan got a podium in race weekend number 1. Dylan in the number 18. Gabby Ramirez, Gabby in the 51. The 151 at Gabby Ramirez. Jake Nepper in the 195. Jake making his second start of the season. Good little competitor there, Jake Nepper, as he makes his way around. Jake in the 195. Ryan Rackley in the number 30. And Ryan Rackley's had some good runs, making his second start. Ryan in the number 30. Anthony the pony again. Anthony in that 270. That is your Minimax driver. So again, we're underway. Mini Rock and your Minimax. And right now, Jake Nepper off to a good start. 41.740. That's got Jake on top of the leaderboard. That didn't last too long. And he turns a 40.409. Zachary Hollins had second, 40.537. Dylan now third, 40.625. And Ryan Rackley said, you know what, I can do that too. I could even do it better. Rackley just turned a 40.393. And he's got a new lead now. So Ryan Rackley, your new leader. So it's Rackley, Jake Nepper second, Zachary third, Dylan fourth. Gabby Ramirez is in the 5th spot. Anthony Rotex Minimax driver, 43.595 for Anthony. And again, this is no big surprise. Again, those folks joining us on the Ocala Grand Prix live feed. This is a group that continues to get better each and every time. And they are a very competitive group. And you can look at them right now. Top 4 drivers in the 42nd bracket. Again, very competitive. Zachary Hollins said he's got back-to-back wins. And currently, he's got quick time with a 40.238. So again, we have seen all 4 drivers in the 4 spots have been on the top position. And 4 drivers in the 42nd bracket with 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes remaining. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're up next. Junior, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. So Hollins had 40.070. Rackley second, Jake third, Dylan fourth, Gabby Ramirez fifth. Anthony with a 43.462 Minimax driver in that 270. And they'll close in at 1:30 remaining. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're on grid. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. And a little bit of wind now picking up from the north, blowing to the south, but obviously very comfortable outside right now at 75 degrees under blue skies here at the Ocala Grand Prix. So about a minute remaining. Zachary Holland said he has been money all season long, your champion from the Spring-Summer Series, and right now dominating as he's got a 40.070, two-time winner already this season, 2 for 2. And he's got some heavy hitters behind him. Rackley, Dylan Gennaro, Jake, Gabby Ramirez. They could bring it to the table. We'll see what happens here later on. As we close in on almost 45 seconds to go. Ryan Rackley, 40.244. That is second. Dylan third with a 40.276. Jake fourth with a 40.286. Jake right now fourth. Fifth, it's Gabby Ramirez. So last couple seconds to go as they'll come by. And Brian will show him checker flag this time by. Zachary Holland said lap number 8, he just turned a 40.003. Ouch, watch out for Zachary. Man, did he roll one. 40.003. Nice lap for Zachary. Ryan Rackley second with a 40.244. Dylan will be third, 40.276. Jake fourth with a 40.286. Man, you talk about close times. Gabby Ramirez in the 42nd bracket. Gabby with a 40.872. So it'll be Hollinshead on the pole, Rackley second, Dylan third, Jake fourth, Gabby fifth, and of course your Minimax driver Anthony with a 42.819. Man, that's why this class is so competitive. They get ready for their pre-final. They have been so close, and again, you look at the talent level there, outstanding. And yet another exciting group there as they'll head into the pits. They'll get ready for their pre-final a little bit later on. And Zachary Holland said, this kid just continues to bring it. As I said earlier, you're champion from the Spring-Summer Series, and he's 2 for 2 in the win column so far this Fall-Winter Series. But he's got some heavy hitters behind him. And again, when you look at that field, any of those drivers could pick up a win.
They've only got 2 Rotex Senior up there. They're missing 7 rock drivers.
Once again, we need Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior drivers. We need you on the grid. Your qualifying will start here in just a minute. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior drivers, your pre-grid. Once again, we need you to the grid. Again, you are encouraged to pick up a race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. But once again, you're qualifying Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior drivers. We need you on the grid. As green flag will drop. So again, once again, when your class is call list, please bring them up as we'll get through qualifying quite quickly. So again, we'll need Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, Tag Senior drivers. You're up next. You're on the track. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior. Need your drivers, your pre-grid. Yeah, we need your attention in the pits. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior drivers. You are now on the track. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. got it.
Okay.
Need Rotex Junior, Tag Junior. You're now on grid. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. So once again, we'll need Rotex Junior, Tag Junior drivers. We need you on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. So again, this is your combination, your Rock Senior drivers and Rotex Seniors. They make their way out. Austin Garrison, Rock Senior driver in the 229. Mayo Livingston in the 211. Kyle Kirkwood in the 328. Oliver Askew in the 38. Morgan Healy in the 316. Alex Sullivan in the 419. Jonathan Kodak in the 57. Rotex Senior driver Bobby Ross in the 48. Kevin Mendez in the number 6. Rotex Senior driver. Again, got a deadlock for the top 2 spots in the point standings in your Rock Senior class. Jonathan, a winner last time out, and Oliver Askew tied in that top position. Oliver winning in race weekend number 1. They're deadlocked at 387 points. Austin Garrison third in the point standings. Alex Sullivan fourth. Ryan Norberg not with us. Ryan over in Italy racing over there in the Rock Cup International event. Want to wish him well, along with all of our other drivers. Matias Ramirez over there, and got a bunch of them. A lot of Florida drivers over in Italy this weekend racing in the Rock Cup International. But again, want to wish those drivers well. So Austin Garrison off to a good start. 36.779 for Austin. Kirkwood second, 36.915. Oliver third, 36.990. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior. We need you on the grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. So Kyle Kirkwood a jump top of the leaderboard, 36.556. Oliver second. Morgan Healy, nice lap number 4. That'll put her third. 36.705 for Morgan Healy. Austin fourth. Mayo Livingston fifth. Sixth, it'll be Alex Sullivan. Bobby Ross, Rotex Senior driver right now. He's got quick time. Rotex Senior, 38.809. Again, seeing it pretty much a trend where these drivers continue to pick up the speed. And they continue to follow. Garrison holding on to the top position, 36.495. Austin coming in this weekend third in the point standings. Got a couple podium finishes so far this season. And right now, Garrison quick time, 36.495 as they cycle around. About a minute 30 remaining. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior need you on the grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Need all Club Kart drivers to make your way to the grid. Club Kart drivers, we need you to make your way to the grid. Oliver Askew moving up to second. He turns a 36.519. So it's Garrison, Askew, Kirkwood, Morgan Healy fourth. Fifth, it's Livingston. Sixth, it'll be Alex Sullivan. Several drivers look like they're liking what they've got, and they head into the pits. Looks like Austin going to go in. Oliver, Kyle, Morgan Healy. As they look like they're satisfied with what they got, and that's got Austin Garrison on the top position, 36.495. And looks like Austin will take the pole position. Oliver second, 36.519. Kyle Kirkwood third, 36.556. Morgan Healy with a 36.608 for Morgan Healy. And Morgan also in. Looks like she's satisfied with her time. Mayo Livingston with a 36.938. Mayo still out on the track trying to get what he can out of that machine. Mayo Livingston currently in the 5th position. 6th, it'll be Alex Sullivan. Alex with just one lap complete. And your Rotex senior, Bobby Ross, quick time, 38.438. So I'm trying to show him checker flag. This will do it. As a 211 of Mayo Livingston trying to squeeze a little extra out of that cart, cannot get it. And Mayo Livingston will be in the 5th position. So here's your rundown. Garrison on the pole, Askew second, Kirkwood third, Healy fourth, Livingston fifth, 6th to go to Alex Sullivan, Rotex seniors, Bobby Ross, and Kevin Mendez will pick up that 2nd spot. Rotex Junior Tag Junior, you're up next. Get them ready. Masters, your pre-grid need club cart drivers. All club cart drivers, we need you to the grid. Club cart drivers, we need you to the grid. So one cart for pickup. We'll get ready to move on. Rotex Junior Tag Junior. Masters, your pre-grid will need club cart drivers. We need you to the grid. Club cart drivers, we need you to the grid. In your Rotex Junior, the 99, that'll be Dobbin Holmes. Dobbin opening up the weekend as your points leader. Another one, like Zachary Holland said, looking for his 3rd straight win here in the Fall-Winter Series. Back-to-back wins for the number 99 of Dobbin Holmes. John Perry Hilton, the number 18. John rolling in this weekend, 2nd in the point standings. He's been on the podium a couple times, couple 3rd-place finishes for John Perry Hilton in the 18. Jake Nepper, 3rd in the point standings. Jake with a 2nd-place finish a couple weeks ago. Jake in the 295. Eric DeGullis in the 07, Rotex Junior driver. Michael Stevens, Tag Junior driver. Michael in the 19. Matthew Shane in the 272. Need all Masters drivers. We need you to the grid. Club cart drivers. We need you to the grid. Club cart drivers. We need you to the grid. Yeah, take some time. Stop down by the great folks over there at Gourmet Affair, located right next to the tech area. Grab yourself a sandwich, a cold drink. Perfect day to sit down outside, have a little lunch. Great folks over there. Need a cold drink, stop over there. That is located right next to the tech area. So Rotex Junior, Tag Junior coming up next. Masters drivers, need you to the grid. Club carts, need those drivers to the grid. Club cart drivers, need you to the grid. Again, Dobbin Holmes back-to-back wins here as he kicks off the first 2 weekends in our Fall-Winter Series. And a couple good runs out of the 18, John Perry Hilton. John finishing 3rd 2 times in a row. And Jake Nepper, Jake very good here at Ocala Grand Prix. Jake finishing 2nd back on the 11th of October. And they'll make their way out. Green flag is out, so we're underway qualifying. Tag Junior, Rotex Junior underway. Masters drivers, you're on grid. Club cart drivers, your pre-grid. All club cart drivers, your pre-grid. Michael Stevens, Tag Junior driver, just turned a 40.780. Boy, nice start for the 18, John Perry Hilton. He'll jump on top of the leaderboard. Rotex Junior leader, 40.210. Jake will be second. Third, it'll be Derek. Fourth, it'll be Dobbin Holmes. Tag Junior, right now it's Michael Stevens, 40.780. He's your leader, Tag Junior. Need all Masters drivers, you're on grid. Masters drivers, you're on grid. Pre-grid, Club Karts, you're pre-grid. We'll correct that. Masters, you're on grid. Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. So John Perry Hilton holding on to the top position. Rotex Jr. 39.033. Derek in the 07. Agolis is now second. 39.670. Jake is third. Dobbin Holmes fourth. So as they come across the line, 3 out of those 4 drivers, Rotex Jr. have just picked up the pace. John Perry Hilton, 38.883. Jake with a 39.665. Derek, 39.670. Dobbin Holmes, 39.886. Derek, the only one that did not pick it up here in lap number 4 as they come by. Just about 2 minutes to go. Close it in on the 2-minute mark. So work on your Tag Junior, Rotex Junior qualifying. Need Masters drivers, you're on grid. Club Karts, you're pre-grid. Michael Stevens, overall quick time, 37.357. That's your Tag Junior leader. Talking about a little talented driver, Michael Stevens, Tag Junior, 37.357. So John Perry Hilton holding his ground, 38.844. And he just pulled that off. Jake is currently second, 39.456. Derek third, 39.619. Dobbin now fourth, 39.709. These drivers are picking up the pace. Yes, you could do it, I can do it. And boy, they are just picking it up now with John Perry Hilton on top of the leaderboard, Rotex Jr. So under 1 minute remaining. Need Masters drivers, you're up next. All Masters drivers, you're up next. Club Kart, you're pre-grid. So close it in on 30 seconds to go. It has been John Perry Hilton holding on to the top position. And he's about 0.4 of a second quicker than Derek in the 07. As they come by, we'll see if anybody can bring it to the table for John Perry Hilton. John in the 18. And no change. So John Perry Hilton will take the pole in your Rotex Junior. 38.844. Derek will be second. Jake third. Dobbin Holmes fourth in the Rotex Junior. And Tag Junior, Michael Stevens, continue to keep that freight train flying. And he'll pick up the pole, Tag Junior, 37.357. Need Club Kart drivers. We need shifter drivers. We need you to the grid. Shifter drivers. We need you to the grid. Rolling up next, Rotex Masters, Tag Masters. Good looking field of drivers. 24 drivers signed in among the two groups. Miguel Grunzel, your Rotex Masters driver. No, correct that, your Tag Masters driver, Miguel Grunzel. Dan Pinkston in the 626. Derek Mays in the 224. Miles France in the 68. Manty McCabe in the 69. Richard Lowe in the 91. Rotex Masters driver. Jason Nelson in the 4J. Danny Robertson in the 09. Mark Thomas, Tag Masters driver in the 86. Well, they'll make their way around. Again, don't forget to go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. You have live timing and scoring. And, of course, all of the action coming to you with the video and audio feed throughout the entire day. So, again, the OcalaGrandPrix.com. So, Tag Masters, Michael Sachs, 40.934. Tag Masters leader, Michael Sachs. Scott Haas in your Rotex Masters, 41.237. He'll be quick time. So Scott Haas, Rotex Masters, 41.237. Now Miguel Grunzel, your Tag Masters. He turns quick time, 39.157. Now Mark Thomas, Tag Masters, 38.993. He'll jump on top of the leaderboard. Jason Nelson, now quick time in your Rotex Masters. So Jason Nelson, 39.020. So in the Tag Masters right now, overall quick time is Mark Thomas. Ryan Smith second in the Tag Masters. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go, halfway. Ryan Smith, your Tag Masters leader. Ramsey Potts, Rotex Masters leader. Need Club Kart drivers, you're on grid. Need all shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Tag Masters, Miguel Grunzel, you're currently now in the second spot. Ryan Smith, your overall leader. Tag Masters, 38.098 for Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith, Grunzel, Mark Thomas, top three in the Tag Masters. Rotex Masters, it's Potts, Nelson, Fritz, your top three in the Rotex Masters. So, minute 30 to go. Working through our qualifying session here in your Rotex Masters, Tag Masters. Miguel Grunzel, overall quick time, Tag Masters, 37.773. The top three Tag Masters, it's Grunzel, Smith, and Mark Thomas. In the Rotex Masters, looking at your top three, it'll be Nelson, Potts, Scott Haas, Danny Robertson, fourth, Daniel Gray, fifth. So under a minute to go. Miguel Grunzel, Tag Masters, 37.773. Man, you talk about some quick times in the Tag Masters. Boy, Grunzel, Smith, and Mark Thomas. Grunzel, 37.773. Man, I can't wait to see these drivers in that pre-final. So under 30 seconds to go, we'll pick up the checker flag. As Miguel Grunzel, overall leader, and he is your Tag Masters leader. Daniel Gray, quick time Rotex Masters, 38,641 in your Rotex Masters. So Brian going to show them checker as they come by for the final time. And you got a heavy field of carts here in the Masters. 21 drivers picking up the qualifying effort here as they come around as the checker in the air. So Tag Masters that'll go to Miguel Gronzel. He'll pick up the pole. Daniel Gray picks up the pole. Rotex Masters. So 21 drivers picking up their time here in qualifying. So Gronzel, Tag Masters, he'll pick up the pole position. And in your Rotex Masters, that'll go to Daniel Gray. So pulling up next are Rotex Club Carts. Shifters, you're on grid. All shifter drivers, you're on grid. Eric Duff in the 106. Greg Savage, very quick times in practice. He's in a 103. Sean Sullivan in a 120. Yeah, if you'd like to get involved in racing, this is the perfect way to do it. You arrive and drive. It doesn't get any easier than that. Want to come out, have some fun, some good competition, some very quick carts. As I talk to the drivers, these carts get around pretty quick here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Again, for more information, you go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com, or stop in the showroom if you're here at the track today and see Megan, and she'll get you taken care of, get all the information you need. Again, the Arrive and Drive program offers you, got some parties going on, you want to have a nice outing for work, this is a great place to come out and have some fun on these carts, and they are racing carts. And a lot of fun here. Again, go to the website, Ocala Grand Prix, check it out. And of course, take a look at the schedule. You want to come out, have some fun, do some karting. A great way to get introduced in the world of racing. And I know once you get into it, the old racing bug will bite you. And you'll be hooked forever. But a lot of fun, Arrive and Drive program right here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And a lot of fun as these drivers come out. They'll compete, as you see right now, as they're qualifying. Shifters, you're up next. Again, just another feature here at the Ocala Grand Prix. The club carts and, of course, a Tony Kart dealer and all the parts, whatever your need are, we could take care of you here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And driving instructions, we've got the great coaches here at the Ocala Grand Prix, mechanics, whatever your needs are, we could hook you up. Ocala Grand Prix, again, check out the website, ocalagrandprix.com. And again, got to say, got some great talent coming out of this stable here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And talked about a couple drivers over there in the Rock Cup International event in Italy this weekend. Matias Ramirez, and a regular here, part of the OGP team. And Ryan Norberg, another mainstay here in the state of Florida. He's over there in Italy also doing some racing with the Rock Cup International, which is really a competitive group of drivers. But wishing all those drivers a lot of luck. And a lot of the drivers have competed with us around the state of Florida over there in Italy. And of course, Ariel Castro, another guy over there having some fun. Olivia Bellinger, another familiar name in the world of racing, also over there at the Rock Cup International event. But again, want to wish all those drivers a lot of luck over there as they're doing battle over there in Italy for the big event over there at the Rock Cup International. So Greg Savage right now working through qualifying, 45.730. Currently your overall leader, Sean Sullivan, 46.485. Right now, Sean second, Eric Duff third, 46.501. Shifter drivers, you're on grid. That'll be shifter drivers, you're on grid. And gorgeous day here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Picture perfect and a little bit of wind now. Blowing over to the southwest, but again, temperatures right there, about 80 degrees. Under beautiful blue skies as we work our way through the month of October. Gorgeous day. And Sean Sullivan getting a little bit of a rough ride there coming off that tree turn. Kicking up some dirt there, gathers it up. Sean Sullivan's second quick time, 46.485 for Sean Sullivan. All shifter drivers, you're up next. Shifters, you're up next. As we're winding it down, qualifying. Again, we'll get back to our pre-finals. That'll start at 1:40. Again, we'll have our lunch break, and we will start our pre-finals at 1:40. That'll be Kid Karts will kick it off at 1:40. So, Brian with checker flag in hand. As we're under about 10 seconds to go, and he'll show the checker. As the 120, Sean Sullivan picks it up. So Greg Savage, 45.479. Shifters, you're up next. Get them ready. Shifter drivers, you're next. Final group to qualify. Well, there it is. The 103 will cross the line with quick time. Greg Savage will pick up the pole. 45.479. Eric Duff second. 46.030. Sean Sullivan third. 46.270.
Timing's ready.
So shifter drivers going to make their way out. Masters driver, Phil had that in the 54. Jerry Brown in the 14. Stock Moto, Rob Mayer, the 29. Rob was very quick in practice. Overall quick time was Rob Mayer in practice. Alex Sullivan in the 419. C.J. Dickerson in the number 10. And I'm going to tell you, we seen a good battle between Alex Sullivan and Rob Mayer in practice as far as those times. They were going back and forth pretty much the entire practice session, and they're at it again as Alex Sullivan just turned a 37.200. Boy, Alex Sullivan, 36.804. And he's 0.3 of a second quicker than Rob Mayer. So it's Sullivan, Mayer, Dickerson, your top three, stock moto. Masters right now, it's Phil Haddad, 37.809. So just under 3 minutes to go. Boy, Phil had that 37.339 in lap number 4. Nice lap for the Masters driver. Right now, he's quick time in the Masters. So 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Just hitting the halfway point here in the shifters qualifying. And those winds are picking up now as they come down from the north to the south. So those drivers will be coming down that straightaway going right into that gust of wind. See, that'll continue later on into the pre-finals. So 2 minutes to go. Alex Sullivan, stock moto, 36.214. That's quick time. Rob Mayer second, 36.827. Third, it's C.J. Dickerson. Masters, it's Phil Haddad with quick time, 37.331. A minute 30 to go. Your shifters, last group to qualify. And we'll get started with our pre-finals at 1:40. That'll be Kid Kart's 1:40. We'll start our pre-finals. Winding couple minutes to go here in your shifters. Alex Sullivan dominating right now as your leader, 36.049. Wow, he's about 0.6 of a second ahead of Rob Mayer. So Rob Mayer, he was very quick in practice, but right now he's 0.6 of a second behind Alex Sullivan. So closing in on 30 seconds to go. Sullivan, stock moto, quick time. Masters, it's Phil Haddad. We'll see if Rob Mayer cannot get anything out of that 29. Brian with checker flag in hand. This will be the last shot for Rob Mayer. Can he get a little extra? He's looking for about 0.6 of a second. Not sure if Rob Mayer is going to be able to pull that off. There's the 419, Alex Sullivan across the line, holding with a 36.049. And Rob Mayer, 36.674. And Rob Mayer will be second. So here's how we'll run them down. Stock moto, Alex Sullivan will pick up the pole. Rob Mayer will be second, C.J. Dickerson third, Masters, Phil Haddad, and Jerry Brown finishing second. So there it is, you're qualifying in the books. And boy, going to build up to some very good, exciting racing for those pre-finals. So we will get our lunch break. I want to thank those folks joining us on the OGP live feed. Hopefully you're having a great Saturday. We'll get our lunch break, and we will get ready to go with our pre-finals at 1:40. Well, Kid Kart drivers 1:40 as we'll get it rolling for our pre-finals. Need your attention in the pits. We'll need kid kart drivers. You have 10 minutes. Kid kart drivers will need you on the grid. Green flag at 1:40. That'll be 1:40. Need kid karts on the grid for your pre-final. Again, you have 10 minutes. Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you are pre-grid. Once again, Clone Senior, Clone Junior, you are pre-grid. Kid karts, you'll go 8 laps. Clone Junior, Senior drivers, you will go 14 laps for your pre-final. Once again, we'll need kid kart drivers. You have 10 minutes. Green flag at 1:40. Once again, race schedules are available in the showroom. If you'd like to pick one up, follow along throughout the day. They are available in the showroom. Also, if you need fuel, it is available, located right at the entrance of the showroom area. Also, you can grab yourself a sandwich, cold drink, or May Affair serving lunch throughout the afternoon, located by the tech area. So again, you want to grab yourself something to eat. Also, don't forget, we will be broadcasting our pre-finals and finals. That'll come to you live right here from the Ocala Grand Prix. Just go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com. Click on the link that says OGP Live, and you'll be able to follow along all day long with timing and scoring, the video, the audio, all the way through our finals. So again, if you have family members, friends around the country, around the state, around the world, like to follow in throughout the day, give them a holler, let them know, ocalagrandprix.com, and be able to follow the live broadcast, and we are set up and ready to go. So again, we'll start our live broadcast at 1:40. But again, if you do have family members, check it out. A great, great setup here at the Ocala Grand Prix for our live feed, as we'll have all the audio, the video coming to you from our pre-finals from start to finish, all the way to the finals. But again, go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com. You'll have the audio, the video, and of course, timing and scoring. Also, as we talked about it in the drivers' meeting, those drivers with top 3 finishes, again, we will have podium awards once we do conclude all racing. So once we do finish up with shifters, if you have a top 3 finish, you may want to make your way to the podium area, which is located by tech. Once we do get all classes to clear, we will hand out awards. And again, we will go from start to finish. We will start with kid kart drivers. Again, those top 3 finishers, again, we will have podium awards. That'll all take place once we do conclude with our final race of the day. So kid karts, you're on grid. You have 5 minutes. Kid karts, you're on grid. Pre-grid will be Clone Senior, Clone Junior. You are pre-grid. And we'll need kid kart drivers. We need kid kart drivers on the grid. We're going to go green flag 140. Clone Junior, Clone Senior, you are pre-grid. Need all corner workers to your position. Once again, need all workers to your position. Those are about 3 minutes out for your Kid Karts pre-final. Kids will go 8 laps. Clone, junior, senior, 14 laps. Once again, we'll need all workers to your position. Kid Karts, you're up next as you'll get set for our pre-finals.
Come on now.
I forgot to ask him. I remember seeing that one. I think he raced one over time. Have it all.
Sounds good.
There you go. Thank you.
They'll understand.
Yeah, we need Kid Karts. You're on grid. Clone senior, clone junior, you're pre-grid. Need Micromax to make your way to the grid. Micromax, make your way to the grid. Again, want to say good afternoon and welcome those folks joining us here from the Ocala Grand Prix as we come to you for race weekend number 3 for our fall-winter series. As we are set to go with our pre-finals, we'll get it going with our Kid Karts. They'll go 8 laps as we come to you from the Ocala Grand Prix race weekend number 3. Beautiful day here in Ocala as we're sitting at temperatures at 74 degrees under blue skies. A little bit of wind coming down from the north to the south, and again, it is at gust up to about 8 miles an hour. And should not really affect too much of the drivers as they make their way around. Again, a very busy day qualifying into books, and we are underway now as our Kid Karts ages 5 to 7 will pick up the green flag, and we are underway. And here's how we'll line them up. Inside row 1, Lindro Martins in the number 4. Samuel Igwe in the number 8, outside row 1. In row number 2, Dean Abadal in the number 9, and Ricky Case in the 75. And very interesting layout today. Long front straightaway running south to north. They'll come off that turn number 1, go through the chicane. They'll work their way around to the hairpin turn, then into the famous tree turn. And again, they're very exciting. They'll make their way to the top of the oval, then work down the front stretch. So we're underway. First group to make their way out is your Kid Karts, ages 5 to 7. Lindro Martins in that number 4, sitting second in the point standings. Lindro, back-to-back second-place finishes, looking for his first win of the season. And right now, Lindro Martins coming out of the gate as your early leader. Dean Dalbanal currently running second. Third will be Samuel Igwa in the number 8. And a problem early on with the 75 of Ricky Case. And Ricky opening up the weekend. Back-to-back wins for Ricky Case. And right now, mechanical problem shuts him down off the chicane. So a tough break for your points leader, Ricky Case. So in a commanding lead right now, Lindro Martins. Lindro coming in this weekend, second in the point standings, back-to-back second place finishes. Would love to change it here this afternoon. As Lindro, as I said, back-to-back second place finishes right now in command. Opens up a huge lead now over the 9. Dean Abenall in the 9, currently running second. Dean will cross the line. Boy, Lindro Martin shot out of a cannon. All of a sudden opens up a 10.1 second advantage. And not wasting any time, your leader will make their way into the top of that hairpin turn. Again, this is your kid karts, ages 5 to 7. Really doing an outstanding job as they had a handful of youngsters come up through the spring-summer series. And they moved up into the next group. And boy, really dialed in the youngsters ages 5 to 7. And we'll see next up will be your Clone Senior, Clone Junior, followed by Micromax. So Clone Junior, Senior on grid, Micromax pre-grid. All of a sudden, starting to see a little battle now. Dean Dalbadall, Samuel in the number 8 for that second place position as they go side by side, making their way to the top of the oval. So things starting to heat up for that second place position. Lagging quite a ways behind your leader, but boy, they got a little battle there. Is Samuel making the pass? So Samuel now jumps up into that second place position. Your leader about a half a track lead advantage now as your leader off the top of the hairpin turn. Lindro Martins opens up a 15.5 second advantage. 8 laps, first pre-final of the day, your kid karts. Lindro Martin was flying on the track now as he works off the tree turn. And Lindro coming in this weekend, second in the point standings. Lindro trying to pick up his first win of the season. Boy, what a start it has been for Lindro Martins. Cross flags, 4 laps in, 4 to go. There's your leader. Lindro Martins down into turn number 1. Set quick time, and boy, it just took off here in the pre-final. Got the battle, Samuel in the 8, Dean in the number 9. They'll work off the top of the oval. Samuel qualified second, Dean qualified third, and all of a sudden they're going to tighten them up here at the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go. Dean looking to the inside now is going to pull in behind Samuel off of turn number 1. So your leader checks out to a different area code, breaking away off the tree turn. And again, Lindro Martins. Wow, what a run going for Lindro Martins. Lindro qualified with a 56.841. Right now, his quick time, believe it or not, 54.644 for Lindro Martins. That's well over 2 seconds that he's picked up from the qualifying to the final. So he'll head down to turn number 1. In the meantime, second and third, Samuel in the 8, Dean in the number 9. As they come off that tree turn, they'll head to the top of the oval. Again, the wind's picking up just slightly, coming from the north to the south. As these drivers will go right into that wind off the top of the oval, they'll work down the straightaway. So Samuel hanging on to that second place position. Samuel starting the weekend third in the point standings. Third place finish back in September for Samuel. And those two drivers continue to carry that little battle through the chicane. But Lindro Martins moving right along, going to make his way up to the top of the oval. Lap number 5, 54.561. And obviously cooler temperatures, there's no doubt about it. You know, the last couple of races, it's gotten very warm. And we've seen the times slow down in the afternoon. But right now, we're sitting at 74 degrees. So it is just gorgeous. And not seeing that track really heat up too much. So final 2 circuits to go for your leader. Lindro Martins coming out of the gate very strong. Tough break for the 75. Ricky Case, your points leader. Did not complete 1 lap. Mechanical problems dropped him out early. Samuel, now Dean across the line with they'll see 2 to go. Samuel sitting back in third, or second, and Dean sits back in third. And we'll see the final lap, 1 to go. 8 laps. So first pre-final today, Clone Senior, Junior coming up next. They'll be followed by Micromax. So moving right along, Lindro Martins coming down the front stretch. He'll go down that long straightaway. He'll see the white flag. 1 to go this time by. Martins coming right out of the gate. And by lap number 1, open up a 10.1 second advantage. And that battle not settled for second. Samuel in the 8, Dean in the number 9. As they head up into the top of the oval, Samuel holding on the second. And they'll come down the front stretch. They'll take the white flag this time by. Now Samuel going to be challenged. Dean going to get a run on the inside as they come down into turn number 1. Samuel holds him in behind him, shuts the door. And he'll head to the chicane, separated by 2 kart lanes. In the meantime, here comes your pre-final winner off the top of the oval with a 33.2 second advantage. You talk about a rocket ship. That number 4 is a rocket ship. So Lindro Martins will pick up the win. Still duking it out off the top of the hairpin turn. Samuel in the 8, Dean in the 9. Again, Dean very strong when he comes off that tree turn. We'll see if he can gather it up. And he closes the gap off the tree turn to battle for second. Again, your kid karts, ages 5 to 6 now. Dean going to look to the inside. And he sees that lane. Now Samuel going to come over, keeps him behind him. And they'll exit off the top of the oval. Here they come down the front stretch. And they're going to go side by side. Samuel just a little bit stronger. He'll pick up second. Dean comes home third. So there it is. Your first pre-final of the day, kid karts. And they are finishing up there. And a solid run, though, by Lindro Martins as he heads into the pits. Lindro Martin, best lap time. Again, 54.561 for Lindro Martins. So Clone, Senior, Junior, you're up next. 14 laps. Micromax, your pre-grid, you'll go 10 laps. And again, just one kart to come in. How about that now? Ricky Case gets the kart going. After having problems in lap number 1, was able just to get about a half a lap in. And that's your current points leader. So Ricky Case will head in and take care of whatever problems are. Great racing family. Had an opportunity to watch a lot of his father's racing over the year, and great racing family, and good little driver there, Ricky Case, and he'll head into the pits, hopefully cure that issue, and we'll see him out a little bit later on for his final. Clone Senior coming up next. Micromax, your pre-grid. Need Mini Rock, Mini Max. We'll need your drivers to the grid. Once again, we'll need Mini Rock, Mini Max. Again, you are on your way to the grid, your pre-grid. So Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. So Box Stock Junior, Box Stock Senior going to make their way out. And here's how we'll line them up. Your Clone Junior driver, Hunter Fox, into number 3. Outside, it'll be the 14 Clone Junior driver, Alan Michael Polly. Again, Hunter Fox, your points leader in the junior class. In the senior class, it'll be Junior Downs in the number 3. Junior, a winner last race out earlier in October. Junior Downs starting this weekend 5th in the point standings. Outside of row number 1, Mike Polly, your points leader. Mike in the 42. Starting 3rd, it'll be the 4 of Michael Grunzal. 4th, it'll be the 11 of Kurt Folsom. Mike Sarakim in the 72. Gus Blanco scheduled out in the 12. Rick Smith in the 105. And Joshua Smith in the 125. Again, checking your point standings. Box Stock Senior, Mike Polly in the 42. That is your points leader. And he'll start outside of row number 1 in the Box Stock Senior class. Rick Smith, winner back in September, outside, starting 2nd. 3rd, it'll be Gus Blanco. Gus with a 2nd place finish this season. Michael Grunzel, 4th in the point standings. 5th, it's Junior Downs. Junior looking for his 2nd straight win here today. Frank Thrift is 6th in the point standings. Joshua Smith 7th. So 8 carts. Got your juniors and your senior classes. They're ready to come off the top of the oval. 14 laps, second pre-final of the day. Micromax, you're up next. Field going to come down the front stretch. Look him over, looking to go green. Brian going to show him green. We're underway. Kurt Folsom going to go right to the center of the track, mid-pack. And he's got Gus Blanco hanging out to the outside. Gus will pick up the tail end of the field as they come through the chicane for the first time. And Hunter Fox, your overall quick qualifier with a 41.941 junior driver. Alan Michael Polly with a 42.153. Yeah, those are your junior drivers. Hunter in the 3, Alan in the number 14 as they come off the tree turn. Junior Downs, no big surprise. He'll jump out to the early lead in your box stock senior class. That is your winner from last race here earlier this month. Yeah, and you'll see the junior carts just a little bit quicker than the senior drivers. So off to a very good start. Junior driver Hunter Fox will head through the chicane. Hunter Fox qualified with a 41.941, only driver in the entire field in that 41-second bracket. He'll head off the top of the hairpin turn. Junior Downs continue to lead in the box stock senior class. Got the junior driver, Alan Polly, right on his heels as they come off that tree turn. Michael Grunzel currently 2nd box stock senior class. Michael sitting 4th in the point stand is his best finish, 3rd into that earlier this month. All right, now Michael Grunzel being scored 2nd in the box stock senior class. And 14 laps, quickly 2 laps in. Next up, it'll be Micromax. They're on grid. Minimax pre-grid. So Junior Downs holding the junior driver behind him. Alan Michael Polly holding on to that 3rd spot overall, 2nd in the junior class. As he tries to run down the senior leader, Junior Downs, as they come into the top of the oval. Junior Downs, lap number 2, turned to 43.293. Not quite what he did in qualifying. Junior Downs qualified with a 43.162. He'll pick it up, though. Very good driver, Junior Downs. Last winner here earlier in October. And now he watches the junior driver come by. Just a matter of time as Alan Polly makes the pass. Again, that is your clone junior driver. But right now, Junior Downs getting a little bit of a gap now between him and Michael Grunzel. Mike Polly, your points leader, is running 3rd in the senior class, and he closes in on Michael Grunzel. And Mike Polly, points leader, looking for his first win of the season. Right now being scored in that 3rd place position. Running 4th, it'll be Kurt Folsom. 5th, it'll be Gus Blanco. So Rackham running in the 6th spot. 7th, it'll be credited Rick Smith, Joshua Smith. Both of those drivers did not take the green. So 14 laps, our 2nd pre-final of the day. And right now being dominated overall by Hunter Fox, clone junior driver. Again, qualified 41.941. Best lap so far, 42.175. And he's got a good 2.5-second lead over Alan Polly. Those are your 2 junior drivers. They'll cross the line. And then it'll be Junior Downs, box stock senior driver. Nobody around him. He is just cruising right along. Anything going to heat up again? Alan Polly will be in that 2nd. No, correct that. It'll be Mike Polly now 2nd. Grunzel 3rd. That'll be your top 3 in the senior class. It'll be Junior Downs, Mike Polly, and Michael Grunzel. 4th, it'll be Folsom. 5th, it'll be Blanco. Max Rockland will be in the 6th position in your senior class. Boy, Junior Downs having his way. Junior winner earlier back in the 11th of October. Race weekend number 2. He is just cruising right along. Meantime, Michael Grunzel got to watch as Mike Polly comes by him. That's your points leader right now being scored 2nd. 6 laps complete, 8 to go. And traffic stretching out. Gus Blanco in that number 12. Gus starting this weekend 3rd in this point standings. Best finish is second. Into that back in race weekend number 1 for Gus Blanco. All right, now Gus really struggling on the back end of the field. He's currently about 20 seconds behind Hunter Fox, the junior driver. And all of a sudden, company closing in on your leader of Hunter Fox here at the halfway point. Look at this. Polly going to close the gap, and he'll look to the inside.
Can you make sure that the Micromaxes are called again? There's somebody
So it looks like we got a brand new leader coming through the chicane. So Alan Michael Polly gets around Hunter Fox, and he takes it away. So at the halfway point, need Micromax drivers. You're now on grid. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Minimax, you're pre-grid. Again, we need all Micromax drivers. You're up next. So brand new leader here at the halfway point in the junior class, Alan Micah Polly. Jumps up around Hunter Fox, and I'll tell you, looking a couple laps ago, Hunter was just cruising right along. As Alan Polly was dealing with Junior Downs a little bit earlier, got up in front. Boy, he is starting to break away now. So brand new leader. Alan Michael Polly in the junior class up front. Looking at your senior class, Junior Downs your leader. Mike Polly second. Michael Grunzel third. Folsom fourth. Fifth it'll be Blanco. So Rockman running in this sixth spot in that number 72. Alan Polly with a 41.380 back in lap number 7. He'll cross the line for the 9th time. And he'll head into turn number 1 with a 1.2 second advantage. And I'm seeing that building now through the chicane. So Alan Polly moving right along as he comes off that chicane. Again, we need Micromax drivers. You're up next. Micro, you're up next. Mini Rock, Minimax, you're pre-grid. So 14-lap pre-final. Your box stock senior, box stock junior. Kurt Folsom across the line for the 9th time. Move overside now. Going to come out for the 72. As your leader, Alan Polly head down into turn number 1. So Alan continued to hold on to about a 1.5 second advantage over Hunter Fox. Junior Downs cruising right along as your leader in the box stock senior. So traffic really stretching out. Junior Downs is carrying a just under 4 second advantage over Mike Polly. And there's your overall leader coming off that tree turn. Alan Polly got to look over his right shoulder. Coming off the tree turn behind him is the 3 of Hunter Fox. It was a matter of time. He kept closing the gap as he was hung up a little bit behind Junior Downs. Talking about Alan Polly there slightly holding him up, but finally got around Junior Downs. And once he cleared him, he got in the open air, and boy, he just broke away. And right now, he's in command. And he'll come up on slower traffic. That'll be the 72. Box stock senior driver. We'll see if they'll give him some time to really hold up your leader as they come off the tree turn. See if Allen to go to the outside, working around the 72. Now the 72 will cross over. Definitely slowing them down till they come off the top of the oval. The final 2 laps this time by. Now we'll get around him. Allen will get around lap traffic. 72 will go down a lap. So final 2 circuits to go. In your junior class, your race leader, Alan Michael Polly, continue to hold on to that spot. Junior Downs, your leader in the senior class. Need Rotex Micromax drivers. I need you on grid. You're up next. Mini Rock, Minimax, your pre-grid. Again, Gus Blanco going to go down a lap to the overall race leader. Alan Polly will get around Gus Blanco, gives him plenty of real estate off the top of the oval. And a white flag will come out. There is your overall leader. Alan Polly cruising right along. He's got a 1.4 second advantage over Hunter Fox, and he's been pretty much in that range, a 1.5 seconds, 1.6, and he's been pretty consistent. Again, your leader going to come up on slower traffic. Boy, that's helping out Hunter Fox. Hunter going to close the gap. That's Kurt Folsom going to hold them up. Here they come off that hairpin turn. All of a sudden, we got a battle coming in the tree turn. Slower traffic holding them up. Hunter Fox has got the advantage. He'll split them. Look at this, wheel to the top of the oval as Hunter Fox going to try to cash in on slower traffic. Oh, and he goes off to the grass area. And Hunter Fox will score the win. Alan Polly got hung up in lap traffic. And I bet you Alan will not be buying Kurt Folsom lunch anytime soon, as he had a 1.5 second advantage in lap number 13 and coughs up the lead as he gets hung up in lap traffic. So unofficially, Hunter Fox scores the win. Alan Polly second. In your box stock senior, Junior Downs your winner. Mike Polly second, Grunzel third, Folsom fourth, Blanco fifth. And the 72 will be sixth. Both Blanco, Kurt Folsom, and Mike in the 72 all down one lap. But boy, lap traffic helped out Hunter Fox. And again, as I said, he was a second and a half behind your leader. And then they came down the front stretch. Not sure if there's a little bit of contact. And Alan Polly went for a ride in the grass area. And once he got in there, he started to lose traction and cost him. So all of a sudden, a little bit of fireworks here at the last couple turns as Alan Polly comes up short here in the pre-final. And we need all Micromax drivers. You're now on track. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior. Need you to the grid. Once again, that'll be Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior. We need you to the grid. So little fireworks there at the end of that one. Again, once Alan got into that grass area, there's no way he was going to be able to gather it up to a little agriculture racing, but held on to it. Was able to come on the track and have no problem. Yeah, need Micromax drivers. You are on track. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. We need Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior. We need you to the grid. And be sure to check out the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. You can shop online, look for any kind of go-kart parts, anything you need, chains, accessories, chassis. They've got them all. And, of course, driver coaching, mechanics. They'll get you hooked up right here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Visit the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com.
Their radio done.
Oh, so again, a beautiful day. I want to welcome those folks joining us here on the live feed as we come to you from Ocala Grand Prix right here in Ocala, Florida. Beautiful day. Really one of the best couple of days here, and sitting at 75 degrees under beautiful blue skies, not a cloud around. A little bit of wind coming from the north to the south. Man, saying gusts around 10 miles per hour, and watching that flag and a little bit up and down throughout the race. Should not affect the drivers. It'll go right into that wind coming down the front stretch, but should not affect them. So just underway as we move into our pre-finals. Need Micromax, you're on track. Mini Max and Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Need Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior. Need you to make your way to the grid. So here's your starting lineup in your Rotex Micromax. Inside row number one, overall quick time in qualifying, the 62 of Trevor Oatman. Oatman with a 42.719. Outside row one, very good qualifying effort, Daniel Krajewski in the 101. Starting third in row number two, in the number 21, current points leader, Bryce Haynes. Starting fourth, the 308 of Jeremy Fletcher. Evan Hamburg in the number 114, starting fifth. Sixth, it'll be the number 9 of Alex Jackie. Starting seventh, the 11 of Madison Folsom. Nikita Johnson in the number 5, starting eighth. Ninth, it'll be the 88 of Wilson Martins Jr. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 24 of Monty Cherry. Lawson Polehill in the number 99, starting 11th. 12th, it'll be Gabriel Cialino in the number 59. Trent Douglas in the number 15 starting 13th. And Anderson Leonard in the number 7 will start in the 14th spot. This will be Micromax 10 laps pre-final. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're now on grid. Need to put them up on grid. Mini Max, Mini Rock. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior, your pre-grid. Need to bring them up. So far, winners this season back in September. Jeremy Fletcher opened up the season with his first win. Race weekend number 2 earlier here in October. Chase Hefner not in the field. Chase a winner. Points leader Bryce Haynes in the number 21, starting in row number 2 on the inside. Evan Henberg in the number 114, second in the point standings. Evan, pretty good qualifying effort. He'll be starting 5th. Wilson Martins Jr. in behind Jeremy Fletcher in that 4th spot. Jeremy 3rd in the point standings. Alice Jackie 5th in the point standings. Good racing top to bottom. Very good looking field of drivers. They'll make their way to the top of the oval. This will be 10 laps Micromax. Mini Rock, Mini Max. You're on grid. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior, your pre-grid. Brian going to look them over as they come to the line. Green is out. We're underway. Trevor Oatman going to bring Bryce Haynes right with him. Bryce finding that open lane. He'll come right through the chicane. And Trevor Oakman in that number 62. Trevor making his 2nd start. I had a very good run back in race weekend number 2. Trevor Oakman finishing 2nd. And he's been very good here in race weekend number 1. Or race weekend number 2, as I said, he finished 2nd. Now here race weekend number 3. Very good qualifying effort. Oatman with a 42.719. And he's got the points leader on his heel, Bryce Haynes in the number 21. Bryce will work their way off the top of the oval. 10 laps, a ways to go. Daniel Krajewski in the 101, looking pretty strong in that 101, currently running 3rd. Little exchange now for that 4th place position. Jeremy Fletcher, Evan in the 114, going back and forth. Nikita Johnson in there. So you got some good racing going on to the top part of the hairpin turn as they cycle around for lap number 2. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you're on grid. Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior, your pre-grid. So all of a sudden, 5-cart run now. Bryce Haynes gets wobbly, finds the grass area that'll cost him 3 positions, gathers it up, a good piece of driving though, and hanging on to it. He doesn't get rattled, and again stays right there. So Bryce Haynes going from the 2nd spot back to 4th, now back to 5th. So your top 5, it's Trevor Oatman, Daniel Krajewski, Evan now running in the 3rd spot, Jeremy 4th, 5th it'll be Bryce Haynes. And all 5 drivers staying right together. Then you see the gap in that 6th spot. That'll be Wilson Martins Jr. A little bit of traffic in behind Martins Jr. as your leaders exit off the tree turn. Again, great run going for the 101. Daniel Krajewski, again, very good in practice. Racked up some very good times. And again, qualified 2nd. Right now, he's in the running as they head down into turn number 1. Hagberg in the 114. Evans sit back in 3rd. He's all over the back end of Daniel Krajewski through the chicane. Single file traffic through the chicane, led by Trevor Oatman. Oatman came up a little bit short earlier here in October. In race weekend number 2, finished 2nd behind Chase Hefner. Right now, he's up front with a flock of traffic on his heels through the tree turn. And they are single file off the tree turn. And seeing some good performances. Boy, drivers really getting it together early on. They'll cross the line, 4 laps complete, 6 laps remaining. And Daniel Krajewski holding on to that 2nd spot. Evan behind him, and you got Jeremy Fletcher, Bryce Haynes. Jeremy Fletcher opened up the season with a win back in September. Right now, he's in a pretty good spot, running 3rd as he stays in behind Daniel Krajewski to the top part of that hairpin turn. Bryce Haynes hanging on to the front pack as they come into that tree turn. Not sure if he sustained any damage when he went off the track earlier. And Bryce Haynes' best lap time, 43.345. So he's right there with the top four as they come down to pick up the halfway sign. 5 down, 5 to go. Everybody going to stay single files. They work off the turn 1. Led by Trevor Oakman. So Oakman, your leader, started on the pole. Daniel Kajewski running second. Evan Henberg running third. Fletcher fourth. Haynes fifth. Leonard running sixth. Martin's running seventh. Jackie running in the 8th spot. Douglas running 9th. Monticelli 10th. Cialino running in 11th spot. Nikita Johnson 12th. Polehill running 13th. And Folsom did not take the green. The rest of the field will cross the line. They'll pick up the halfway sign. Bryce Haynes now starting to pick up that speed. He gets on the bumper of Jeremy Fletcher as they come across the line. 6 laps complete this time by. Jeremy going to look to the inside, trying to pick up a position, and he's going to go wheel to wheel now for that 3rd spot. And Evan will shut the door on him. So a nice piece of driving there. Evan keeping him behind him. And Jeremy trying to find that spot. Where do I make that pass? And he starts to get a little pesky now, working on that 3rd place card. Evans holding him behind him as they exit off the hairpin turn. There's your top 5 as they come off the tree turn. Boy, Trevor Oakman nice and smooth as he comes through the tree turn. Bryce Haynes, lap number 6, quick time, 42.783. That'll end any question if that kart's got any problems. Right now, he is quick kart, and he's currently running 5th as they come through turn number 1. And Trevor Oatman doing an outstanding job keeping some heavy hitters behind him. Bryce Haynes, though, comes in this weekend as your points leader. And he's all over the back end now with Jeremy Fletcher to the top of the hairpin turn. In the end, he'll start to come up on slower traffic. Nikita Johnson, Lawson Polehill. And a couple of youngsters coming up from Kid Karts doing an outstanding job. Now we'll see a little bit of movement as Jeremy Fletcher. He's going to bring Bryce Haynes with him. So an exchange now for that 3rd spot. Fletcher 3rd, Haynes 4th. Evan will drop back into the 5th spot. 2 to go this time by. If Haynes and Jeremy can work together, they'll see if they'll close the gap. And they are going to come up on lap traffic, no doubt about it, as they'll head to the top part of the hairpin turn. So again, that'll be Nikita Johnson, Celino, and Polehill again as your leader is going to come up on slower traffic. And we'll see what happens. Trevor Oakman. Now they're going to shuffle around 3 wide. No doubt about it. Lap traffic is going to mess them up as they come down the front stretch. White flag as they'll come to the line. They are shuffling around as they come down into turn number 1. Jeremy Fletcher going to come through turn 1 as your leader. Bryce Haynes mixing it all up. Trevor Oakman. Yeah, the final white lap flag for those guys. Oakman, Fletcher, Krajewski, Haynes. That's the white flag. Checker for the leaders. So here they come. Checker flag next time by. 9 laps complete. Here they come off the tree turn. Trevor Oakman again regains that spot, gets it away from Jeremy. They'll come down the front stretch. Checker flag and a wave. Here they come. Drag race as they come to the line. Oakman scores the win. Jeremy Fletcher will pick up 2nd. Bryce Haynes 3rd. Daniel Krajewski, what a run for Daniel. He'll pick up 4th. Hagberg will come home 5th. Anderson Leonard coming home 6th. Alex Jackie holding on to that 7th spot. There's the 9 machine. Good run for Alex Jackie coming home 9th. Trent going to come home in the 8th spot. Wilson Martins Jr., Monticelli 9th, 10th. Lawson Polehill 11th. Cialino will pick up 12th. Nikita Johnson 13th. So great run there, Trevor Oakman. You're the man. As Trevor Oakman sets quick time in qualifying, then brings it home and scores the win. And he was under the gun in that last lap as Jeremy got up around him. So again, that's going to be built up for a great final a little bit later on. Need Rotex, Senior Tag, Senior Rock, Senior, you are on grid. Rotex, Junior, Tag, Junior, your pre-grid. Need you to the grid. Once again, Rotex, Senior, Tag, Senior, Rock, Senior, you're now on grid. Don't go too far away. This is your mini rock, and this has yet been another very competitive class. And here's how we'll line them up. Your points leader looking for 3 in a row in the 456. Your defending champion out of the Spring-Summer Series, Zachary Hollinshead, in the 456. And again, I'll tell you, Zachary has come to the track very well prepared. They get that card out there and watch it his times in practice. He's been very consistent. Carried that into his qualifying, and he rolled out a 40.003. And he'll be inside row number 1. Outside the 30 out of Georgia, Ryan Rackley. Ryan with a qualifying effort of 40.244. Sitting third outside or inside row number 2, the 18, Dylan Gennaro. Dylan second in the point standings. Best finish second in race weekend number 1. Starting fourth, the 195 of Jake Nepper. Jake with a 40.286. Starting fifth, the 51 of Gabriel Ramirez. Rotex Minimax driver Anthony at 270, starting sixth. Again, Gabby Ramirez, all 5 drivers in the Mini Rock in the 40-second bracket, and they're ready to roll out. As they'll go 12 laps. Brian likes what he sees, going to let him go. Green is out, we're underway. And they'll head down into turn number 1. That inside lane really strong. So Hollinshead will take him through the chicane for the very first time. Pretty amazing how close these drivers were in qualifying from top to bottom. Zachary Hollinshead with a 40.003. Gabby Ramirez qualified 5th with a 40.872, about 0.8 of a second behind your leader. They'll come off the tree turn for the very first time. Again, Zachary Hollinshead, he just dominated earlier this month, winning the pre-final and the final. Also had fast time, and all of a sudden he's got a little battle coming down into turn number 1. Dylan Gennaro going to flex some muscles. He puts the heat on your leader early as they head off turn number 1. So wasting no time, excitement starting out of the gate. 3-cart battle, nose to tail. They'll head into the top part of that hairpin turn. Led by your points leader, Zachary Hollinshead. Dylan again, best finish, second in race weekend number 1. And he's right there, the meat of the sandwich, holding on the second. Trying to get some help there. You see him will tap his helmet. That's Ryan Rackley, the Georgia driver. Sitting back in third. Couple Tony carts. Second, well, a second place cart is a Tony cart. And that's Dylan Gennaro, Ocala, Florida driver, right now sitting back in the second spot. Boy, he is fast through that chicane. Again, Dylan last lap by 40.607. Your leader, 40.547. Zachary Hollinshead doesn't get rattled, keeps his composure. And right now he has got quick time through the tree turn. There's your top 3 drivers as they come off that tree turn. Hollinshead, Gennaro, Ryan Rackley. They'll make their way to the top part of that oval. They'll work down the straightaway. And Dylan going to stay right with them as they head down into turn number 1. And they continue to go nose to tail. Rackley stays right on the bumper of Dylan as they head through the chicane. Again, Ryan Rackley just turned a 40.268. Right now he's running third, 0.2 of a second behind your leader. Watch out behind you because here comes Jake Nepper and Gabby Ramirez. They're digging hard now. That is 4th and 5th, closing in on the top group as they come off the tree turn. Look at Gabby, going to stay on him. Gabby's, let's go, let's get to the front as they come off that oval. And they'll head down into turn number 1 again. Hollinshead, your leaders. Now Dylan looks to the inside again, backs out of it. And you seen Zach look over at him. He knows he's there. Zachary looked over. You seen him peek over there. Dylan sneaking up on him. You know he could hear him. And here they come, sneaking up on him. Jake Nepper, Gabby Ramirez are going to join the party as they head into the tree turn. Again, Gabby Ramirez, her best lap time, 40.217. And that is overall quick time. Gabby's got somewhere to go. Trying to get Jake to get it going as they come off the top of the oval. 5 laps complete this time by. Ramirez going to look to the inside. And she'll make the pass. Nice piece of driving. Gabby on the move. See if Jake will stay with her now. You want to hang in there with Gabby. He'll try to get up to the top 3. Gabby Ramirez overall quick time 40.217. Again, probably not the best qualifying effort, but boy, she's really kicked it up here in this pre-final. Gabby qualified with a 40.872 earlier this morning. And here in this race, she turned a 40.217. So Ramirez coming down, 6 laps complete. This will be the halfway point this time by. And they'll head off at turn number 1. Things kind of settling down now. Your race leader, Zachary Hollinshead, started on the poles, led every single lap so far. Running second, Dylan Gennaro. Running third, Ryan Rackley. Gabby Ramirez started 5th, currently running 4th. You got Jake Nepper running 5th, Rotex Minimax driver in the 270. Anthony right now is in the 6th position overall. And again, that is your Minimax driver. Now Gabby Ramirez kind of flying solo in that 4th place position, not getting any help as they head down into turn number 1. Again, right now, Gabby Ramirez running in that 4th spot. Brother Matias Ramirez over in Italy this past week is running in a Rock Cup International Series, as are several other Florida drivers. Ryan Norberg, another driver over there, and enjoying some racing over in Italy. But right now, Gabby's in the mix of things. They come off the hairpin turn now through the tree turn. And Ryan Rackley again stays on Dylan as they come to the top part of that oval. This will be 8 laps complete this time by. Lap number 7, Gabby Ramirez, 40.205. She's giving it all she can out of that 51 machine. But right now, Gabby sits 1.2 seconds out of the lead. They'll snake their way off the chicane. Again, Jake Nepper kind of faded back in that 5th place position once Gabby got around him. Ryan Rackley chipping away at Dylan as they exit off the hairpin turn. And those two drivers really tight nose to tail to the tree turn. See Dylan tapping the back of the helmet. Let's go, Ryan. Let's see if we can bring him in. Because quietly sneaking away is the 456 of Zachary Hollinshead. 9 laps complete this time by. All of a sudden, Zachary's got a 0.6 of a second advantage, and he just turns a new quick time, 40.156 for your race leader. So he's settling in pretty well through the hairpin turn. He'll enter that hairpin turn. And you got to wonder, the competition is scratching their head. This kid has just been dialed in. That's your spring-summer champion right there in the 456. 2 straight wins here in the fall-winter series, and he's got himself about a 0.7 of a second advantage. And he's got 2 to go this time by. And they are digging hard trying to bring him in as they come off turn number 1. Lap number 9, Zachary Hollinshead turned a 40.156, currently with a 0.6 of a second advantage. He'll come up on slower traffic. Now we'll see where that's going to hold him up. And it does. Now can Dylan cash in? Oh, he's going to go right around traffic. Dylan definitely closes up that gap. Nice piece of driving by Dylan. He picked the right lane, went right to the inside. That shaved a little bit of that gap off. Now we'll see if Rackley and Dylan Gennaro can work together as they'll pick up the white flag this time by. As here they come off the top of the oval. White 1 to go. And they'll head down into turn number 1, led by Hollinshead. And he'll work off that chicane. Yeah, Dylan very strong when he comes off turn 1 and gets a great run through the chicane. He gets on the bumper of your leader. Here comes Dylan. Still got time. They'll head to the top part of that hairpin turn. He's going to work on your leader. Here they come off the hairpin turn. Dylan in contention now. They come to the tree turn. Again, Hollinshead trying to hold them back. Here they come off the tree turn. Gets a nice run off to that tree turn. And he's going to settle in. Dylan going to whip it way wide now as they come down the front stretch. Dylan, crisscross move, and going to come up short. Hollinshead will score the win. Dylan Gennaro going to come home second. Ryan Rackley third Ramirez fourth, Jake Nepper fifth. And your mini rock, unbelievable finish again. As Dylan comes up just a little bit short. Nice move, though, by Dylan, kind of swinging that cart real high, coming off of the top of the oval. Then a crisscross move, and he comes up just short behind your points leader. So yet another win for Zachary here in the pre-final. So it's Howland Heads, Gennaro, Rackley, Ramirez, and Jake Nepper rounding out your top five. And Minimax driver Anthony at 270. Tell you, these drivers are not going to waste any time. They quickly make it exciting. And again, a very competitive class there in your mini rock. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, and Rock Senior. You're up next. I need Rotex Junior, Tag Junior drivers. I need you to the grid. Masters drivers, you'll make your way to the grid. That'll be Masters drivers. We need you to the grid. You are now pre-grid. So on grid, Rotex Junior, Tag Junior. You are on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. So here's how we'll line them up. Inside row number one, your Rock Senior driver. Currently second in the point standings. A winner so far this season. Oliver Askew in the 338. We'll correct that. Austin Garrison in the 229. Inside row number one. Outside it'll be Oliver Askew. Oliver would have win this season. He'll be outside row one. Oliver in the 38, starting in the third spot. The 328 of Kyle Kirkwood. Starting fourth, Morgan Healy in the 316. Fifth, it'll be the 211 of Mayo Livingston. Starting fifth, your Rotex Senior driver, Bobby Ross in the 48. Kevin Mendez in the number 6, Rotex Senior driver. John Kotick did not qualify, or did Alex Sullivan in that 419, so they'll be on the back of the field. Winners so far this season, Jonathan picked up a win 2 weeks ago, and Oliver Askew opened up the season with a win. Jonathan Oliver tied for the top spot in the point standings at 387. And we are ready to go. Picking up the green, it's out, we're underway. 14 laps, they'll head down into turn number one. Little side-by-side racing, they'll shake them down. Still side-by-side through the chicane, now single file. Man, these drivers here today, they are just coming out with fury in their eyes and seeing some very good close competition. Yeah, I want to welcome those folks, no matter where you're at around the country, and seeing some good racing here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And a little bumping going on, a little side-by-side racing now, rows 2 and 3. Some good wheel-to-wheel racing now as they come down the front stretch. Boy, the 38 of Oliver Askew watching traffic come by. And he just let 2 spots go by the wayside. Kirkwood, Jonathan Kotick both skewed up around Oliver Askew. Yeah, these are a stack of Ocala Grand Prix drivers on Tony karts as they come through that tree turn. Very talented drivers. Boy, you look to this field, some good talent right there as they come to the top of the oval. Yeah, they are really bunched up. Look at this bunch of karts now to the line. Again, I think they're just kind of toying around right now. That's the 328. Kyle Kirkwood going to let traffic come by. So as Kirkwood went to the inside, just trying to make it exciting again. Some side-by-side racing. Again, team drivers from Ocala Grand Prix. Of course, you can follow us on the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. If you're a driver coming up, need some driver instruction, can help you right here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And this is some of the talent that comes out of this stable right here. You see these guys moving around. They're going to bunch them up. They could get themselves a little bit of trouble there. Jonathan now looking to the inside. He's got that freight train of traffic, and he'll come by and he'll take over the lead this time by. It's a little fun here by the Ocala Grand Prix team drivers, mixing it up. Yeah, they'll go single file to that top part of that oval. Or correct off that hairpin turn now to the tree turn. Morgan Healy, by the way, quick time in lap number 2. Morgan with a 37.581. We're going to go to the inside. Look at this, 3 wide down into turn number 1. And that'll be Kyle Kirkwood. Everybody going to get a shot up front as they continue to jostle around. Having a little bit of fun. Again, these are Ocala Grand Prix team drivers, and they've got a lot of laps, not only here at the track, but all around the country. A lot of these drivers have traveled outside of the United States and done some racing. And they come off that tree turn. And all Tony Karts as they come to the top of the oval, led by Jonathan Kotick. Jonathan going back and forth. Now it's a 38. He'll move over, let the 326 come by. We'll correct that. Kyle Kirkwood in the 328. So I think everybody in the field getting a shot at the top position as they come through the chicane. A little fun there by the boys. That one, Morgan Healy. Again, Morgan had some pretty good lap times, currently being scored 4th with a best lap time, 37.581 for Morgan. And she, last time by, was scored 4th. And it'll be Oliver Askew with last time by was your leader. There's the 328 now down into turn number 1. That's Kyle Kirkwood. And Kirkwood going to head through the chicane as your leader. Kyle just turned a 36.978 for Kyle Kirkwood. So Kirkwood, your leader, as he takes that freight train of traffic to the top part of the hairpin turn. Rotex senior Bobby Ross is your race leader. He's got a good 4.5 second lead over Mendez. They are 8th and 9th overall, but Bobby Ross, Rotex senior leader. So we'll pick up the halfway sign this time by. Rock senior driver is going to head down into turn number 1. At 328 will cross over one more time. That'll be Kyle Kirkwood. Will pick up the top spot. Askew 2nd, Jonathan 3rd, Morgan 4th, 5th it'll be Austin Garrison, 6th it'll be Mayo Livingston, 7th it'll be Alex Sullivan. Rotex senior Bobby Ross is your leader. Mendez running 2nd. And no doubt about it, that running order will change probably a dozen more times as they got them side by side. Look at this, rows 2 and 3 side by side. Now a little battle for that 2nd spot. And they'll see an exchange again for that 2nd place position. Jonathan now 2nd. He's got Austin Garrison pushing him all the way down into turn number 1. Again, a lot of talent right here in this group. You start on that top spot, Kyle Kirkwood, Jonathan, Austin, Oliver, Morgan Healy, Mayo Livingston, Alex Sullivan. And they are some talented drivers. Have had the opportunity over the years to watch these youngsters come up through the ranks. And they are a ball of talent right here as they come off that tree turn. Yeah, and you see these drivers, they slow down, they get up front, they let the traffic come by and get right back in line. I would say they're just kind of having a little fun here on a Saturday afternoon. As they continue to go back and forth. No way the announcer's going to be able to keep track of those lead changes because they've gone around at least a dozen times. We've seen lead changes already. And there are 9 laps in. And a ways to go. Kyle Kirkwood going back to lap number 6, 36.978. But again, talk about a lot of skill. These youngsters right here, they got it. And they can get it done. That freight train of traffic. Then very talented. Again, I've had the honor, as I said, to watch a lot of these guys come up. And girls, Morgan Healy, and doing a lot of racing, not only here in the state of Florida, but all around the country. And they are very talented drivers. Having a little fun there in your Rock senior group. I've seen these drivers and also have competed in the Rock Cup USA Series here in the state of Florida. Handful of these drivers racing with the series. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, you're on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Kyle Kirkwood, lap number 6, 36.978. We'll see yet another exchange up front. Again, Jonathan will go to the inside. And Jonathan coming in this weekend, tied for the top spot. Him and Oliver Askew both tied for the points lead with 387 points. And look at this. Rows 2 and 3 side by side off of that hairpin turn. Man, that's some good race. Oh, now a little bit of contact. The back end of that field. As we'll pick up 2 laps to go this time by. That'll be the 316 of Morgan Hilly, the one that got bit there coming off the tree turn. Morgan going to gather it up. Will get right back in that freight train of traffic. In the meantime, Jonathan and Oliver Raskew starting to break away. Now it's get done time as they come off the top of the hairpin turn. Lap number 11, Kyle Kirkwood, 36.732. That's a new fast time. But Kirkwood right now 1.9 seconds behind your leader. So they'll pick up the white flag, 1 to go. Jonathan going to tuck that head down, trying to break that wind into turn number 1. And he's going to head into a little bit of a gust of wind coming from the north to the south down that front stretch. So traffic stretching out. A little bit of fun there now up front. Jonathan hanging on. Oliver Askew, lap number 13, new time 36.612. Oliver right now running in that second spot. We'll see if he can reel Jonathan in as they come to the top of the oval now. They'll come down the front stretch, and Jonathan looks like he'll seal the deal. And you'll see black flag along with the checker. So unofficially, Jonathan will score the win. Oliver Askew second, Kyle third, Austin Garrison fourth, Alex Sullivan fifth, Mayo Livingston sixth, seventh it'll be Morgan Hilly. Bobby Ross will score the win in your Rotex Senior. So again, checker along with black flag. So this one will be under protest. Need Rotex Master. Well, correct that. Rotex Masters, Tag Masters will need you to the grid. We'll need Club Kart drivers. We'll need you to the grid. Club Kart drivers will need you to the grid. So coming up next, Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. In your Tag Junior class, Michael Stevens in the 19, inside row 1. Outside it'll be Tag Junior driver Matthew Shane in the 272. Rotex Junior driver John Perry Hilton in the 18. Derek DeGulis in the number 07, starting in the second spot into Rotex Junior. Points leader Dobbin Holmes in the number 99, starting third. Jake Nepper fourth. Need Masters drivers to the grid. Club Kart drivers need you to the grid. Club Kart drivers need you to the grid. So a little break in the action there. We'll get that sorted out. Seeing the checker and the black flag under protest there. So obviously, going to be some happy drivers there as they cross the line. And picked up the black along with the checker flag. So making their way out now, your Tag Junior, Rotex Junior. Need all Masters drivers. You're now on grid. Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. And working out race weekend number 3 from the Ocala Grand Prix. Fall Winter Local Series, race weekend number 3. Double it up this month. Back earlier in October, here October 11th. Race weekend number 1 back in September, end of September. In your Rotex Junior point standings, Dobbin Holmes at 99. That is back-to-back winner and current points leader. Not a great qualifying effort for Dobbin. Qualified 3rd overall. Overall quick time, John Perry Hilton at number 18. 2nd in the point standings. Jake Knepper in the 295, 3rd in the point standings. He comes in 1 point ahead of Spencer Mills, and unfortunately Spencer Mills not in the field today, so that'll help out Jake in the point standings. Derek DeGaulis in the number 07. I believe Derek making his first start with us here. And the field will come to the top of the oval. 14 laps. Need Masters drivers. You're on grid. Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. We'll pick up the green. It's out. We're underway. Boy, Matthew Shane, your Tag Junior driver, just watch a freight train of traffic come by the inside. And Michael Stevens, Tag Junior driver, that number 19. And he set a quick time of 37.357. Earlier this morning, he's going to come off the tree turn. He'll look over his right shoulder. John Perry Hilton off to a good start. Again, Hilton, your Rotex Junior driver. There's the 18. He'll lead that pack of Rotex Junior drivers into turn number 1. Tag Junior driver Matthew Shane shuts that cart down off the top of the hairpin. So problem with Matthew Shane. You see that start came out. He did not get off the line very well. Looks like he's going to get out and he gets back in it, gets the cart running. So it looks like Matthew will get it back going. There's Matthew now back on the track. Not quite sure what the possible chain issue with that cart, but he'll get it rolling. So there's the 272 of Matthew Shane. Michael Stevens, lap number 2, 37.745. So Michael Stevens cruising right along, Tag Junior driver. John Perry Hilton in your Rotex Junior. He's right now your leader in the Rotex Junior. Opens up about a 1.4 second advantage over the 07. You see Hilton look over his right shoulder. Want to see where that traffic is behind him. Derek in the 07. Dobbin Holmes, Jake Knepper running 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Rotex Junior drivers. 3 laps in. Michael Stevens continued to kick it up. He turns a 37.526. About 0.6 of a mile track. And Michael Stevens, Tag Junior driver, breaking away. Right now, John Perry Hilton just cruising right along in the Rotex Junior class. Nobody really around to contend with him. Still got a ways to go, 14 laps. Derek in the 07, Dobbin Holmes in the 99, Jake in the 295. 37.381. Wow. Pretty quick lap there for Matthew Shane. That is your Tag Junior driver. So they'll see traffic stretch out. We'll need Masters drivers. You're on grid. Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid. That'll be Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid. And Michael Stevens crossing the line for the 5th time. Turns a 37.352. And make Ocala Grand Prix your next stop for any hard to find parts. Got you all hooked up. Apparel, you need chains, engines, fuel, gauges, sensors. We got you all hooked up right here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And of course, you can shop online at OcalaGrandPrix.com. Also, the Arrive and Drive program here. You want to come out and have a little fun, do some racing. And Shane now all of a sudden going to be working with Jake Knepper. Again, Jake, your Rotex Junior driver, Matthew Tag Junior driver. As Matthew gets around Jake, but again, Shane is down one lap. There's really no problem there for Jake, as Jake right now sits on the tail end of the Rotex Junior class. But Michael Stevens moving right along. Michael Stevens, that is your Tag Junior driver, qualified with a 37.357, and he had a quick lap time of 37.352 here in this race, so he's been pretty quick in the pre-final. Need Masters drivers. You're on grid, so we'll pick up the halfway sign. 7 down, 7 to go. Michael Stevens in the Tag Junior class started on the pole. He's led every single lap overall. Running second is Matthew Shane. In the Rotex Junior, John Perry Hilton, overall quick time in qualifying. Right now holds up front. He's on about a 1.5 seconds advantage over the 07. Derek running second. Third, it'll be Dobbin Holmes. Fourth, it'll be Jake Knepper, your Rotex Junior drivers. Boy, Michael Stevens really breaking away from the entire field. Right now, Stevens 12.1 seconds ahead of Rotex Junior driver John Perry Hilton. It's a big gap between those two drivers, but again, separate classes. Boy, John Perry Hilton coming here very well prepared and starting the race weekend second in the point standings. John looking for his first win of the season here in the Fall-Winter Series. And he's got a good start right now. And Matthew Shane trying to plug his way back through field, keeps chipping away as he works around John Perry Hilton again. Hilton, the Rotex Junior driver. Matthew Shane, Tag Junior driver. Remember, about 6-7 laps ago, Matthew shut that cart down. Mechanical problem, and possibly was a chain. Got it back going, so he's down one lap. And there's your overall leader coming off the top of the oval. Tag Junior driver Michael Stevens is flying right along. He'll head into turn number 9. 10 laps complete, 4 to go. Need all Masters drivers. You're on grid. Rotex Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid. Michael Stevens here in lap number 10. He just pulled out a 37.301 for your leader. Boy, he qualified at 37.357 and had a 37.301, so no doubt about it. He is really picking up the speed. John Perry Hilton. John in the number 18, that is your Rotex Junior leader as he watches Matthew Shane come by. Matthew 34 seconds behind your leader, so he's still got a ways to go. As Michael Stevens making it look pretty darn easy, he'll head to the top half of that oval. Ryan will show him 2 to go this time by. And he's got 2 laps to go. That is your overall leader, Tag Junior driver, Michael Stevens. And overall quick qualifier. That's Matthew Shane into 272. Down 1 lap to your leader. Trying to make it up, but going to run out of time. So final 2 circuits to go. As Michael Stevens cruising right along. Overall quick time this morning in qualifying. He'll exit off the top half of that oval. And he'll see the white flag this time by. 1 to go. As your Tag Junior driver, Michael Stevens, flexing some muscle here off of turn 1 with a commanding lead over the entire field. Need Masters drivers. You're up next. Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid. So final circuit to go for Michael Stevens. There's Michael to the top of the oval. He can coast it home now. Brian will show him checker flag, and he'll go wire to wire. Tag junior winner, Michael Stevens. John Perry Hilton hanging on there. He's got a good sizable lead now into the tree turn. And that'll be your Rotex junior leader. There's John off the tree turn for the final time, and he'll make his way to the top of the oval. And he'll head down the front stretch for the final time. He'll seal the deal. John Perry Hilton, your Rotex junior winner. Eric in the 07 will pick up second. Dobbin Holmes, your points leader, comes home third. Jake Nepper comes home fourth. Matthew Shane scored second in the tag junior class. Lead club car drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. So Masters going to make their way out. Here's how I'll line them up. Inside row one. Top three drivers, tag masters. Miguel Grunzel in the number 3. Outside of him, the number 98 of Ryan Smith. Starting third, the 86, that'll be Mark Thomas. Starting fourth, Rotex Masters driver Daniel Gray in the 616. Jason Nelson in the 4J starting fifth. Sixth, it'll be Ramsey Potts. Seventh, it'll be Scott Haas in the 51. Starting eighth, Andy Robertson in the 09. Richard Lowe in the 91 starting ninth. 10th, it'll be the 125 of Joshua Smith. Pete Fritsch in the 23 starting 11th. 12th, it'll be the 69 of Matthew McCabe. Michael Sachs, Tag Masters driver, starting in the 13th spot in the number 11. Scheduled out the number 9 at Jim Glitch, starting 14th. 15th, it'll be the 224 of Derek Mays. Miles Franz in the number 68, starting 16th. 17th, Jamie Orban will start in the number 5. Rita in the 31, starting 18th. 19th, it'll be David Benfield. Ken Wadington in the number 44 will start 20th. 21st, it'll be the 43 of Darren Mays. Rob Mayer in the number 14, starting 22nd. 23rd, it'll be the 96. Scheduled out is Jeff Schmidt. I think he had mechanical problems. And Dan Pinkston in the 626. Be 14 laps. Club cart drivers, we need you on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. So Brian will look them over. Couple Tag Masters drivers, row one, Granzel and Ryan Smith. Green is out. We're underway. Granzel going to try to get that spot, and he'll hang on to it as he'll head into turn number 1. Nice start. Boy, with that heavy amount of traffic behind you, you do not want to get caught up in that. And they come through the chicane, single file. Little bit of side-by-side racing as they enter into the hairpin turn. Still some side-by-side racing mid-pack as they come off that hairpin turn. So single file lap number 1 in the books as they come down the front stretch. Led by Miguel Grunzel, your Tag Masters driver. Grunzel, your quick time this morning. He was the only driver to get in the 37-second bracket. Had a 37.773. And again, that is your Tag Masters overall quick time. And right now, that is your leader. He's got a long way to go. 14 laps just underway as we work our way through our pre-finals of the day. Meantime, some heavy traffic. Look at this side-by-side little battle now. For third, Mark Thomas, Daniel Gray. Also Nelson, Ramsey Potts. Boy, they are mixing it up as they head through the chicane. Club drivers, your on-grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. So Miguel Grunzel. And Grunzel finished with a win back in the Spring-Summer Series. Finished 4th in the point standings. All right, now he's up front. He's got the 98 right on his heels. Dan Miguel Grunzel. Again, Miguel comes in this weekend as your points leader. And he picked up a win in the spring, finished 4th in the point standings. He starts this weekend as your points leader with a win at opening weekend. Finished 2nd earlier this month. So he's off to a very good start. As I said, he finished 4th in the Spring-Summer Series. And he's up front right now with the 98 on his heel. That's Ryan Smith. So it's Grunzel, Ryan Smith, Thomas, your top 3. Ramsey Potts continue to hang on. Rotex Masters leader. There's Ramsey Potts going to bring that second pack of traffic into the hairpin turn. Potts in the 07. He's got Daniel Gray behind him. Potts in the white cart. And then Daniel Gray in that 616 as they come off that tree turn. Daniel Gray on a Tony kart, currently running 2nd. Then you got the 4J of Jason Nelson as they come down the front stretch. Good racing from those drivers now as they head down into turn number 1. Ramsey Potts opens up the weekend as your points leader in that 07, and right now he is your leader. And Potts back-to-back wins this season. Not the win back in September, picked up the win 2 weeks ago. Right now he is your leader in the Rotex Masters. And they'll come down the front stretch. A little bit of a gap now behind him is Daniel Gray in the 616. Then you got the 4J of Jason Nelson. And Daniel Gray still looking for a podium finish. Comes in this weekend, 4th in the point standings. Jason Nelson, another guy in that 4J, currently 7th in the point standing. He has not been on the podium yet either. So a couple drivers looking to make a stop on the podium for the first time this season as they try to run down Ramsey Potts in that 07. That is your points leader. Again, that is your Rotex Masters group as they'll come down the front stretch. 7 laps in, 7 to go. In your Rotex Masters top 3, it's Potts, Gray, and Nelson. Grunzel, Smith, and Thomas, top 3 in the Tag Masters. So we picked up 7 in, 7 to go. Rotex Club Karts, you're up next. Yeah, Miguel Grunzel picking up that run right there. That's your Tag Masters leader. He's got about a kart length separating him between him and the 98 of Ryan Smith as they come down into turn number 1. Good little race there. That one long way from being over. And Ryan Smith, 38.033 for Ryan Smith. Grunzel with a 38.032. So they are very close right there, Grunzel and Smith. Nice little battle between those two drivers. And finally, getting around him. So we got a brand new leader, Ryan Smith in the 98. That is your new leader in the Tag Masters. He finally gets around Grunzel. Now we'll see if he can break away from Miguel Grunzel. They'll head into turn 1. So there's your brand new leader in your Tag Masters. Ryan Smith in the 98. Grunzel running 2nd as they come through the chicane. There's Potts hanging on to the lead in your Rotex Masters. So again, it's Potts, Gray, and Nelson. 1, 2, 3 Rotex Masters. And a couple drivers, I said earlier, trying to get on the podium. Daniel Gray, Jason Nelson, both of those guys have come up a little bit short. Miguel Grunzel, he's not going to lay down in your Tag Masters. Again, he goes to work now. Look at this. They're bumper to bumper. Grunzel gets a good run, and he's going to get the lead right back. Goes right to the inside. Nice setup there for Miguel Grunzel coming into turn number 1. And you really looked at as they came down the front stretch, Ryan Smith used the center of the track and really started to pinch him off to the inside, and Grunzel had a good run and had enough room to get by. Grunzel back to the top spot for the second time in your Tag Masters. Again, Ryan Smith not helping himself. He goes for a little bit of agriculture riding. Gets off the track, slightly off the tree turn. Hopefully didn't do no damage on that cart. A little bit up on the right side pod. Looks like it's elevated just a little bit on that right side. Meantime, now the 4J trying to get around as they come off of turn number 1. That'll be Daniel Gray, Jason Nelson battling for second, Rotex Masters class. Tell you, this one's going to go right down to the wire. Potts, your leader, Rotex Masters. Daniel Gray and Jason Nelson, boy, they're starting to heat it up. Move over sign going to come out. Menfield and Whittington, they'll move over. 2 to go this time by for Grunzel, your Tag Masters leader. And Nelson trying to get around Daniel Gray in that 616. That is for second place Rotex Masters. So final 2 circuits to go. They'll work around lap traffic as they come off that top of the oval. That is your Tag Masters leader, Miguel Grunzel. He'll pick up the white flag, 1 to go. He'll dive down into turn number 1. Has about a cart length advantage through the chicane. Now opens up 2 cart lengths. That's your Tag Masters battle. In the meantime, Ramsey Potts in the Rotex Masters. Right now, he's got a comfortable lead. And he'll cruise right along. He's got Daniel Gray and Jason Nelson in behind him. So Miguel Grunzel going to have to put up his fist now, trying to keep Ryan Smith behind him. They'll exit off the tree turn. Here they come to the top part of the oval. Grunzel going to really hug that inside groove. They'll come off the oval. Grunzel will score the win. Tag Master winner Miguel Grunzel. Ryan Smith comes home second. And here he comes in the 07, Ramsey Potts. He'll pick up the win. Rotex Masters. Picking up second, Daniel Gray third. It'll be Jason Nelson, Rotex Masters. Heat shifter drivers, you're now on grid. Bring them up. Shifter drivers. Kid Karts, your pre-grid for your final. Again, we will get a 10-minute intermission in between our pre-finals and finals. But again, we'll need shifter drivers. You're on grid. Kid Karts, your pre-grid. So this will be our Rotex Club Karts. Again, the Arrive and Drive program here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Great opportunity if you'd like to get your feet wet. Maybe just come out and have a little fun. Do a little racing with us. All you need to do is just show up. We'll get you Everything else you need, helmet, fire suit, cart, we'll take care of you. And we even got a mechanic working on those machines for you, so you don't have to worry about a thing. A great new concept here at the Ocala Grand Prix. And talking to those drivers, they really enjoy these carts, and they are moving quick. And they're set to go 14 laps. And if you're just getting your feet wet in the world of racing, want to check it out, maybe not sure, and come out here and get a few races under your belt before you move on and get in the investment. And really unique concept as we new feature here of this fall-winter series. Some very quick karts. And again, we had an opportunity to see them back in September in the rain. Eric Duff in the 106 on the pole. Outside row 1, the 120 is Sean Sullivan. Greg Savage in the 103 in row number 2. Again, the Arrive and Drive program, pretty cool. Again, you're going to come out here to the Ocala Grand Prix and have a little fun. Go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com. Brian going to look them over, row number 1, as they'll pick it up. Eric Duff and Sean Sullivan down into turn number 1. They're a little side-by-side coming off there. How about Eric Duff going to hang to the outside? Sean Sullivan. And Sean Sullivan back-to-back winners. He's in the 120. And he's got 2 in a row, so he's liking this Arrive and Drive program as he's your early points leaders. We're in race weekend number 3 here in the fall-winter series. So they'll work off the tree turn for the very first time. Eric Duff qualified with a 46.030. Sean Sullivan 46.270. And then Greg Savage qualified with a 45.479, but unfortunately he was DQ'd. So it's Sean Sullivan, Greg Savage, and Eric Duff 1, 2, 3 as they head off the chicane. Shifters, you're up next. Kid Karts, your pre-grid for your final. Again, we'll take a 10-minute break after shifters, and we'll move on into Kid Karts. Again, don't forget those drivers, top 3 finishes. Again, we'll have our podium awards once we do finish up with our shifters, and all classes have cleared. And Eric Duff getting off the track again, and it's been a little trouble spot for Eric coming off that tree turn. Getting the adjustment, getting the feel of that 106. Eric Duff currently running 3rd. Sean Sullivan, quick time, 46.078. So again, we'll have podium awards, those top 3 drivers in each class. Again, that will take place once we do conclude all racing, and that is located by the tech area. So once you hear the track go quiet, you want to make your way over to the podium area if you do have a top 3 finish. And once we get all the paperwork done, we'll get you awards and get you going. So working on your Rotex Club Karts is a lot of fun, though. And of course, you can come out here during the week. Go to the website for all the times. Ocala Grand Prix, and you come out here and enjoy some racing. Of course, a great facility, a lot to offer here as move up to the next step. And we got the coaching here at the track and mechanics, all the parts you need, everything to get you going here at the Ocala Grand Prix. We will hook you up. And again, putting out some very talented drivers. Got a few drivers going to World Finals, and got a couple drivers over to Italy here this weekend racing. And all around the States, and the Pan Am races just a week or so ago. A lot of these Ocala drivers, boy, really getting it done, and good to see them traveling around the country and around the world. It's amazing to watch how quick these kids grow up, too, and how talented they are. Again, the 106 still struggling a little bit. Again, Eric Duff kicks a little bit dirt up off a turn, off that top of the oval turn. He's found the grass a couple times. Need shifters, you're on grid. Kid Karts, your pre-grid for your final. Overall quick time back in lap number 2, Sean Sullivan, 46.078. We've got 4 laps complete, 10 to go. Working on our Pre-final. You'll see 16 laps a little bit later on. So field cycling around. They'll head to the top part of the hairpin turn. Greg Savage, 1.8 second advantage for Greg Savage. So hang on right now. Sullivan back in lap number 2 at a 46.078. Again, a lot of fun though. You want to get your feet wet, as I said, or just come out and have some fun. Stop in the showroom and get all the information. You two could be out here having a little fun. And obviously you start to look at these times. 46.328 for Greg Savage. Sullivan with a 46.078. So these cars are no doubt about it. They are really getting up and getting it done. And Sean Sullivan back-to-back wins. He's your current points leader. Greg Savage coming in this weekend third in the points standings. Greg Savage making his second start. Raced with us back in September. Did not race in October. Now making his start here late October. Again, did not race back on the 11th, but making his second start. And right now, making the best of it is Greg Savage in command. As we'll pick up the halfway sign, 7 down, 7 to go. Savage into the chicane with a 2.4 second advantage. Need shifter drivers. You're up next for your pre-final, and then it'll be kid karts for your final. We will take a 10-minute intermission, let our workers get a drink and get set for our national anthem, and we'll get rolling on to our finals. And don't forget, you got family members and you want to go back and have them watch the event here this weekend, go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. Look for the OGP Live tab right there on the right-hand side. Click it. You'll be able to get all the live action here, each and every race from the Ocala Grand Prix. And that includes timing and scoring, of course, the audio and video. Great facility here, Ocala Grand Prix. So up front, Greg Savage now opens up a 3-second advantage. 9 laps complete. Sullivan running second. Eric Duff runs third. Again, we'll be right back here on the 8th of November, race weekend number 4 for our fall-winter local series. That'll be November 8th. Working our way through the 2014 season. Amazing how quick it's gone. Well, we've seen a lot of great racing this season. And again, back here November 8th for race weekend number 4. And then we'll close it out in the month of December. We'll wrap it up on the 13th of December, fall-winter series. Of course, we'll have our banquet. We'll all wrap it up. That'll be the final event there for the fall-winter series. That all comes up on the 13th of December. So a lot of great racing coming your way right here from the Ocala Grand Prix. Watching the club kart drivers continue to cycle around. 11 laps complete. Shifters, you're up next. We'll need kid karts to the grid. Kid karts will need you to the grid for your final. And we will take a 10-minute break once our shifters are done. And then we'll get on into our finals. So Brian getting ready to show them 2 to go next time by. And double sticks this time by, 2 to go for Greg Savage. Savage off of turn number 1 opens up a 4.1 second advantage. And he'll work through the chicane. And a lot of fun on these carts. They really are a blast. They handle very well. We watched them in the rain and really seen some cool racing out of these drivers. So a white flag final circuit, 1 to go, Greg Savage. So Greg Savage moving right along. Looks like he will seal the deal. And we'll get set for our shifters. So coming off the top of the oval for the final time, Greg Savage. Greg in lap number 12 turned to 46.067. He'll seal the deal. So there it is, your Club Kart winner in your pre-final. Greg Savage scores the win. Sean Sullivan coming home second. Eric Duff will be scored in the 3rd spot. So shifters will make their way out. Last pre-final of the day. Need Kid Kart drivers of the grid. Need clone senior junior drivers. We'll need you pre-grid for your final. So once again, Kid Kart drivers, I need you on grid. Clone senior junior, you will be pre-grid as your shifters will make their way out. Alex Sullivan in the number 419 stock moto driver inside row number 1. Outside the 29, stock moto driver Rob Mayer. Starting 3rd, the 10 of C.J. Dickerson, stock moto driver. Masters driver Phil Haddad in the number 54 will be in row number 1, or actually starting 4th, and he'll be your quick time in the Masters. Jerry Brown will start 5th in your Masters. Jerry at the 14. So we'll get them a hot lap and we'll get them ready to go. Your shifters last pre-final of the day. Kid Karts need you on grid, pre-grid. That'll be your clone senior junior drivers. You are pre-grid. We'll move on into our national anthem, get a quick break, and then we will get into our finals of the day. Kid Karts, you'll go 10 laps. Clone Junior Senior, 16 laps. Micromax, 12 laps. Minimax, you'll go 14. Rotex Senior Tag Senior, 16 laps. Will be Rotex Junior Tag Senior Masters and Club Karts, all 16, along with shifters. So your final group They will go 15 lap shifters. Row number 1, Alex Sullivan, Rob Mayer. C.J. Dickerson in the number 10. Stock moto driver. Phil Haddad in the 54. Jerry Brown in the 14. Green is out. We're underway. Oh, contact. Again, that's C.J. Dickerson. Hops on the back end. I believe that was Rob Mayer. Boy, C.J. came out. I got to believe Rob Mayer may have been a little bit slow coming out of the gate. We're trying to get him fired up. As the field will make their way into that tree turn, trying to get that cart turned around. I'm trying to get him fired up, and they got it going, so he'll get out of harm's way. Your leader's coming off the top of the oval. CJ now off of turn 1. Seemed to piggyback on the 29 possibly. It looks like Alex Sullivan might have been the victim of that one. Alex Sullivan in the 419 heads into the pits. So it looks like that's it for Alex Sullivan. He may have been in that little contact as they piled up on top of each other. So C.J. Dickerson and apparently Alex Sullivan were all involved in that little mix-up. I'm just not sure if Rob Mayer, one of those drivers, did not get off the line. C.J. started to come out. So Rob Mayer, overall leader. C.J. Dickerson will find himself a lap down. So it'll be the battle in the Masters as Phil Haddad and Jerry Brown. Phil in the 54, Jerry in the 14. Rob Mayer with quick time 36.866. Need kid carts to the grid. You're now on grid. Clone Senior, Junior, you're pre-grid. And kid carts, you're on grid. Clone Senior, Junior, you are pre-grid. So in behind the wall again is the 419 of Alex Sullivan. Did not get a lap in. Tough break for him. Rob Mayer, your overall leader. And he's turned to 36.866 for Rob Mayer. That was back in lap number 2. There's C.J. Dickerson crossing the line. Rob Mayer in the 29. So Rob Mayer, stock moto. And he has a 3/4 of a lap lead over C.J. Dickerson. Then you got Masters leader Phil Haddad in the 54. Jerry Brown running second in the Masters. Jerry in the 14. And they'll complete lap number 5 this time by. So 5 laps in. Again, 10 to go. There's the 54. Haddad will cross the line. 6 laps complete. Here comes Jerry Brown. He'll head to the line. So kid carts, you're up next for your final. It'll be 10 laps for the kids. So we'll pick up the halfway sign this time by. So Mayer across the line. So 7 in, 8 to go. 15 lap pre-final. It started a little rough there with C.J. Dickerson getting hung up there and finally getting going. And I got to believe Alex Sullivan may have been the one that suffered in that one. He did take it into the pits, did not complete a lap. So hopefully not too serious. We'll get to see him out a little bit later on in his finals. Got plenty of time. Rob Mayer going to sneak up now on C.J. Dickerson. And about to put him down a lap as they come through the chicane. Those are both stock moto drivers. Well, C.J. Dickerson with Rob Mayer sneaking right up on him, and he's going to... Oh, and he makes contact as he bites the back end of C.J. Dickerson. That's Rob Mayer. Rob's, I got to get going. Rob Mayer again is one lap up over C.J. Dickerson. I don't know if C.J. didn't want to lay down from getting down, going down a lap, but again, a little bit of contact there, and Mayer gets to the back end of him. Now they'll try to get C.J. going again. So a tough break here in the pre-final for the 10 of C.J. Dickerson. He had a rough start at the beginning, dropped the green flag, and now he gets bit there coming into the entry of the hairpin turn. And he is down now 2 laps, and he'll come around. And there's Rob Mayer now coming to the top half of the oval. So Mayer will put C.J. Dickerson down 2 laps. And we got 10 laps in, 5 to go. Rob Mayer back in lap 6, 36.697. Phil Haddad, best lap time, 37.623. Jerry Brown running second in the Masters. Quick time for him, 38.480. C.J. Dickerson with a 37.648 for C.J. Dickerson. And we'll need kid carts. We'll need you on the grid. Pre-grid. It'll be clone senior, clone junior. You are pre-grid. And we will get a 10-minute break for our corner workers. We'll get our national anthem in, and we will move on to our finals. Once again, if you have a top 3 finish, once we do conclude all racing for the day, you may want to head over to the tech area where we have our podium set up. We'll have awards once we get everybody through tech and everybody clears, get all the paperwork done, and we'll get you awards to get you in and out. But again, if you have a top 3, once we do see the track go quiet, you want to head over to the podium area, and we'll get you going. So C.J. Dickerson coming down the front stretch, gets the move over sign. That'll be Rob Mayer. So Rob again comes back to close it in on C.J. Dickerson. And a couple laps ago, C.J. was trying to keep him behind him from going down a lap and ended up causing a little bit of problem there for him. And they'll come to that hairpin turn. And again, both of those drivers, stock moto. And Rob Mayer, let's see if you guys get around. C.J. not going to lay down, but Rob's got about a 2-lap advantage over C.J. Dickerson, and we'll see. White flag, there it is, 1 to go for Rob Mayer. So Rob Mayer will pick up the white as he stays in behind C.J. Dickerson. Rob's got a 2-lap advantage over C.J., so I wouldn't get too anxious there as they come to the top of the hairpin turn. Again, in your Masters, Phil Haddad, your leader, Jerry running second. Now C.J. gonna, whoa, C.J. not too happy. I gotta believe what Rob Mayer now is. He'll come off the top of the oval, and Brian with checker flag in hand. And he'll wave it, so checker flag in hand. Rob Mayer will score the win. C.J. will finish down 2 laps to Rob Mayer. Phil Haddad will seal the deal, and he'll come off the top of the oval. He will be your Masters winner as they come down the front stretch. So there it is, our finals in the books. So we'll get a 10-minute break. We'll get our national anthem in, and We'll get set to go for our finals. Want to thank those folks joining us this afternoon. Hope you're having a great fall weekend, no matter where you're enjoying the action from around the country, around the state, or around the world. Again, you got some folks checking in from overseas. Hopefully having a great weekend. So we will get a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:45 for our finals. We'll start with kid karts. It'll be followed by clone, junior, and senior. So again, we'll get back to racing at 3:45. So just about ready to go. We'll need kid karts. We'll need you on grid. Pre-grid, it'll be clone senior and junior. May I have your attention through the grid area and pit area. At this time, we'd ask gentlemen to please remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's go racing once again. Good afternoon as we are ready to move on into our finals race weekend number 3 here at the Ocala Grand Prix for our fall winter series, and kid karts will get us rolling first as they get set to come out for their 10-lap final. And kid karts up first. We'll need clone senior junior on pre-grid. Micromax will need you to make your way to the grid. Micromax need you to make your way to the grid. So we are ready to go. I want to welcome those folks joining us. First, clone senior junior second. Third, it'll be Micromax. Fourth group, it'll be Minimax and Minimax and Mini Rock. You're followed by Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, Tag Senior. Also see Rotex Junior, Tag Junior. Rotex and Tag Masters. We'll see Club Karts and Shifters. So a lot of great racing coming your way. And we came out of the gate very strong in the pre-finals, and we will continue to carry some great action as our kid kart drivers will make their way out. Leandro Martin's inside row number 1 in the 4. Outside, Samuel Igwa in the number 8. Dean Abadal in the number 9. Ricky Case in the 75. Green flag out. We are ready to go. As our kid kart drivers, 10 laps. Very strong run early on from Leandro Martin's, qualified on the pole position. And then took the win, dominated in the pre-final. So work their way around lap number 1. Again, 10-lap kid karts, ages 5 to 7. Very talented drivers. They make their way around. Again, Leandro Martins in the number 4. And Leandro Martins back-to-back second-place finishes. Again, overall points leader, Ricky Case. Back-to-back wins for Ricky Case, and it's been a little tough for Ricky here today. Had problems in that pre-final. Did not get a lap in, but he's back on the track right now as they make their way around for lap number 1. Ricky Case, points leader, back-to-back wins. Leandro Martin's coming in today looking for his first win, second in the point standings. Samuel third, Dean fourth in the point standings. And stars of tomorrow here at the Ocala Grand Prix, kid kart drivers ages 5 to 7. And again, we're all of a sudden seeing a little action early on. Leandro Martin's in the 4, Samuel in the number 8. as they go side by side coming off that hairpin turn. Again, Lindro Martins came out of the gate very strong in that pre-final. Crossed the line 37.4 seconds ahead of Samuel. And right now, Lindro works his way around Samuel. He'll come off the top of the oval as your early leader. So 2 laps in, there's Lindro Martins down into turn number 1. Again, Ricky Case gets around the number 9, Dean, and that kart very slow coming off into the top of the oval. So not sure that kart's struggling, the number 9. There's Ricky Case now coming down the front stretch. So they're quickly going to stretch it out, your kid karts. Lindro Martins looking for his first win of the season. Now the 9 will shut it down off the top of the oval, so problem with the 9. And Liebenall again parks it at the top part of the oval. Now there's Lindro Martins coming off the tree turn. Clone Senior, Junior, you are on grid. Micromax, I need you to the grid. Micromax drivers, need you to the grid. Need all Micromax drivers. You are pre-grid, need you to the grid. So that looks like that's it for the number 9. So it looks like Dean will put it in the infield and keep them out of harm's way. A little assistance there by one of our track workers. Get the visor up and a little air in that helmet. And Dean finished 3rd in the pre-final. But his day done now as they cycle around. So 3 laps into it again, 10-lap final. Your kid karts, ages 5 to 7. Again, boy, we've seen a big jump coming up out of kid karts, out of the spring-summer series. A bunch of those drivers who ran with us last year or so in kid karts have moved up into the Micromax class. We'll see those drivers out a little bit later on. So Lindro Martins, your race leader. We'll correct that. Samuel, your leader. Lindro running 2nd. Ricky Case being scored 3rd. Dean in the 4th position. Good to see Ricky Case get it going. Boy, the young man had a problem in that pre-final. Kind of struggled a little bit in qualifying after coming off back-to-back wins for Ricky Case, and something did not stay up to par for him in the pre-final. That kart shut down and going into lap number 1. And good to see the young man get some laps out there now as he cycles around. You hate to come all the way out and not get any lap time, but again, whatever plagued the 75, looks like that kart running pretty well for Ricky Case. Again, Clone, Senior, Junior, you're up next. Micromax, your pre-grid. Need the Micromax drivers. We need you to the grid, your pre-grid. So Samuel across the line for the 5th time. Brown will show him cross flags. 5 down, 5 to go. It is the halfway point. Samuel, your leader. Ricky Case in that 2nd spot. Lindro Martins now being scored 3rd. So a problem with Lindro Martins, and again, being told now Lindro something mechanically wrong with that kart. So Lindro Martins going to bite him now, and he'll end up with 3 laps in. So tough break for Lindro Martins. Yeah, Lindro coming in with back-to-back 2nd place finishes, and he's been very good. And Samuel looking for his best finish of the year. Well, it looks like he'll be able to hang in there and possibly get a win. We'll see what happens, but again, he has not been able to get to that top spot, and he may pick up his first win of the season, and he'll cycle around, and he'll work his way down the front stretch, and Samuel will complete 6 laps this time by for your leader. Clone, Senior, Junior, you're on grid. Micromax, I need you to the grid. You're pre-grid. Need all Micromax drivers. We need you to the grid. Again, be sure to check out the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. The Arrive and Drive program. You can get out of our online and shop online for any hard-to-find parts. We got you hooked up, or stop in the showroom. OcalaGrandPrix.com. And Clone, Senior, Junior drivers, we need you to the grid. You're up next. Micro, your pre-grid. Well, there's your leader. Samuel across the line for the 7th time. Unfortunately, Lindro Martins had a very quick Kart. Again, that Kart had turned a 56.424 back in lap number 3, and a tough break for Lindro. Again, as I said, he had back-to-back second-place finishes, was on his way to get a win. And unfortunately, mechanical problems have taken him out. But you never know. That's why you got to run all the laps. So we may have a different winner here this afternoon with 7 in. Right now, Samuel has got about a 20-second advantage over Ricky Case. And that's the worst thing. You want to see these youngsters not be able to get that seat time. But they'll be right back at it as we've got race weekend number 4, November 8th. And then we wrap it up December 13th. How quick the time flies. Hard to believe. So Samuel gets 2 to go this time by. Final 2 circuits for your leader. We'll move on into our clone junior and senior class. Yeah, Junior Down's been very good here this season. In the box stock senior class, Hunter Fox dominating in the junior class. And we'll get a look at them next. So we'll pick up the white flag next time by. So 1 to go. Samuel looking for his first win of the season. And he's got 1 more to go. He'll head off at turn number 1. Here comes Ricky Case. Good to see Ricky have a little luck turned around. As I said, he did not complete a lap in the pre-final, but able to make it here in the final. And he'll take the white flag. So final lap, your Kid Kart drivers. Clone, senior, junior, you're up next. Micromax, your pre-grid. Again, Hunter Fox will be on the pole position. Clone junior driver. Junior Downs outside row 1. Box senior drivers. They get set to come out. And Samuel will come down the front stretch for the final time. Now it looks like he may have went in. I think he did. He went in the pits. So Samuel jumping in 1 lap too early. As clearly Brian gave him the white flag. And he went in and he just cost himself a win because Ricky Case, you get the little bit the right place at the right time. And Ricky Case will pick up the win. And he goes 3 in a row. How about Ricky Case? Wow, that was an unusual situation. Samuel almost had his first win of the season and went in 1 lap too early, and no doubt about it. Brian showed him the white flag, and I called it. And he, for some reason, went in the pits. Don't know if it was a mechanical problem or just a misjudgment. But he heads in, and how about that, Ricky Case? You're the winner. So Ricky Case will go 3 for 3. Folks, that's why you run the race all the way to the finish. And how about that for Ricky Case? Qualified last in qualifying, no laps in the pre-final. He hangs in there and stays on the track and gets the win. So a tough break, though, for a couple of these drivers. So Ricky Case will head in as he scores his 3rd win of the season. He showed him the white.
That kid's gonna be so upset when someone knows what he did.
So it'll be a little heartbreak there for our kid carts. Got a couple to be recovered. Angel Martins will get that cart picked up, brought in. Boy, that's some disappointing youngsters here today in the kid cart class. But again, another great job, though, by these youngsters. Hey, they got to learn both ways. So Angel Martins, again, you talk about heartbreak. This young man had fast time in qualifying. He won the pre-final by 30-plus seconds and was dominating, and they started to get rolling here in the final, and then something broke on that cart. So, again, you never know. Stay out there. Never know what's going to happen. So we'll get set. Your box stock senior, Clone Jr. And here's how we'll line them up. Clone Jr. driver Hunter Fox, inside row number 1. Outside, it'll be box stock senior drivers, Junior Downs in the number 3. Starting third overall, Mike Polly, your points leader in the 42. Michael Gronzel in the number 4, starting fourth. Fifth, it'll be the 11 of Kurt Folsom. Mike Saragman in the 72, starting 6th overall. 7th, it'll be Rick Smith in the 105. 8th, it'll be scheduled out Joshua Smith. 9th, it'll be Alan Potley, the Clone Jr. driver, and Gus Blanco, starting 10th, box stock senior driver. 2 different winners so far this season. Rick Smith scored the win back in September in your box stock senior, and Junior Downs won it earlier this month. We'll see if we have yet another winner, or we'll get a second-time winner here today. They got a ways to go. 16 laps. Micromax, again, you are pre-grid Micromax. You need Mini Rock, Mini-Max to make your way to the grid. Again, we need all Micromax drivers. We need you to the grid. And things are going to start to heat up now as we start getting into the meat of the sandwich. Again, seen some exciting racing out of the box stock. Of course, Micromax, Mini Rock, Mini-Max. Rock Senior, and we got some good racing coming your way as your Clone Senior Junior drivers make their way out. 16 laps as they come down the front stretch. On Polly, your current points leader. You talk about close. Mike opens up this weekend with a 10-point advantage over the 105 of Rick Smith. Rick Smith, the winner this season. Gus Blanco third in the point standings. Gus, his best finish, second back in September. Boy, Gus would like to get some stuff turned around. He has been struggling. Took a DQ in the pre-final. Gus qualified toward the back of the field. Matter of fact, he did not take a qualifying lap in the qualifying effort. So Gus Blanco in that yellow number 12 machine, like to get things turned around. Great guy, Gus Blanco. Micromax, you're on the grid. We need all Micromax drivers on grid. Mini Rock, Mini-Max, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, Mini-Max, your pre-grid. We need you to the grid. Race 4 coming up November 8th right here at the Ocala Grand Prix, our fall-winter local series. Then we'll wrap it up December 13th. But a ways to go. Got a lot of excitement coming your way. Want to welcome those folks joining us on the Ocala Grand Prix live feed. And we are going to start to see it heat up. Hunter Fox, Clone Junior driver, inside row 1. Junior Downs at the outside. Box Senior, both drivers sparing at number 3 on the side of their cart. 16 laps as they come down the front stretch. Brian, you got to look him over. Hunter Fox very fast in that number 3 machine. Brian likes what he sees, going to let him go. See if that inside lane will be the one to work. A little bit of shifting going on now as they come across. Oh, they're going to stack them up. A couple carts going to get together. That'll be Kurt Folsom. And Kurt will gather it back up, and he keeps it going forward. And Junior Downs, that is your box stock senior driver in the number 3. Junior making his second start here. Did not start with us back in September. Came on very strong here in race weekend number 2 as he scored the win. And he'll see junior driver now come to the outside of him. That is the 14 of Alan Polly. Will come around him. Obviously, the junior driver's a lot quicker as they come in turn number 1. Michael Grunzel on the 4 off to a very good start. Senior driver. He'll lead that field as they come into that chicane. Again, and Grunzel coming off with a very good start. Michael started 4th overall.
Can you page cart number 5 in Micromax to the grid? Did they leave? That's what Charlie just said.
Yeah, they pulled out.
So yeah, there's your overall leader. Kind of a unique way that looking at Hunter Fox kind of leaning up against the steering wheels. He's coming down the front stretch. So he'll be your overall leader in the number 3 again, Clone Junior driver. Alan Polly will now move up into that second spot, Clone Junior driver. Now again, we watched this earlier between these two drivers as Hunter Fox had a commanding lead. And then at the very end, Alan Polly took advantage of slower traffic. And again, we see a little bit of smoke coming off that number 14 machine as they come down the front stretch. Again, you look at Hunter Fox kind of leaning a little bit weird as he comes down the front stretch. Almost lifting his rear end out of that seat and kind of lifting it. So again, Alan Polly, your junior driver, starting to close it up now, and Hunter Fox will get to the top part of that hairpin turn as they exit off the hairpin turn now into the tree turn. Yeah, those are your two junior drivers. Again, you look at how Hunter Fox kind of leaning forward. You see the smoke continue to come off the 14. We'll see if that's going to affect Alan's cart. As they come down the front stretch again, you see him grabbing that steering wheel. As they come down into turn number 1, and obviously that's not going to help him because Alan Polly just made the pass. Haven't seen that before with Hunter Fox kind of leaning up, grabbing that steering wheel, pulling it to his chest. But whatever that little knack there has not helped him because he just watched the lead come by. As Alan Polly takes it away in your junior class. Junior Downs, your leader in the senior class. Basically got a 2-cart shootout on both groups. As Junior Downs, Michael Grunzel running second. And your second different leader in both classes. Hunter Fox, early leader, he gives way to Alan Polly. And then Junior Downs finally got around Michael Grunzel for the lead in your box stock senior. Lap number 5, Alan Polly, your junior driver, 41.720. So Alan's starting to break away from the 3 machine of Hunter Fox. And Junior Downs in that number 3, senior driver, looking for back-to-back wins. He's looking to go 2 for 2. Making his second start. Came with us here back at the end of, or excuse me, actually back at the beginning of October in race weekend number 2. And he scored the win there. Again, Alan Polly picked up the win back in September, did not race with us earlier in October. So Alan Polly looking for his second win of the season. Well, how about that? Alan Polly looking for back-to-back wins. Continue to see smoke come off of that cart as he makes his way to the top of the ovals. 10 laps to go. It'll be 9 laps this time by. 7 laps complete. As traffic is starting to stretch out. Junior Downs making it look pretty easy. Yeah, Junior Downs picked up the quick time in qualifying. He qualified earlier this morning with a 43.162. And then in the pre-final had a 42.902. It's a little bit slower in that pre-final. And again, Junior Downs right now, 43.582. So he's really staying about right where he was, a little bit slower, as we'll pick up the halfway sign this time by. So 8 laps in, 8 laps to go as we work on our second final of the day. So your running order, Clone Jr., Alan Michael Polly, your leader. Hunter Fox running second, 3.3 seconds behind your leader. Box Stock Senior, overall leader, Junior Downs. Grenzel running second, Polly running third. Rockman running fourth, Kurt Folsom running fifth, sixth it'll be Blanco. Overall quick time between both groups, Al and Pauly with a 41.720. And all of a sudden he starts to break away from Hunter Fox. And I'm not quite sure if Hunter Fox has got some sort of an issue in that seat, because every time he comes by, he's either looking down or sliding a little bit over to the left of that seat. Again, we've seen him when he was coming down the front stretch earlier, kind of grabbing that steering wheel, pulling it up toward his chest. But obviously his times continue to slow a little bit now. So I'm sure he's got some sort of an issue, and it looks like he has dropped off, certainly has. So Hunter Fox dealing with some sort of a mechanical problem, and he bails out right there by the exit of the chicane. Something has been plaguing that cart, because you can see how uncomfortable he was in that machine. So a tough break for Hunter Fox. Again, having a word over there with one of the corner workers. Not if he's just upset or... But obviously kind of assessing the cart, looking around, walking around. So a tough break. Again, a very talented driver, Hunter. Yeah, we'll retire that cart here just over the halfway point for Hunter Fox. Yeah, and he did, it looked something strange. I said earlier on when you watched him, he was kind of like leaning toward the steering wheel and lifting it towards his body. Then this last time he came by, it looked like he was scooted over to the left side of the seat. So he knew something wasn't right with that cart, but finally retires it. So a tough break for the 3 machine of Hunter Fox, your junior driver. And Junior Downs looking for back-to-back wins right now. He's in command with just about a 2.8 second advantage for Junior Downs over Michael Grenzel. Points leader, Mike Pauly running third in the senior class. That's your top 3, Downs, Grenzel, and Mike Pauly. In the junior class, Alan Michael Pauly continue to hold on to that top position, and he will seal the deal. As a heartbreak there for Hunter Fox. Need all of our Micromax drivers. We need you on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. Need you to the grid. So Junior Downs going for a Sunday drive on a Saturday afternoon. And he's looking for back-to-back wins. How about that? Making his second start. And he's looking to get his second straight win. Junior Downs. He's been doing it a while. Really likes these carts. And again, he's looking to get his second win. And he'll continue to make his way around. So traffic stretching out. Micromax, you're on grid. Mini Rock, Mini Max, your pre-grid. So Junior Downs moving right along. Both drivers looking for their second straight win. Actually, yeah, second win for Pauly. And of course, Allen will pick up his second win. Junior Downs, if he hangs on, will get his second straight win of the season. So back-to-back wins for these 2 drivers. So final 2 circuits to go. Micromax coming up next in a field that is stacked. 14 drivers signed in. And we'll go 12 laps with our Rotex Micromax. This will be a very exciting race. And we've seen 2 different winners so far this season. And good chance we'll see yet another different winner here in the Micromax. Again, as I talked about this field, it is stacked top to bottom. Very talented drivers. So smoking and everything, cycling around for the white flag. Here comes Alan Polly. He'll cross the line. Heads down into turn number 1. Kurt Folsom in the 11. There's Gus Blanco. Boy, they problems continue to foul that 12 machine. Gus Blanco. And Gus struggled in qualifying. Did not come out in qualifying. Had a DQ in the pre-final. So Gus Blanco trying to shake the bugaboo off of him and trying to get things going in that 12 machine. So in the meantime, here comes your winner. This will be your junior winner, Alan Paulo, across the line. And he goes 2 for 2 this season. 2 races, 2 wins, as is Junior Downs. Once he cycles around, there's Junior off the tree turn. And Junior will come off the top of the oval. He goes back to back. So 2 starts, 2 wins for Junior Downs. And there's your senior winner. So in your junior class, Alan Powley will score the win. Now Hunter Fox will be credited second. Box Stock Senior, Junior Downs, your winner. Mike Powley second. Michael Grunzell third. Fourth, it'll be the 72. Fifth, it'll be the 11 of Folsom. Then it'll be Gus Blanco in behind him. So there it is, your Box Stock Junior and Senior. So a couple carts for pickup, and we will move on. 12-lap Micromax. And this will be a good one. You got a couple extra minutes. Maybe you want to make your way up to the fence. So a cart to pick up, and we will get ready. 12 laps Micromax. 14 drivers signed in. And been a kind of a crazy day. Anderson Leonard came in this weekend 6th in the point standings. Problem in qualifying for Anderson. He fought back in the pre-final. Anderson Leonard came from the back of the field, finished 7th. That's a driver you may want to keep an eye on. Anderson Leonard. Obviously, Trevor Oakman, that's the one that's been the money driver so far. Picked up quick time in qualifying and won the pre-final, but he was pressured by one-time winner Jeremy Fletcher. Bryce Haynes, that's your points leader. We'll get your rundown here in just a couple of minutes. We'll get the cars cleared off the track, and we will get ready to go. 10 laps, your Micromax. This will be a doozy. And again, these drivers have put on one heck of a show so far all season. Definitely want to get up there and find yourself a good spot to watch a good racing here out of these drivers. Mini Rock, Mini Max, you'll be following Micro. Need Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior. We'll need you to the grid. So recovery just about complete. We will get your starting lineup for your Rotex Micromax. This will be 12 laps, Mini Rock, Mini Max. You'll be on grid, Rotex Senior, Rock Senior, Tag Senior. You are pre-grid. And here's how we'll line them up. Your 12 lap Micromax final inside of row number 1. It'll be the 62 of Trevor Oakman. Outside row number 1, the 308 of Jeremy Fletcher. Starting third, the 21, your current points leader, Bryce Haynes. Daniel Krajewski in the number 101, starting fourth. Starting fifth, the 114. Evan Hamburg in the number 114. Starting sixth, driving the number 7, it'll be Anderson Leonard. Alex Jackie in the number 9, starting seventh. Starting eighth, the 15th, Trent Douglas. Wilson Martins Jr. in the number 88, starting ninth. 10th, it'll be the number 24 of Monty Cherry. Lawson Polehill with the number 99, starting 11th. Starting 12th to 59, Gabriel Cialino. Scheduled in the 13th spot, the 5 of Nikita Johnson, followed by the 11 of Madison Folsom. So there's your starting lineup, 12 laps. Winners so far this season, Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy opened up with a win back in September. Chase Hefner scored the win in race weekend number 2. Chase not in the field today. So it is a good chance we may see a different winner here this afternoon. Or can Jeremy Fletcher? He's been running good. Finished fourth in qualifying. Finished second in the pre-final. Well, you talk about a stack of talent drivers, youngsters right here. And they are good top to bottom, good all the way around. Trevor Oatman in the 62, making his second start. Now, Trevor, last time out, finished second earlier here in October, making his second start here today. So he's been good in the first 2 events for Trevor Oatman. Jeremy Fletcher, third in the point standings. Opened up the season with a win. Bryce Haynes in the 21. Always a threat and gets so close to that win. Could it be today? Our third different winner will it be the 21. Points leader, Bryce Haynes, starting in row number 2. A pretty good spot to start. Been a great day for the 101. Daniel Krajewski. Daniel second in qualifying. Finished fourth in the pre-final. This young man has really got it together. He's been solid. And got a chance to talk to Daniel earlier today. Big Ferrari fan, likes the F1. Hanging out with his buddies, Anderson Leonard, also a big Formula One guy. And amazing how much these kids know about Formula One racing. Great kids this morning chatting about Formula One. And they are ready to roll as they come to the top of the oval. 12 laps, Trevor Oatman. In row number 1, Jeremy Fletcher outside row 1. It'll be the mad dash into turn number 1. Folks, you want to get in here and get up to the fence. You're going to see some very good racing. Trevor Oatman inside row 1. Green is out. Fletcher with Daniel Krajewski behind him as they head down into turn number 1. Trevor Oatman going to bring Bryce Haynes with him. And they'll head through the chicane. No big surprise there. And again, as I said, Bryce Haynes started in row number 2. That inside lane is the way to be. And he'll come into the top of the hairpin turn for the very first time. Rotex Micromax, 12 laps. Again, Trevor Oatman, he's been very solid. Again, picked up quick time in qualifying. Very good driver, doesn't get rattled. And then he's got a very good driver in behind him to 21 of Bryce Haynes. And Bryce been knocking on the door for his first win of the season. He's been right there. But again, he's been a very consistent driver. Bryce Haynes does not get himself in a lot of trouble. Does not make a lot of mistakes. And again, right now he's being patient through the chicane as he stays in the wheels of your race leader, Trevor Oatman. Jeremy Fletcher staying right with him. Daniel Krajewski, Alex Jackie moving it up. So the field works to the tree turn. I got 3 208s. I got 3 208s on my screen. 308s, I mean. So 2 laps in. And Anderson Leonard, talked about Anderson again as he did not qualify very well, had a problem early on, dug himself into the 7th starting position, and he just turned quick lap 43.314. So pretty good lap time for Anderson Leonard. And again, Anderson being scored in the 7th spot. Again, a freight train of traffic. Look at this. 6 carts now as they come off the tree turn. Anderson Leonard in that number 7 right there. Now in exchange for second. Little flip-flop there between Jeremy Fletcher and Bryce Haynes. There's a couple drivers. No strangers to each other there. We've seen these two drivers going at it. Good, clean driving there as they come through the chicane. And Trevor Oakman, this is exactly what he did in that pre-final. Never lost the lead. And right now, he's your leader coming into that top of that hairpin turn. Again, 12 laps. He's been very solid. Again, Jeremy Fletcher, lap number 3. He turns quick time. Fletcher, 43.228 for Jeremy. Again, he knows how to get to that top step of the podium. Sitting on a Tony kart. Again, a winner earlier this season, Jeremy Fletcher. Boy, talk about an improved driver right there, Jeremy Fletcher. And he's on the bumper of Trevor Oakman. Now he's going to crisscross over. He's got the lead coming off of turn 1. Oh, Bryce Haynes has to back out of it. Almost got around Trevor Oakman. Boy, oh boy, Bryce wanted to go with your leader and had to back out of it. Again, had an opportunity there, but Trevor Oakman put his fist up and kept him behind him. So right now, brand new leader, Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy looking good coming in the tree turn. Going back again, Bryce Haynes, lap number 4, fast time, 43.145. For Bryce Haynes, a long way to go, 5 laps complete this time by. Freight train of traffic as they come down the front stretch. 6 carts down into turn number 1. Now Trevor Oatman's got that lane to the inside. He'll take it right back. He's your new leader. As he went right to the inside of Jeremy. So your third different lead change among 2 drivers. A little bit different this time around versus that pre-final. As Trevor pretty well sealed and stayed up in that top spot. So he's under the gun. A long way to go. And again, you got a couple hot shoots in behind him. Jeremy with the win earlier this season. Points leader Bryce Haynes running 3rd. Hanberg in that 114, keeping on Evan. He's been in right there in the mix of things. Now they'll come down the front stretch. Little battle side by side. Drag race down into turn number 1. Oakman on the inside. Jeremy stays to the outside. Trevor Oakman will hold on as they come off of turn number 1. Great battle up front. Gotta like the thought process of Jeremy Fletcher. Not going to wait around. Jeremy will try all he can, looking for the right spot. Yeah, as we always say, that 3rd place cart is always a good spot to be. And guess what? That's the 21 of Bryce Haynes. Again, you cannot believe these youngsters, how smart they are on this track and getting around. Good lack of traffic now with just 6 laps over now. We're over the halfway point. He's 7 laps complete. Fletcher, Oakman, Haynes, Amber, Kajewski, and Leonard down into turn number 1. 7 laps in. Now Bryce Haynes tries to go the inside, backs out of it in turn number 1. Well, I tell you, these drivers, they just look for that hole. They're not afraid to try it. And again, a lot of times they're going to look for that hole, see if it'll work, try to set up that pass, a place to pass. Again, don't go to sleep on Hamburg in that 4th spot. Daniel Krajewski, Anderson Leonard. Again, that is 4th, 5th, and 6th. And those drivers are keeping pace with the top 3 off the tree turn. Rest of your traffic stretching out. As they'll work their way to the top part of the oval, they'll come down the front stretch. 8 laps complete. Lap 7, Anderson Leonard, 42.970. Jeremy again looking for that open lane. He's got room. Now Bryce Haynes goes with him. There you go. They tried it earlier. Now Bryce Haynes goes with Jeremy. So a couple of Tony karts, 1-2 off the chicane. So again, Jeremy Fletcher up there. I want to say that's about the 3rd time he's been up there among 2 drivers. Him and Oakman have been splitting that top position. Again, Jeremy Fletcher overall quick time with a 43.051. He gave way to Anderson Leonard in lap 7. Anderson with quick time 42.970. But Fletcher's put a couple quick times on the board as they come down the front stretch. 9 laps complete. Fletcher, your leader. Now Bryce Haynes going to get out of line. Looks like he's got the momentum, but not going to be able to get past your leader. So they'll continue that freight train through the chicane led by Fletcher. And Jeremy Fletcher with Bryce Haynes working on him. They're going to come up on slower traffic, and here they come to the top part of the Hairpin turn with slower traffic. We'll see what happens. How do they play it? Now they're side by side. Here they come with slower traffic and ahead of them. Look at this news as he threads the needle. Jeremy Fletcher, nice piece of driving. Now they still got slower traffic to the top of the oval. Jeremy going to bring Bryce with him to the top half, and they'll come around. 2 to go this time by. Boy, what a piece of driving. Trevor Oakman, Hamburg staying right with him. Now, Trevor Oakman going to go wheel the wheel for that second spot. The door shut on him. He goes back to third. Good racing coming through that chicane. Man, you watch these drivers coming through slower traffic. Some of the older drivers need to watch these youngsters, the way they came through there. Pretty impressive. So Fletcher, Bryce Haynes. Now Bryce going to sneak up to the outside. They'll come through the tree turn single file. Top 5 drivers now coming to the top of the oval. This will be the money lap. Here they come. One driver has a win, another one looking for a win. Here they come down into turn number 1. Bryce Haynes got to cross over. Jeremy looks over his shoulder. Bryce got the lead off of turn number 1. Bryce Haynes, your brand new leader. And boy, he's got the momentum through the chicane. So Bryce Haynes up front for the first time among 3 different drivers. Again, slower traffic might be a problem. Got one Kart slow and in the tree turn. They'll try to get that Kart out of harm's way. Looks like we should be able to get him cleared. Here they come. They'll work around the parked car now. Bryce Haynes trying to get his first win. He could smell it as they come to the top of the oval. Bryce Haynes into 21. Fletcher in pursuit. They'll come to the line. Bryce Haynes seals the deal. Fletcher comes home second. Oakman will come home third. Hamburg, a solid run by Evan Anderson Leonard. What a day for Anderson. 5th. Krajewski 6th. So a solid run there for Bryce Haynes. He finally gets his first win. And how about that young man? He has been runner-up all spring summer series. Comes in this weekend as your points leader and finally gets one. 3 different leaders and about 9 lead changes among those drivers. What a run. I could watch these kids all day long. Micromax as they seal the deal. Bryce Haynes, your winner. Well, I tell you, you got to be impressed the way these youngsters work through lap traffic. Unbelievable. And again, they stayed with each other, did not have any contact at all. And, when you're out there in these karts, it's that split decision. Which way do you go? And, man, unbelievable. The youngsters really getting it done. Yeah, you got to make that decision. You could go right, you can go left. The next thing you know, you could find yourself with traffic coming by. But what a piece of driving. Jeremy Fletcher, Bryce Haynes, Trevor Oakman, they all kind of stuck together. And don't take long to get hung up in traffic. But a great job by those youngsters again out of the Micromax. I wish they'd let them run 100 laps. It'd be a lot of fun to watch those drivers. But again, exciting racing as they wrap it up for the day. But congratulations, Bryce Haynes has finally got one. This youngster has tried and been there, runner-up, race after race, and finally got it done. And again, a great racing family. Got to be happy for the entire Haynes family as Bryce, and he has worked for it. And a great job, though, by all those drivers. I'll take a little breath there, and we will move on now to Rotex Jr. We'll correct that. It'll be Mini Rock, Mini Max. Mini Rock and Mini Max up next. Don't go too far away. Again, another competitive class with these drivers in the Mini Rock. They've been very close. Again, we talked about it earlier in qualifying. All these drivers qualified in the 42nd bracket back to 5th place Gabby Ramirez. And yeah, they are very solid again in the Mini Rock. We'll get your line up here in just a minute. We'll get set to go. As your Mini Rock drivers will go 14 laps. So a little break in the action won't last too long because the action's going to continue on as your mini rock makes their way out. As we look at the point standings, Zachary Hollinshead, he has been 2 for 2. 2 wins so far this season, and he has been right on track again. You talk about a perfect season going for Zachary. He has won all the pre-finals, has won all the finals, and he's off to yet another great start here. Winner of the pre-final, set fast time earlier this morning, but he's got great competition behind him. And he's a back-to-back winner. And so here's how we'll line him up inside row number 1. Going 14 laps, the 456, your points leader, Zachary Hollinshead. Outside row 1, it'll be the number 18, second in the point standings, Dylan Gennaro. Starting third, coming out of Georgia, the number 30 of Ryan Rackley. Starting fourth, the 51 of Gabby Ramirez. Starting in the fifth spot, the 195, Jake Nepper, Minimax driver. And his pony in a 270. That'll be the 270 Minimax driver. This will be 14 laps. Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, you're up next, along with Rock Senior. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, your pre-grid. So once again, Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior, you're on grid. Rotex Junior, Tag Senior, your pre-grid. And we're getting ready to go. Mini Rock. 14 laps. Row number 1, Zachary Hollinshead, Dylan Gennaro, Dylan in the 18. This will be 14 laps. Can he make it 3 in a row? The 456, your defending champion. As Brian going to let him go. Green is out. Gabby Ramirez is going to try to split traffic. That may not work. That'll keep her back into that 4th place position. Trying to make a little move early on. And she'll back out of his little single file. Now single files, they come off of the chicane for the first time. Again, Ramirez qualified 5th earlier this morning, had a 40.872. Gabby finishing 4th in the pre-final, turned a 40.205. So she was a little bit quicker in that pre-final, and she did post some quick times during that race. So they'll cycle around lap number 1, single file. Ryan Rackley going to move up into that 2nd place position. Dylan back to 3rd. Ryan Rackley on a Tony Kart. He comes out of Georgia. A young man's got a huge passion for racing and an opportunity to see one of his videos on Facebook and putting it to the workout system, trying to get himself built up and really taking it serious. Ryan Rackley in that number 30. Going to work on the 456 of Zachary Hollinshead. Again, I gotta love watching Zachary. This young man does not get rattled, stays composed, and just keeps moving along. And he's a talented little driver there in that 456. He is your defending champion coming off the Spring-Summer Series. Right now, he's got Rackley running in that 2nd spot. And Ryan Rackley qualified 2nd earlier this morning. Finished 3rd in the pre-final. And Rackley's put some pretty good times up. Qualified with a 40.244. Ryan with a 40.219, his best lap time in his pre-final. All right, now 3 karts hanging together. Hollinshead, Rackley, and Dylan Gennaro, your top 3 is now they come off the top of the oval, single file. They'll complete lap number 3 this time by Jake Nepper in the 195, Gabby Ramirez. Again, those 2 drivers worked together pretty well in that pre-final. Where they tried to get up toward the front, and then they just kind of separated late and had no chance. Oh, problem. One of the drivers now going to slip off. And we'll check that number as they come through that hairpin turn. Your leader still is the 456 hanging on. Dylan Gennaro running 2nd. I believe that will be Ryan Rackley. Will confirm that as they come across the line. Well, they'll cross the line. Yeah, it was Ryan Rackley off into that chicane. So a tough break for Ryan Rackley. And he bails out, not happy right now. They'll get the kart off over that barrier. So tough break for Ryan Rackley, the Georgia driver. Came out strong, and he's been good all day long, but not going to happen here today. Ryan Rackley done in the 30. And all the way they got bunched up. That really did help out Ramirez and Jake Nepper. Because Jake now third, Gabby Ramirez fourth. And they closed the gap. And I remember Jake and both Gabby were licking back a little bit. But right now they're running third and fourth into turn number 1. And Ryan Rackley, talk about heartache, lap number 3. He turned quick time of the entire race with a 40.212. We have seen some strange things happen here today. But a tough break. Ryan will watch it off of the chicane area. And there I go, single file. There's your race leader up front. Allen's head going to look over his right shoulder. He's got Dylan behind him. Jake running third. Gabby running fourth. Rotex Minimax driver Anthony Zaboni. Anthony in at 270s turned to 42.622. Again, that is our Minimax driver being scored fourth overall. Again, 6 laps into this one. Next time by, it'll be halfway. All right, so we will correct that again. Misinformation on that one. It is Ryan Rackley. We'll check it out again. Jake Nepper. Again, according to scoring, it is Rackley, Dylan Janelle, Ramirez. Again, your top 3, and apparently Zachary Hollinshead also having a problem. So a little confusion on that running order, so we do not want to mislead you. So Dylan Gennaro is up front again now as they come into the top of the oval. So a little mix-up on the scoring. We do apologize, but again, it is Dylan now your leader. Running second, Jake Nepper now running third. It is Ramirez fourth. It'll be Rackley, so we do apologize on that one. And again, it was your leader, Zachary Hollinshead, who did drop out. So again, I do apologize. So Jake Nepper again, there was your confusion. Jake with no transponder. Kind of glanced over and kind of got mixed up on that one. But again, Jake with no transponder. But he is being scored in the top 3. So right now, your correct running order is Dylan Gennaro, your leader. Dylan will come to the top part of the hairpin turn. Again, that's where the confusion came because I looked over the scoreboard and there was Jake down at the bottom, but again, no transponder on the 195. And Jake right now being scored third, and he'll see that go by. He is running fourth. So again, I do apologize on that running order earlier. But again, it was Zachary Hollinshead, the one that did get hung up in that chicane. So again, I do want to apologize to the Rackley family there. We thought it was Ryan originally going out. But it was your leader, Zachary Hollinshead. But we got it all worked out now as Dylan right now up front. Gabby Ramirez holding on to that second or third spot. Now they're going to move around again, coming through that hairpin turn. So Dylan up front. And he'll come off the tree turn. So Dylan Gennaro coming down the front stretch, 11 laps complete. Gabby running second, Jake running third, Ryan Rackley number 30 running third. Now he'll make the pass. So Jake in the 195. Again, that's the one that threw me off. No transponder on at 195. Links, we got it worked out now with Dylan, your leader. Dylan's starting to break away right now. He's got a 1.6 second advantage. So heartbreak for Zachary Hollinshead, a shot to take 3 in a row. Mechanical problems took him out. So We will see, no doubt about it, a different winner here this afternoon with 2 laps to go. Dylan going to hang on, 2 to go. Jake trying to get all the help he can from Ryan Rackley as they come into turn number 1. Gotta believe that Dylan has got such a huge advantage right now. 2 seconds as they come through the chicane. So Dylan into the top part of the hairpin turn. Ryan Rackley, Jake Knepper, and along with Ramirez coming off that tree turn. And Jake holding on to second. Ryan Rackley running third. Ramirez running fourth as they'll come to the top of the oval. Big lead now for Dylan down into turn number 1. Battle for second. As Ryan Rackley going to go to the inside. He's got the room and he'll come by. Ramirez got to back out of it. So 3 karts battling for just 2 spots on the podium. Dylan, in the meantime, 1.9 second advantage. Got to hang in there. A couple more turns for Dylan, looking for his first win of the season. As they come into the tree turn. 3 drivers now. Rackley, Ramirez, and Jake Knepper mixing it up as they come off the tree turn. Again, Rackley got to go side by side. Him and Jake got to do it out. Here they come down the front stretch. Dylan will score the win. Battle for that second spot. It'll go to Rackley. Ramirez comes home third as they head down into turn number 1. So officially, Dylan De Niro scores the win, 2.2 seconds. Ryan Rackley second, Ramirez third. The Rotex Minimax driver Anthony will finish 4th overall. Zachary Hollins had 5th. So again, if you're looking on Race Monitor, the 195 had no transponder, but again, Jake does finish in behind Ramirez. So again, it is Dylan De Niro, Rackley, and Ramirez. So up next, Rotex Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior going to make their way out. And here's how we'll line them up. Rock Senior driver Austin Garrison inside of row number 1. So here's your lineup again. Jonathan Kotick. Jonathan in row number 1 in the 57. Outside will be the 328 of Kyle Kirkwood. In row number 2, the 419, that'll be Alex Sullivan starting third. Fourth, that'll be the 38 of Oliver Askew. Mayo Livingston in the 211 starting fifth. Sixth, it'll be the 316 of Morgan Healy. Starting seventh, the 229, that'll be Austin Garrison. Rotex Senior driver Bobby Ross in the 48, starting 8th. 9th, it'll be Kevin Mendez. So Kevin in the number 6 will start 9th. Again, that'll be your Rotex Senior driver. 16 laps. Rock Senior, Rotex Senior. Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, we need you to the grid. Masters, your pre-grid. We need all Masters drivers. You are pre-grid. So once again, Rotex Junior, Tag Junior, you're on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. So Rock Senior, Rotex Senior going to come down the front stretch. And we're looking to go green. It's out. We're underway. Jonathan off to a good start. And he'll head off at turn number 1 with a good 2.5, 3-car length advantage. And Jonathan did not take time in qualifying. He did not qualify, comes back and has a great run in the pre-final, started dead last. And he scores the win by 2.1 seconds. Again, Jonathan coming in this weekend as your points leader. He is your current points leader with a win this season. Now they'll work to the top of the oval. 16 laps were underway. Rock Senior and Rotex Senior off at turn number 1. We'll see an exchange for the lead off at turn number 1. Kyle Kirkwood now takes over the top spot. Yeah, and some side-by-side racing coming through that hairpin turn. Look at this. They're heavy traffic now off the hairpin turn. So Kyle Kirkwood up front, your second different leader. They'll come to the top of the oval down the front stretch. There's the 328 of Kirkwood. Oliver Askew with Jonathan right on his heels. So Oliver Askew moves up into that second place position. Oliver qualified second earlier this morning and then finished 4th in the pre-final. So Oliver Askew is starting to knock on the door. And Oliver with a win early on in September. So Jonathan, both him and Oliver winners this season. And they'll come off of that tree turn with a brand new leader. That'll be the 38 of Oliver Askew. So Oliver's picked up a couple spots. Started 4th, now is your leader down into turn number 1. It is single file traffic into turn 1. Bobby Ross holding on to the lead. That'll be your Rotex Senior driver. Bobby Ross holding on to the lead there. Overall quick time back in lap number 2. Kyle Kirkwood 37.124. All right, now Kirkwood in the 328 being scored second as they come to the tree turn. Now in exchange for that third place position, heavy traffic, Garrison, Sullivan, Morgan Healy. Look at this side by side as they come to the top of the oval, and they are buttoned up nose to tail. In behind the 229 of Austin Garrison, who's now third. So Austin going to bring some friends with him. Morgan Healy jumps to 5th. So good run going for Morgan Healy now in the top 5. Morgan qualified pretty well, qualified 4th. Finished 6th in the pre-final. Again, Morgan Healy making her second start in the Rock Senior class in the top 5. Now coming up to the outside. Looks like Jonathan will make the pass on Oliver. Sweeps right to the outside. We'll flip it around. Oliver now up front gets around Jonathan. And kind of picking up right where they left off in the pre-final. Kind of giving each other lanes and moving around. Alex Sullivan, Rock Senior driver. We're going to retire that card. He retires it. So Alex Sullivan down here completed 4 laps with 5 laps in. Overall quick time back in lap number 2. Kyle Kirkwood 37.124 for Kirkwood. Now Jonathan going to look to the inside. He'll cross and he'll take over the lead to 38. Oliver Askew lets him come by. Jonathan, lap number 6, just turned a 37.119. And he'll exit off the tree turn. Kyle Kirkwood trying to get some help behind him. Austin Garrison, Morgan Healy. We'll see if they can team up, get up toward the front. Now the 38 will come by. And Jonathan let him come by to the inside. It's a little fun by the team drivers here, the Ocala Grand Prix drivers. Just kind of getting a little practice, kind of having some fun out there as they continue to go back and forth. Rotex Junior Tag Junior drivers will need you on grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. Lap 7, Jonathan, 37.075. And Jonathan got to push Oliver up to the top part of that oval. And they'll come down the front stretch. Now he'll let Jonathan come by to the inside, so they're kind of toying around out there, having a little bit of fun. And kind of crisscrossing back and forth. And 16 lap final. We'll exit off that tree turn. Again, your Ocala Grand Prix team drivers. Talk about a lot of talent. Boy, these drivers know how to get it done. See them racing all over the country. Now Jonathan going to look behind him as the 38 will go by. So Oliver will take it right back in turn number 1. So kind of like a thrill show as they kind of go back and forth. Finding those holes, letting each other crisscross over. And obviously very talented drivers, though. They know each other. They know what they can do. And have a little fun here this afternoon. Jonathan in the 57, Oliver in that 38, Kyle in the 328, Garrison in the 229. Morgan Healy in the 316, Mayo Livingston in the 211. Now Jonathan will cross over this time by. Lets him have a little fun. Jonathan will go back to the front. It's almost a thrill show for these guys. They continue to go back and forth, kind of letting each other get by, giving them each other the lane. And lap number 9, Jonathan with a 36.877. Again, don't forget those drivers' top 3 finishes. Once we do conclude our racing, I ask you to please come down by the tech area, set up by the podium for our awards. Again, if your top 3 finisher, once the track does go quiet, you want to make your way over to the podium. Again, we'll try to get you in and out as fast as possible. As always, we'll start with our kid kart drivers. We'll work our way through the classes for awards. But again, top 3 finishers. So off the tree turn, it'll be the 38 of Oliver Askew. We'll see if he'll give way to Jonathan as they come back down into turn number 1. Yeah, Jonathan will stay in behind him. Oliver going to give him the sign, and he'll go right back over. So Jonathan crisscrosses back over in turn number 1. Again, we'll get set. Rotex Junior Tag Junior, you're up next. Well, there's your top 5 drivers coming off the top of the hairpin turn. Jonathan got it this time by as they exit off the tree turn. Now they'll come down the front stretch. Jonathan will slide over, opens up the lane for Oliver. Now Oliver takes it right back again. So 13 laps complete, getting ready to wrap up this one. I call it the thrill show. They go back and forth, letting each other come by. But again, these drivers do an outstanding job here for Ocala Grand Prix. Again, just having a little fun here on the local series, but when it gets down to national events, these drivers are very, very focused and outstanding talent right there. You look at these top 5 drivers. And they'll come down the front stretch, 2 to go this time by. Austin Garrison in that 3rd place position. Austin back in lap number 11 turned a 36.754 for Austin Garrison. Rotex Jr., Tag Jr., you're up next. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. Masters drivers, your pre-grid. So we'll see whose turn it is next time by with Jonathan leading. We'll see if he'll let Oliver come by in that final lap as they come down the front stretch. Now we'll tuck his head down. Jonathan looks like he's going to try to get a little serious and hang on. Again, Jonathan looking for his 2nd win of the season. Oliver also has a win. As they came in today tied for the point standings, and I got to believe that's part of the fun between these 2 drivers going back and forth. As Jonathan and Oliver tied for the top spot in the point standings, both drivers with a win. I think they realize that and just having a little fun here this afternoon. But again, a ton of talent right there as they come up to the top of the oval for the final time. And they'll come down the front stretch, and here they come, checker flag out. Jonathan will pick up the win. Oliver will come home 2nd. Austin Garrison 3rd. Kyle Kirkwood, Morgan Healy, May Livingston, Bobby Ross going to make it yet another win in the Rotex Seniors. Bobby Ross will come around. So Bobby Ross down the front stretch, and he picks up his 3rd win in the Rotex senior class, and Mendez will finish in the 2nd spot. Need Masters drivers, you're up next. You'll be followed by Club Kart. So again, it'll be Rotex Jr., Tag Jr., you're on track. Masters, your pre-grid. And we'll need Club Kart drivers, we'll need you to the grid. So 1 pickup, we'll get ready to go. So again, it'll be Rotex Jr., you're up next, along with Tag Jr. There'll be Masters, Club Karts, and Shifters. Once again, please be sure to return your transponders once you do conclude your racing for the day. Again, this reminder, top 3 finishers. Again, we will have podium awards. Once the track does go quiet, if you do have a top 3 finish, we ask you please make your way and hang out there by the podium area located by the tech shed. And once we get all classes cleared, get all the paperwork settled, we'll get you over there. We will start it out with the kid carts. So Rotex Jr., Tag Jr., here's how we'll line them up inside row number 1. Tag Jr. driver Michael Stevens. Outside of him, it'll be Rotex Jr. drivers John Perry Hilton. John Eric DeGaulis in the number 07, starting 3rd overall. 4th, it'll be your points leader, David Holmes. How about David looking for his 3rd straight win of the season? Starting 4th overall, Jake Neprin at 295, starting 5th. Tag Junior driver Matthew Shane starting 6th. Need Masters drivers, need you to the grid. Club Kart drivers, I need you to the grid. So recovery, get ready, and we'll get set to go. It'll be 16 laps. And a good day for Michael Stevens. Set quick time earlier this morning in qualifying, had a 37.357. Michael scored the win in the pre-final tag junior. His quick time 37.301. So he actually got a little bit quicker in that pre-final. John Perry Hilton, your Rotex junior driver, qualified on the top spot quick time in Rotex junior. He scored the win in the Rotex junior. So he's got a little momentum going with him in the number 18. Derek DeGaldis in the number 07. Derek qualified second in the Rotex junior class and finished second in the pre-final. So keep an eye on the 07. We have Derek making his first start of the season with us here in the Fall-Winter Series. Dobbin Holmes, back-to-back wins, current points leader. He will start third overall in the Rotex Junior group. Pretty much been a third-place Kart today. Dobbin qualified third Rotex Junior. Finished third in the pre-final. We'll pick up the green. We're underway. So Michael Stevens in that 19 will take him in through turn number 1. Again, Stevens, your tag junior driver. Then you got 4 Rotex junior drivers in behind him. Need Masters drivers, you're on grid. Club Kart drivers, you're pre-grid. So we need all Masters drivers. We'll need you to the grid. You'll go 16 laps. And don't forget to join us November 8th. We'll be right back here, followed by the 13th final run of the season, December 13th. Again, Matthew Shane, tag junior driver. Finished 1 lap down. Problem with that kart earlier on, but he's picking his way up through the field now. Again, that is your tag junior driver. So Darren DeGillis in that 07, off to a very good start. Derek in the 07, Rotex junior leader. So for some reason, John Perry Hilton has dropped to the back of the field. And he's currently 5.3 seconds behind tag junior driver Michael Stevens. And certainly is. He's on the back end. That is the 18. So John's got a little bit of work to do to complete a perfect afternoon. Again, I said he qualified on the top spot. Won the pre-final in the Rock Junior class, but right now he's dead last as he comes through the chicane. Meantime, tag junior driver Michael Stevens starts to check out. He turns quick lap 37.567. So Derek off to a very good start at 07. He is currently your Rotex junior leader. And Derek qualified second in the Rotex junior class, finished second in the pre-final. And he's off to a very good start right now. So Derek, your Rotex junior leader. Running second. Jake Nepper running in that second spot. Dobbin Holmes and then John Perry Hilton. Again, those are your Rotex junior. Tag junior Michael Stevens got a 4-second lead over Matthew Shane. Both of those are Tag Junior drivers. Overall quick time is Michael Stevens. Michael with a 37.485 as he just crossed the line. And John Perry Hilton, as I talked about him, he finished with quick time in qualifying, scored the win in the pre-final. And overall quick time for him is a 39.304. So he's way off the pace again. He had a quick time in the pre-final, 38.914. John Perry Hilton qualified with a 38.844, and he's run a 39.304. So again, that Kart not getting everything out of it. A lot slower here in the final. Not quite sure what happened, but he's going to go to work on the 99 of Dobbin Holmes. And he tries to get out around him, and he'll get back in line. Dobbin Holmes, your points leader. Back-to-back wins for him. And that may be in jeopardy right now. Derek in the number 07 is your race leader. He's about a 1.3 second advantage over Jake Nepper in a 295. And Jake running second, his best lap time, 39.468. And lap number 5, Michael Stevens, 37.485. Again, Michael Stevens, Tag Junior leader, overall leader. He's got a 3.9 second advantage over Matthew Shane. Derek in the 07, your leader. Jake running second, Dobbin third, John Perry Hilton running fourth, Rotex Jr. And we'll pick up the halfway point this time by. Again, Derek making his first start with us here this season. And saving the best to the end as he comes down the front stretch, and he'll head down into turn 1. Need number 44, Ken Whitington, please make your way to the grid. Masters driver, number 44. Need you to the grid. Again, cruising right along, Michael Stevens. Lap number 8, he continues to get quicker, 37.217. And Jake Nepper, Jake with a 39.157. Derek, his quick time, 39.262. So Jake actually a little bit quicker, and he's closing up the gap as they make their way into that top part of the hairpin turn. And still got a ways to go with 10 laps complete this time by. Again, Jake's starting to close it up as they come down the front stretch. That is your Rotex Junior drivers. They'll head down into turn number 1. Dobbin Holmes running third. Running fourth again, John Perry Hilton in that 4th place position. They'll work through the chicane. So those drivers continue to stay single file into the tree turn. They'll come off that tree turn single file, so nobody able to get out of line. And Jake's had some pretty good lap times, but still cannot bring in Derek as they come down the front stretch. That'll be 11 laps complete for your Rotex Junior, Tag Junior driver, 16-lap final. Masters, you're up next. Club Karts, your pre-grid. Club Karts, your pre-grid. And Michael Stevens, best lap time, 37.217. Matthew Shane with a 37.492. Those are your 2 Tag Junior drivers. In your Rotex Junior class, Derek with a 39.262. Jake with a 39.157. So Jake is just a tad quicker, but cannot reel him in as they come down to turn number 1. Now he gets a good run. Just as I said that, Jake's got the room, and he'll take it away. So Jake now takes over the lead. You know, they said he had the speed. He has been the quicker Kart of this group. And finally had enough to bring him in, so he gets around him. So Jake now going to cost him, and he goes out wide. And Derek takes it right away on the entry to the top of that hairpin turn. So Jake will drop back as they come to the tree turn. And Derek in the 07 says, thank you, I'll take it right back. So Derek up front now as you're back into that top spot. Dobbin Holmes in the meantime holding on to second. See if Jake's got enough to get around him. Jake right back to second. Dobbin back to third. So continue to see that little battle there with 2 to go. As Stevens picks it up, final 2 to go. For your tag junior driver, Michael Stevens. Again, look at this battle. 3 karts with 2 spots on the podium. They gave it right back to Derek, and now Derek's got a nice little gap there. Dobbin, Jake, and John Perry Hilton all mixing it up. They'll get 2 to go. Right now, Jake running second. Here comes Hilton. He'll go to the inside. He moves up to third. So John Perry looking to get himself a podium finish this afternoon. Meantime, white flag comes out. Michael Stevens will pick it up, tag junior driver. Good little battle. Again, that is not over for those final 2 spots on the podium. Meantime, Derek trying to hang out. He'll hold on together as they come off the tree turn. Jake going to look over his shoulder. He's got the 18 behind him. That's John Perry Hilton. Dobbin Holmes in the 99. They pick up the white. 1 to go. This time by. We'll see if Dobbin Holmes, again, that's your points leader. He's got back-to-back wins. Currently running 4th, and he's fading back now as they come through the chicane. So Jake had it, lost it coming into the entry of the hairpin turn. And now he's going to battle for second. John Perry Hilton working on him, tries to get him in the inside. They're single file off the hairpin turn. Derek in the 07 now heads to the top of the oval. He's well in command. Now look at this battle. Dobbin Holmes trying to go to the inside. Meantime, Derek gets the win. Jake Nepper comes home second. And picking up the 3rd spot, John Perry Hilton. And Michael Stevens scores the win in your tag junior. Masters up next. We'll need club kart drivers, your pre-grid shifters. You want to make your way to the grid? So, a cart for recovery. We'll get set to go. Your Masters, they'll go 16 laps. 23 drivers signed in, ready to go. 16 laps, your Masters. So here's how I'll line them up. Your Tag Masters driver, Miguel Granzel into number 3. Outside row 1, the 98 of Ryan Smith. Mark Thomas in the 86 starting third. Rotex Masters driver, again, Ramsey Potts in the 07 starting fourth. Fifth, it'll be the 616 of Daniel Gray. Starting sixth, the 4J of Jason Nelson. Scott Haas at the 51 starting seventh. Eighth, it'll be the 09 of Danny Robertson. Starting ninth, the 91, that'll be Richard Lowe. Starting in the 10th spot, the 23 of Pete Fritsch. Joshua Smith in the 125 starting 11th. Tag Masters driver Michael Sachs in the 11 starting 12th. 13th, it'll be the 14 of Rob Mayer. Dan Pinkston, Rotex Masters driver in the 426 starting 14th. 15th, it'll be the 69 of Matthew McCabe. Tag Masters driver Jim Glitch in the 9 starting 16th. 17th, it'll be the 68 of Miles France. Ibarreta in the number 31 starting 18th. 19th, it'll be the number 5, Jamie Orban. Starting 20th, the 22 of David Benfield. Starting 21st, the 44, Ken Wadington. Starting 22nd, the 43 of Darren Mays. Derek Mays in the 224 starting 23rd. So 23 drivers signed in, your Rotex Masters, Tag Masters, and they'll go 16 laps. Need Club Kart drivers, you're on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. And going back earlier this morning in your Tag Masters, the 3 of Miguel Granzel set fast time. He was the only driver in a 37-second bracket, and that really has held up all day long. It's the only time we saw a 37-second bracket, and he had a 37.773. Rotex Masters, quick time this morning in qualifying was Daniel Gray at a 38.641. In your pre-final, your overall winner, Tag Master driver Miguel Grunzel had a 38.032. And Rotex Masters winner Ramsey Potts in the 07. Stacked field here, Masters, 23 drivers. So 2 Tag Masters drivers in row number 1. Grunzel in the 3, Smith in the 98. Row 2, Tag Masters driver Mark Thomas in the 86, Ramsey Potts. Rotex Masters driver in the 07. Ready to go. 16 laps. They'll come down the front stretch. Green is out. We're underway. Got a drag race down into turn number 1. Grunzel with the advantage, and he will bring the outside cart with him, Ryan Smith. So Ryan gets off to a good start on that outside groove. He'll stay with your leader, and they'll make their way to the top part of the hairpin turn. And both of those drivers coming off of your Tag Masters class. Sitting back in the 3rd place position overall, but your overall leader, Rotex Masters, that'll be Ramsey Potts. So Ramsey now sits back in the top spot in that class, and they'll come down the front stretch. 4J going to make a move again. Jason Nelson, he makes his way around Daniel Gray. So that'll put Jason Nelson second, Rotex Masters. The Club Kart drivers will need you on grid, shifters, your pre-grid. So Miguel Granzel along with Ryan Smith picking up right where they left off. Granzel coming in this weekend as your points leader. He's got a win under his belt, looking for a win number 2. Derek Mays, your other winner. Derek won it earlier here in October. And Derek May's problems in that pre-final, he completed 8 laps, so he's way back in the back of the field. So a shot at a second win for Derek Mays may be a little tough there, but he's got time. Your top 2 drivers, Grunzel and Smith, come off the tree turn. And you got a freight train of traffic in behind the 07 of Ramsey Potts. Jason Nelson mixing it up. Jason with his hands full off the top part of that oval. And he watches as the 86 comes by. That's Mark Thomas, the Tag Masters driver. So again, Nelson will not lose in a position in his class, but will drop a position here in the race. And the 43 going to limp it. That'll be Darren Mays. Again, Darren continued to have problems. A tough break for Darren Mays. And then Darren, 5th in the point standings in your Tag Masters. Ryan Smith overall quick time as he's up front now in the 98. The last time by, Ryan Smith now is officially your leader, turns a 38.087. So good little battle between those 2 drivers. Ryan Smith takes it away from Miguel Grunzel. Ryan Smith in the Tag Masters class making his first start of the season. And he came in pretty well. That kart has been fast all day long. And Ryan Smith down into turn number 1. So traffic stretching out. Ryan Smith began back in lap number 4, turned to 38.087. That's your Tag Masters leader. Ramsey Potts continue to hang on in your Rotex Masters. Ramsey Potts, your leader. Rotex Masters. Jason Nelson second. Daniel Gray, Rob Mayer, and Danny Robertson, your top 5 in the Rotex Masters. 6 laps complete. Again, 16-lap final. Yeah, that'll be the 224 skating off the track. Gets it back on Derek Mays. So both Darren and Derek really struggling here this afternoon. But a good piece of driving there by Derek. He gets it back on the track. So quickly working our way to the halfway point. Next time by, your leaders will pick up cross flags. Ryan Smith, Miguel Grunzel, top 2 in the Tag Masters. Ryan Smith starting to get a little more breathing room now over Grunzel. He's got 0.8 of a second last time by. So we'll see if he opens it up here. He'll pick up cross flags. So Ryan Smith going to cross the line. He'll head into turn number 1. Opens up a full second lead. Mark Thomas running 3rd Tag Masters. So it's Grunzel holding on to that second spot. Rotex Masters is Potts, Nelson, Gray, Mayer, and Robertson. Your top 5 here at the halfway point. So how about that? Smith coming in, first race of the season. And he's been running very strong right now. They had a little bit of work to do. He did it around Grunzel, but he finally got around him. And Ramsey Potts coming in this weekend as your points leader. And Ramsey Potts hanging on to the lead in the Rotex Masters. He's just about 0.8 of a second ahead there in that top spot for him. Miguel Grunzel, lap number 9, turned to 38.066. That is fast time. He's still about 0.9 of a second behind Ryan Smith. Warning coming out to Pete Fritsch in the number 23. A little aggressive there. So Ryan Smith adding a little bit to his lead 10 laps in. He's got a 1.1 second advantage now. So last lap, pretty good for Ryan Smith. You see him coming off that tree turn. There's the gap, 1.1 over Granzel. Rotex Masters, your top 5 as they come around. It's Potts, Nelson, Mayer, Gray, and Robertson, your top 5 Rotex Masters. Need Club Kart drivers, you're up next. You're followed by shifters. And move over side now going to come out as they come down the front stretch. That'll go out, looks like to the 23. That'll be Pete Fritsch going to get the move over sign. So working our way through it right now. Ryan Smith with a 1.2 second advantage. Granzel, Thomas, 1, 2, 3, and that is your tag masters. Rotex Masters continue to be your leader. It's Potts, Nelson, Mayer, Gray, Robertson, your top 5. Need Club Kart drivers, you're up next. Shifters, your pre-grid, 12 laps in, 4 to go here with your masters. And not seeing a lot of passing, a lot of stretched out traffic amongst the two classes, Tag Masters, Rotex Masters. But again, Miguel Granzel, Tag Masters driver, got out of the gate pretty strong. And gave way to Ryan Smith. Thomas running third. Thomas 5.3 seconds behind your leader. And currently being scored third in the Tag Masters. Granzel running second, 2 seconds behind Ryan Smith. So final 2 laps to go. Looking for his first win, Ryan Smith. And again, Ryan coming in this weekend, making his first start. He has been moving right along. Need Club Karts, you're up next. That'll be Club Karts, you're up next. So white flag, final 1 to go. Ryan Smith hanging on to the top position with a 2.5 second advantage. So checker flag in hand along with black flag, so under protest. Unofficially, your winner will be Ryan Smith. He crosses line as your leader. Granzel second, Thomas third. Ramsey Potts looks like he'll seal the deal. As your Rotex Masters winner, Ramsey Potts. Nelson second, Mayer third, Gray and Robertson your top 5 in the Rotex Masters. And we'll need shifter drivers, your pre-grid. Need to bring them up. Shifters. And we'll need shifter drivers. You're now on grid. Shifter drivers, you're on grid. Greg Savage in the 103. Sean Sullivan in the 120. Eric Duff in the 106. They're set to go 16 laps. Need shifter drivers. Need you on grid. Shifters, you're up next. Again, little news coming over there from the Rock Cup World Championships in the Masters. Ariel Castro picks up best finish for the Americans. He finishes third in the Masters. So good, congratulations to Castro. Ariel Castro, third place finish in the Rock Masters over there in Italy. Again, that is the best American finish over there this weekend for the Rock Cup International event. And Ryan Norberg over there, Matias Ramirez. But again, Ariel Castro, best American finish as he finishes third in the Masters. So field going to come down 16 laps. Savage, Sullivan, row number one. Brian going to show him green. We're underway. Boy, that outside lane working well for the 120 of Sean Sullivan. Sean will dart out to that early lead as he comes through the chicane. Again, need shifter drivers, you're on grid. Again, shifter drivers, you're on grid. And don't forget, please be sure to return your transponder once you have concluded your racing for the day. And again, we will have our podium awards, top three finishers. And that will take place right next to the tech area once we do have all of our paperwork set. So once we do wrap it up with your shifters, you may want to hang around if you do have a top 3 finish. And these arrive and drive programs, pretty neat way to go. If you get involved, you want to check out some racing, have a little bit of fun. This is a great way to get started. And again, these karts are very exciting, a lot of fun to drive. And all you need to do is stop in the office, get all the information, or you go on the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, an arrive and drive program. And of course, throughout the week, check the schedule. You want to come out and have a little fun, you too can drive one of these karts. But again, you want to get out there and do a little racing. Check it out, the really neat karts. Rotex Club karts. Also, you're looking for hard to find parts, whatever your needs are, make it Ocala Grand Prix. Just go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. Of course, driver coaching, mechanics, tuners, whatever you need, we got you taken care of. Also, driver training, and a lot of great talent here working at the Ocala Grand Prix. So up front, the 120, continue to move along, Sean Sullivan. Sean had an opportunity to talk with him. He loves these karts. Likes the way they handle, and has got a lot of power. He said he really likes to get around this track. Right now, Sean holding on to about a 2.5 kart length advantage. That's Greg Savage right now holding on to second. Greg with a 45.986 in lap number 2. Right now, he's second place as they come into the tree turn. And shifter drivers, you're up next. That'll be shifters, you're up next. And not letting him get out of his grip right there. Greg Savage stays in behind your leader, Sean Sullivan. They'll head to the top part of that oval. 6 laps complete this time by. So Greg Savage keeping pace with him. He'll look over his left shoulder. He's got plenty of room, nobody around him. Eric Duff currently running in the 3rd spot. He's 5.6 seconds behind your leader. And you look at some of the times. Greg Savage in the pre-final, his best lap time, 46.067. Best lap time in qualifying for Eric Duff. He got in qualifying at a 46.030. Again, they're staying right with each other. Greg Savage not going to let Sullivan get away as he starts to reel him in. Down into turn number 1. Yeah, we'll need shifter drivers. You're up next. Going 16 laps for the shifter drivers. And he closed the gap a little bit, but Savage now separated a little bit more this time by, as we'll pick up cross flags. 8 down, 8 to go. So it's Sullivan, Savage, and Eric Duff as they come around with 8 laps in, 8 to go. Again, Sullivan here at the halfway point has quick time with a 45.692. He's got a 9/10 of a second advantage now over Greg Savage. So how about that? You see that? Open it up a little bit. Again, Savage was right there on the bumper of your leader. Now the separation continued to open up as they come down the front stretch. So 9 complete as they head down into turn number 1. Sean Sullivan, 45.691. And he all of a sudden's got a 1.3 second advantage. So Sean Sullivan opened up the gap as he comes into that hairpin turn. Once again, top 3 drivers. We will have podium awards once we do wrap up all racing. So once the track does go quiet, you maybe want to make your way to the podium area by the tech shed. And once we get all the paperwork cleared, we will start with your kid kart drivers. But again, if you do have a top 3 finish, you can make your way to the podium once we finish up with our shifters, and we'll try to get you out as fast as possible. So Greg Savage continued to kick it up as he crosses the line. Savage with a 45.568. So about the last 3 or 4 laps, he continued to get quicker. Pretty good laps, 45.568 for your leader, who now moves up into the lead by 9.9 seconds. Again, problem with Sean Sullivan, so he had slowed for some strange reason. Sullivan, again, was right there behind your leader, now runs 3rd. So Sean Sullivan being scored in the 3rd spot. So 11 laps complete. It'll be lap number 12 next time by. And right now the 120. Across the line, 13 complete. Yeah, we'll need shifter drivers. You're on grid. 2 laps to go. Well, Sean Sullivan hanging on to that top position. Savage running second. Eric Duff runs third. Shifter drivers, you're up next. So again, final lap and a half to go for Sean Sullivan. He'll pick up the white. 1 to go for Sean Sullivan. He'll make his way around. Sean Sullivan holding on to that top position, looking to go wire to wire. And problem continued to, like the 106, Eric Duff gets a little loose there and kicks up some dirt. So checker flag will drop, picking up yet another win. Sean Sullivan in the 120. He'll head down, and he'll see the checker flag. He'll score the win. Picking up second, Greg Savage. Eric Duff will be scored third. So there it is. A lot of fun for these drivers. Again, if you want to get involved in the Club Kart, Rotex drivers having a lot of fun out there. You arrive and drive, just stop down by the office or go to the website at OcalaGrandPrix.com. So shifter drivers going to make their way out. We'll get a couple hot laps. We'll get ready to go. 16 laps. Once again, as you do conclude your racing for the day, please be sure to return your transponders. As Rob Mayer, stock moto driver, inside row number 1 in the 29. Outside Phil Haddad in the number 54. And that'll be shifter master Jerry Brown in the 14. Stock moto CJ Dickerson in the number 10. So we'll get a hot lap and get them lined up ready to go. 16 laps, last event of the day. Again, I want to thank those folks who have joined us this afternoon on the Ocala Grand Prix live feed. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast. We come to you from Ocala Grand Prix. And we'll be right back at it November 8th for race weekend number 4. And Alex Sullivan earlier this morning, overall quick time. In your stock moto, Rob Mayer set second fast time, stock moto. CJ Dickerson third. Go ahead and add Masters fast time qualifier. So row 1, Rob Mayer in the 29. Bill Haddad to the outside. Jerry Brown, CJ Dickerson. And you're followed by Alex Sullivan in the 419. So Brian will look him over, hangs up the left arm, green is out. All but at the 419, Sullivan a little bit slow off the line. And they'll come down into turn number 1, single file through the chicane for the first time. And Rob Mayer, your stock moto winner in that pre-final. Masters win went to Phil Haddad in that number 54. And they'll make their way around for lap number 1. Boy, Rob Mayer out of the chute very strong as he heads down into turn number 1. Mayer quickly opens up a half a second advantage. And those drivers, top 3 finishes. And we will have podium awards once we do wrap it up, get all of our carts through tech, get all the paperwork situated, and we'll get you going at the podium. And Alex Sullivan with a 36.576 for Alex Sullivan stock. And that is your stock moto driver, currently running second, 1.3 seconds behind Rob Mayer. Again, Rob Mayer in command. He'll exit off that tree turn. Again, Rob Mayer, stock moto driver. His quick time 36.991 for Mayer. Sullivan quick time 36.576. And now Sullivan turns a 36.444. He's still about 0.7 of a second behind your leader, though. And we'll be right back here November 8th. Race weekend number 4. And this is 16 laps. Currently 5 laps will be in the books this time by as they cross the line. And all of a sudden the 419 is Sullivan going to go to work now, and Rob Mayer, he's right on his bumper off of turn number 1. Again, Sullivan has the fast cart. Remember, he had a 36.273 just right now in lap number 5. So he goes to work now on your leader off that hairpin turn. So Rob Mayer getting a little competition here in the final. As they exit off the tree turn, they'll come off that tree turn to the top part of the oval. Seems Sullivan can make the pass now as they come off the oval now. Sullivan still about a cart length behind your leader down into turn number 1. Mayer off of turn 1 as your leader. Sullivan eyed on his bumper through the chicane. So Alex Sullivan keeping the heat on Rob Mayer. He'll come into that hairpin turn. Rob Mayer has led every single lap so far with 6 in. It's 10 laps remaining. Rob Mayer, your one and only leader so far in the stock moto class. But Sullivan has had the quick cart. He's got the open lane now, and he'll go to the inside and gets it away from Rob Mayer. So brand new leader here with 7 laps complete. Alex Sullivan down into turn number 1 as your leader. So Rob Mayer back to second. He'll see about a separation of a cart length and a half through the chicane. Now they'll make their way to the hairpin turn. So a flip-flop now for the lead as we'll close in at a halfway point. Remember, going back to lap number 5, Alex Sullivan with a 36.273. So he's been pretty quick here. Quick time for Rob Mayer, 36.689. So a little bit of a difference as they head down into turn number 1. 0.6 of a second of lead now for Sullivan. CJ Dickerson running third, 5.7 seconds behind your leader. In the Masters, Phil Haddad your leader. Jerry Brown running second in the Masters. So how about that? Again, taking his time, trying to get all he can, finally brought in Rob Mayer. And he'll watch now as he starts to break away from Rob Mayer. 9 laps complete as they'll head to the start-finish line. Phil had that Masters driver. His best lap time 37.556. Jerry Brown 38.096. CJ Dickerson, his best lap time 37.401 for CJ. The laps winding down again. 10 in, 6 to go. Alex Sullivan now with a 1.2 second advantage over Rob Mayer. So he's moving right along. Dan had to work for it. Again, remember, he was about 0.8 of a second at one time behind Rob Mayer, and he brought in Rob. With Rob Mayer running second, currently 1.1 seconds behind your race leader. So 11 laps in, 5 to go. And back in lap number 5, Alex Sullivan rolled out a 36.273. There's Jerry Brown off the tree turn. So Alex Sullivan now opens up a 1.6 second advantage. 12 in, 4 to go. And Rob Mayer, lap number 11, 1 lap ago, 36.493 for Rob Mayer. So pretty good lap there for Rob Mayer, picking up the speed, but unfortunately, Rob right now 1.9 seconds behind your leader. So last couple laps to go. Again, we'll be right back here November 8th. Race weekend number 4. For our fall winter local series. Hope you'll be able to join us. And we got 2 to go. Shifters. Final 2 to go. So once again, those drivers' top 3 finishes. Again, you want to make your way to the podium. Once we get all of our paperwork cleared, we'll head over and we'll get you going. We'll start out with our Kid Kart drivers. So again, if you do have a top 3 finish, you want to make your way to the podium. Again, once we get all the paperwork set, we'll be over there and get you going as fast as we possibly can. So Jerry will pick up 2 to go. Masters driver. And white flag 1 to go for the 419 of Alex Sullivan off turn number 1 with a 2.8 second advantage for Alex Sullivan. So Alex Sullivan will cycle around. He'll pick up the win as he comes off a couple more turns. And checker flag at hand. Brian will wave it to him as he comes down the front stretch. So Alex Sullivan, stock moto winner. Rob Mayer will pick up second. CJ Dickerson to be scored in that 3rd spot. Commanding lead for Phil Haddad in your Masters. There's CJ Dickerson across the line. And here comes Phil Haddad. He'll come down the front stretch. He'll score the win. And there's your Masters winner. Jerry Brown will pick up second. Again, I want to thank those folks who have joined us on the Ocala Grand Prix live feed. Don't forget to go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com. And we'll do it again here on November 8th. Once again, I want to thank you so much for tuning in here. Again, check out the website, though, Ocala Grand Prix. Thanks so much for tuning in. Again, we'll talk to you soon.